Chapter 51 Lord Shiki I'll try to become stronger from now on. Shiki paused mid-step and slowly turned his head. What did you just say to me? You want to fight me again after you get stronger? Minato froze but his eyes didn't waver. This courage wasn't bad at all. Shiki smirked. All right then. Come at me anytime. Yes. Shiki had only said it casually, but Minato nodded with absolute seriousness, that firm, unwavering expression making it clear. From today onward, Shiki was his training goal. This kid, simple, pure, ridiculously earnest. Shiki didn't even know what to say for a moment. Suanda quietly watched them from the side. And honestly? Shiki didn't believe Minato would surpass him, not in this lifetime. At that moment Tsunade suddenly laughed and shot a glance at Jiraiya. Well then, who was it earlier saying Minato would win for sure? Ugh! Jiraiya felt the sting immediately. His face hurt. His pride hurt. His everything hurt. He wished he could rewind time and slap his past self shut. Ahem. Anyway, Minato is still really talented with the Flying Thunder God technique. Boom. Tsunade rolled her eyes so hard it was basically a Rasengan of annoyance. No matter how talented he is, it's still ninjutsu developed by my Senju clan, she muttered. Too lazy to argue with Jiraiya, Tsunade turned to Shiki instead. Good performance. Her smile was proud. Her man had just defeated someone using the Flying Thunder God technique. She had every right to be smug. Even Orochimaru walked over, eyes shining with interest. Shikikin's strength truly exceeds expectations. Jiraiya puffed his cheeks irritably. Hey. Shiki won, sure, but Minato did great too. Give my apprentice some praise, will you? Everyone was praising Shiki non-stop, not a single word about Minato. But anyone could tell, despite losing, Minato had displayed monstrous potential. In just a few years, the boy could definitely become a top-tier ninja. Unfortunately for Jiraiya, Tsunade and Orochimaru both exchanged a silent glance and very deliberately ignored him. Ugh! You two are so annoying. Honestly, they were impossible. My apprentice is amazing. Why the hell won't you compliment Minato too? Minato blinked, confused. It's okay, Jiraiya-sensei. I'll keep working hard. Jiraiya's mood flipped instantly. That's right. Don't you worry. Under my training you'll definitely become stronger. Ha 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 ha. Training the future child of prophecy? Hell yeah, he was going to brag for years. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato, the purest straight-laced boy in Konoha, responded wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and even Shiki all looked at Jiraiya with the same expression. How did this idiot raise such an excellent apprentice? All right. Tsunade clapped her hands. We ate, we drank, we fought. That's enough for today, let's wrap things up. She had zero interest in continuing the apprentice rivalry conversation. Ah? Already? I was just getting ready to drink more. It was late though. Let's go, let's go. Tsunade and Shiki walked side by side. When leaving, Shiki and Orochimaru briefly exchanged a glance, an unspoken acknowledgement, before parting. Jiraiya staggered off, looking for more alcohol. Minato was about to leave as well when he finally noticed Kushina, who had been unnervingly quiet, staring at the direction Shiki had disappeared toward. Kushina? Minato called gently. She snapped out of it. Ah. No, it's nothing. Minato assumed she was still shocked by Shiki's monstrous strength and didn't think further. Their eyes drifted in the same direction. Shiki and Tsunade's figures were still visible, walking hand in hand under the moonlight, a strangely natural sense of harmony between them. Lord Shiki really is a gentle person, Minato sighed. Kushina opened her mouth, then shut it. Gentle? Gentle where? He had literally scared the Nine Tails into silence. The Nine Tails, the most violent, prideful, aggressive bijou in existence, was now sitting behaved in Kushina's seal like a kitten too scared to breathe loudly. If Minato had any idea, his worldview might collapse. But he didn't. So he just smiled warmly. Don't worry, Kushina. I'm going to become stronger, strong enough to surpass Lord Shiki one day. Kushina didn't believe that. Not even a little. But as his girlfriend? I'll cheer for you. Maybe it was Minato's sudden motivation. But in the days that followed, every time Kurenai finished school and visited Shiki, Tsunade would drag her into brutal training. She used to teach her gently. Now she trained her like a miniature battlefield soldier. Focus? Seriously? I was already killing enemies on the battlefield when I was your age. Normally Kurenai would talk back a little. But when Tsunade was in full Sannin teacher mode, Kurenai didn't dare. Still, she glanced pitifully toward Shiki. Shikini-ai. Why is the world so cruel? I'm still a kid. Oh. The ninja world is dangerous, Kurenai. You need this training, Shiki said calmly. He doted on her, sure, but he couldn't protect her forever. If she wanted to survive, she needed strength. Shikini-ai. I won't disappoint you. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched violently. Excuse me? She repeated the same instructions 10 times and Kurenai ignored her. But one sentence from Shiki and Kurenai was ready to train until sunrise? So whose student are you really? 3 days. Tsunade snapped. Within 3 days you must learn the mystical palm technique, or you're not coming here. Yes, not coming here means no meeting Shikini-ai? Impossible. That possibility shouldn't be even allowed. Which meant she had to learn it, no matter what. Chapter 52. Kurenai's eyes grew more and more serious. Shiki only smiled at her intensity, saying nothing. At that moment, a helpless-looking Tsunade walked up beside Shiki and sat down at his side. You tell me, how is that idiot so lucky? How can someone like him find a student like that? Sure enough, Tsunade still cared about this matter. Because of that frustration, she had been training Kurenai extra hard lately, clearly planning to show off her own apprentice next time. Kurenai is pretty good, Shiki replied. Not everyone is like Minato Namikaze. But speaking of it, Jiraiya's students really were something else. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, the AIM trio he trained. Then the 4th Hokage, the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. And the future 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, the so-called Child of Prophecy. Jiraiya's lineup was simply ridiculous. Well, that's life. Konoha year 44. Several years had passed since the end of the Second Great Ninja War. Clang! 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 In the courtyard of the Shiki residence, the sound of metal echoed non-stop. Shiki moved with the aura of a Lion King, swinging his blade until the very last moment. His gaze sharpened, 2 slashes of light flashed. The iron training post in front of him was sliced clean in an instant. Daily task complete. Hearing the familiar prompt inside his mind, Shiki exhaled and casually tossed the broken ninja blade aside. He focused, and the familiar template interface appeared before his eyes again. God-level template system. First template, Golden Lion Shiki Fit Rate, 90% template abilities. Advanced Armament Hockey Ear, Advanced Conquerors Hockey Ear, Top Tier Observation Hockey Ear, Great Swordsmanship, A Fuwa no Mi, Advanced Skills, A Basic 3 Body Technique, A Body Flicker Technique. Daily Task, Swing the Sword. 10,000 times completed. This was the progress Shiki had made over the years. If he had to describe how he felt, only 2 words came to mind: utterly invincible. He could feel it clearly. If he wanted, he could use the Fuwa no Mi to lift the entire Hidden Leaf village into the sky. Just as Shiki was enjoying the feeling of overwhelming strength. What are you thinking about? Tsunade walked over curiously. After his training, Shiki had been standing still for a while, lost in thought. Nothing. Shiki snapped out of it, shook his head and turned to look at Tsunade. Over the years, they had grown entirely used to each other's presence. Outside, Tsunade was fierce and intimidating. But the moment she stepped inside their home, she became gentle. A casual, home-clothed Tsunade truly looked like the perfect wife. After staring at me for so many years, haven't you seen enough? She asked, pretending to sound annoyed. How can I have seen enough? I plan to keep watching you for the rest of my life. Humph. As if. I don't believe that. She spoke like a child, pretending not to care, even though the smile in her eyes gave her away. Then I'll make sure you believe it. You just finished training, go take a bath first. Don't wanna. You. Honestly. You really love bullying me, Tsunade pouted after everything settled down, leaning against the courtyard wall with a faint glare. Shiki only smiled proudly. Well, it's been so many years and Hiruzen still hasn't made a move. The old man's endurance is something. Shiki had been waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to attack him. But the old fox simply swallowed it all down. Expected, but still disappointing. Couldn't he at least try? Come fight me, then die by my hand. If Hiruzen heard that, he would jump up in rage. Knowing I'd lose and you still want me to be brave? Am I an idiot? Those old geezers are all scared shitless, Tsunade snorted. None of them dare to start anything. Years of political back and forth had shown Tsunade the truth. None of the remaining elders were worth anything. But the man standing beside her? His strength was terrifying. And it always made her feel safe. Shiki sighed. If Danzo was still alive, things would be more interesting. At least he wouldn't sit still. He regretted killing Danzo too early. Otherwise, the past few years wouldn't have been so boring. Danzo's brainless confidence always made things entertaining. Tsunade chuckled. If Danzo heard you say that, he'd probably resurrect himself out of sheer anger. So my purpose in life was to keep you entertained? Danzo would cry in his grave. Shikini L. Adi Tsunade. At that moment, Kurenai appeared, running into the courtyard. Over the years, she had grown into a much more elegant young woman. Beside her was another quiet girl. Lord Shiki. Lady Tsunade. This was Shizun, whom Tsunade had taken as her apprentice years ago. Originally, Shiki had assumed that because he killed Kato-dan, Shizun would never have anything to do with Tsunade. Unexpectedly, she still became Tsunade's disciple. Yo, Kurenai, Shiki greeted with a smile. Kurenai beamed and immediately rushed to his side. I'll say it again, this is my man, okay? Little girl, behave. Tsunade rolled her eyes. If you call me sensei, then stop clinging to my husband so much. Kurenai only made the same cheeky face she always did. What does it matter? He's still my Shikini. Tsunade Sensei is so overprotective. Tsunade wanted to smack her. Was this about being overprotective or something else? But in the end, she said nothing. Kurenai had been beautiful since she was little, and now she was even prettier. Hee Shikini. Kurenai smiled brightly at Shiki. Shizun greeted them politely. Lord Shiki. Lady Tsunade. At least this one won't make me angry, Tsunade muttered. Shizun's much better. No, Kuranaken is also very good, Shizun replied gently and flustered. Compared to the mischievous Kurenai, Shizun really was shy and gentle. Because of that, Tsunade treasured her more. Shizun would at least never make her blood pressure rise. Chapter 53 Himph. Kurenai wasn't stupid, of course she understood what Tsunade meant. After shooting Tsunade a small grimace, she leaned right against Shiki's arm, puffing her cheeks. Anyway, as long as Shikini likes me, that's enough. Sure enough, this little girl was still as blunt as ever. But after getting along with her for so long, Tsunade was already used to it. Speaking of which, you little brat, you're about to graduate. Counting the time, Kurenai and the others really were at graduation age. MMHM. Kurenai nodded happily, then immediately turned toward Shiki, red eyes shining with excitement. Tomorrow is the graduation exam. Shikini, will you come? When she said that, the light in her eyes was obvious, pure expectation. Unlike Naruto's era, the graduation exam here wasn't about throwing a clone technique at a chalkboard. The current assessment involved actual student-to-student combat drills, full evaluation in all categories. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would personally pass by. War-era students were completely different from peaceful-era students. Not only Kurenai, Shizun, who stood beside her, also looked at Shiki and Tsunade with hopeful eyes. As a student, who wouldn't want to show off a little in front of their mentors? Well, since Kurenai asked so sincerely, let's go. Yay! That's great. Kurenai practically jumped up from joy. Shizun immediately turned to Tsunade, eyes shining. Tsunade-sama? Go go go. Since Shiki is going, of course I'm going too. Tsunade easily understood what the quiet girl was hoping for. Compared to talent, Shizun was weaker than Kurenai. But her earnest, diligent personality made Tsunade cherish her a lot. MMHM. Shizun beamed happily. The next day, Shiki and Tsunade made their way to the academy. Along the street, many shinobi and many parents were heading in the same direction. Some were genuinely concerned for their children. Others clearly just wanted a chance to brag about them. Kurenai. As soon as they arrived at the academy grounds, Shiki heard a familiar voice. Yuhi Shinku, Kurenai's father. The moment he saw Shiki, his expression became complicated. Lord Shiki. Tsunade-sama. Not only was this guy kidnapping his daughter every day, he also had to call him Lord. Truly painful. Tsunade casually raised a hand in greeting. Long time no see, Shinku. He wasn't especially famous, but Yuhi Shinku was still one of Konoha's notable genjutsu experts. His illusions weren't on the Uchiha level, but they weren't far behind either. Compared to Shiki, he was obviously much more relaxed facing Tsunade. Tsunadesima, thank you for taking care of my daughter all this time. He knew fully well that Tsunade was mentoring Kurenai. Otherwise, he would never have let Kurenai run to Shiki's side so freely. It's fine. Kurenai's talent isn't bad at all. Tsunade waved it off. Teaching one extra apprentice was nothing to her. Shiki. Tsunade. More people approached. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki. All of whom Shiki had beaten senseless a few years back. Seeing these figures, Yuhi Shinku wisely stood aside without interrupting. What are you all doing here? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. None of Jiraiya's students were in this batch after all. But Orochimaru answered calmly, Sensei asked me to take on a student. Hiruzen had recently noticed Orochimaru drifting away from him emotionally. Tsunade outright opposed him. And Jiraiya, well? Jiraiya was Jiraiya. So Hiruzen wanted to deepen his bond with Orochimaru. You again. Give him a student, create a new emotional tie. A typical Sarutobi tactic. Orochimaru clearly found it laughably transparent, but said nothing. Minato scratched his cheek and added, me too. Hokage-sama wants me to take a team. He had officially entered the Jonin leader phase. So it's starting? Shiki's eyes narrowed slightly. Counting the timeline. Yes. The Third Great Ninja War was about to begin. Shikaken? Orochimaru noticed his silence. Shiki shook his head. It's nothing. I was just thinking, the Third's been in power for way too long. Orochimaru went silent, then chuckled. Smart men didn't need explanations. After ruling for so long, of course it was time to step down. But before they could continue, Minato suddenly spoke earnestly. Even if he has been in power a long time, the third Hokage has always done his best. Konoha's current prosperity is thanks to him. Shiki and Orochimaru both turned and gave him the same expression. Is this guy stupid? They didn't bother responding. They just looked at Minato, then turned away at the same time. Huh? Did I say something wrong? Minato genuinely looked confused. He really didn't feel like he'd said anything incorrect. But someone would answer him. Ha ha ha. It's not that exaggerated. I only did what a Hokage should do. A gentle voice approached. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked toward them slowly, wearing his Hokage robes. Of course he'd heard Minato praising him. No wonder he was smiling like he'd won the lottery. Lord Hokage. Whatever they felt internally, everyone still greeted him politely. Everyone, except Minato, who looked at him with genuine admiration. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and the rest all nodded in a way that said, we are being polite and nothing more. Ahem. I'll go check on this year's graduates. Hiruzen continued pretending to be the gentle, benevolent Hokage and walked toward the classrooms. The students, who knew absolutely nothing about politics, were ecstatic seeing him. Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama is here. Wow. He came to our graduation. Shiki rolled his eyes. Seriously? Is he that desperate for attention? Why is he everywhere? Even the academy's graduation exam wasn't safe from him. Orochimaru shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps Sensei really is just that free. Chapter 54. They had already decided the third Hokage would eventually step down, so why would Shiki or Orochimaru still care about Hiruzen's position? Neither of them even bothered lowering their voices. Many people around heard their conversation clearly. But every single one of them stared straight ahead, pretending to notice absolutely nothing. Joking aside, whether it was Hiruzen Sarutobi or two of the legendary Sannin or the Golden Lion Shiki, none of them were people ordinary shinobi could afford to be on bad terms with. Playing deaf was the safest option. But obviously, not everyone possessed that level of self-preservation. No, I believe Hokage-sama must have handled everything in advance. That's why he has the free time to come here. Of course, the only person who would dare say something like that at a time like this was Minato Namikaze. Minato. Kushina sighed helplessly beside him, rubbing her forehead. Even if she was hot-tempered, she wasn't stupid. The atmosphere was clearly off, and Minato had just walked right into the middle of it without realizing. Minato was amazing at everything, except being politically aware. To put it bluntly, he was a little too pure. What? Kushina, did I say something wrong? He asked earnestly. No. What could Kushina even say at that point? Even Jiraiya stared at him speechlessly. Had he failed at raising this apprentice? How was Minato this strong but this oblivious? In the shinobi world there are many prodigies, but prodigies without any caution or scheming rarely live long. Shiki glanced at Minato as he spoke calmly. He was genuinely trying to warn him. Shiki didn't dislike Minato. As long as he didn't blindly devote himself to Hiruzen, Shiki had no reason to be hostile. Unfortunately, Minato completely missed the point. He nodded with serious admiration. This is a great line. I can use this when teaching my students. Lord Shiki truly speaks in classics. Shiki almost laughed. Teach your students? I was talking about you. Even Orochimaru and Tsunade had to turn their faces away for a moment to suppress their laughter. Orochimaru leaned slightly toward Jiraiya, voice dripping with mock pity. Your student never fails to impress. Hey! I can hear that, you damn snake. Jiraiya snapped, glaring at him. But instead of arguing more, he grabbed Minato by the shoulder. He had just made up his mind. After this exam, he seriously needed to teach Minato a few things besides ninjutsu. If Minato kept growing in power while his brain stayed like this, his life expectancy might drop significantly. While they chatted, the graduation assessment finally began. The first match. Inuzuka Aka versus Yamanaka Haichi. Both were from clan families, but neither name rang any bells for Shiki. Probably background characters. The fight was boring. Kids who hadn't even graduated yet, flailing around with basic taijutsu. To Shiki and the others it was like watching children play pretend. In the end, the Inuzuka kid won thanks to help from his ninja dog. The following matches were similar, unremarkable. Only the match between Kurenai and Shizen had anything worth watching. After years of being mentored by Tsunade and training beside Shiki, Kurenai's fundamentals were far beyond normal academy level. She dispatched her opponent cleanly and elegantly. Shikini-ai. Still wearing her newly obtained forehead protector, Kurenai waved excitedly from the arena. Shiki waved back. And then he caught sight of Yuhi Shinka's resentful expression. What's wrong? Shiki asked. Nothing. Shinku stood there in silent heartbreak. His daughter finished her exam. And the first person she greeted wasn't him. He had no idea why. Which only made the sadness worse. This girl is named Kurenai? She is impressive. Indeed. She's already as strong as a Chunin right after graduation. No wonder Lord Shiki and Tsunadesima took a liking to her. The surrounding jonin whispered among themselves. If she hadn't been trained by Shiki and Tsunade, most of them wouldn't have cared at all. But now that she had real talent and famous mentors, she immediately attracted attention. Shiki only smiled. Tsunade, on the other hand, was visibly proud. She had spent years watching other people brag about their apprentices. Finally, she could brag about hers. Whether those compliments were sincere or not didn't matter. Tsunade enjoyed every second. Originally, Shiki thought only Kurenai and Shizen were worth his attention today. But then a boy caught his eye. A teenager wearing the Uchiha clan crest, about Kurenai's age but with a calm, mature demeanor. His strength had already reached Chunin, almost on par with Kurenai. Tsunade and the others noticed him as well. Who is that? Shiki asked. No idea, Tsunade replied. He's clearly a genius, but I've never seen him before. Ahem. Just when Shiki was wondering, someone coughed nearby. He turned to find a stern-looking Uchiha man approaching, one dressed in the full Uchiha clan style. Lord Shiki, the man said with pride, this boy is from my clan, Uchiha Shursui. Other clan shinobi looked away indifferently. Their opinions of the Uchiha weren't particularly high. And you are? Shiki asked. The man straightened his back. Lord Shiki, I am the current Uchiha patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku. Oh. No wonder you looked unlucky. Fugaku pretended not to hear that. He watched the young Shursui finish his match, then smile politely and help his opponent off the ground. Fugaku nodded with satisfaction. Shursui has always been an exceptional talent of our clan. Exceptional, sure. But in the original timeline, he was also the one who helped usher in the downfall of his entire clan. A prodigy with no political sense, a genius who let himself be brainwashed by the will of fire. Thinking of that, Shiki deliberately turned to glance at Minato. Minato felt uncomfortable, like he had been silently insulted, but since Shiki didn't say anything aloud, he didn't ask. The graduation exam officially concluded. Kurenai and Shizune, both full of joy and forehead protectors shining, ran toward Shiki. Shikini-ai. I'm awesome, right? Kurenai beamed. Chapter 55. Raising her little forehead proudly as if offering it for inspection, Kurenai Yuhi looked at Shiki with a face that screamed, "Quickly praise me right now or I might die on the spot." Even Shizune, quiet and polite like a shy kitten, didn't say anything, but her eyes were sparkling with the same expectation. Two girls. Two pairs of shiny eyes. Both in praise mode. Shiki internally, "Ah yes, here it comes. The double kill praise combo. Yes, yes, yes. You are very powerful," he surrendered immediately, smiling fondly. Kurenai puffed her chest proudly like a tiny red bird. Shiki turned. Shizune was standing perfectly still, like a student in front of exam results. "Shizune, you're also very good." "Yes." Shizune brightened instantly, like someone just plugged her into a power socket. Meanwhile, Yuhi Shinku watched the two girls soaking in praise like flowers absorbing water. At first he was proud. Then tired. Then, "My daughter is losing herself in front of this kid." Ahem. He cleared his throat, the universal father signal for, "Stop embarrassing me." Kurenai blinked innocently. "Huh? What's wrong, Dad? Are you feeling sick?" Yuhi Shinku internally, "No, I am not sick. This is what disappointment feels like." He sighed deeply. "Okay. Today is a happy day. Kurenai, let's go back and celebrate." "All right." The way she said it made it sound like she was being exiled from paradise. Her father nearly tripped. "Why do you look like I'm kidnapped?" "You? I'm your father, not a bandit." But she still refused to budge from Shikini-ai. Yuhi Shinku could only drag her away with fatherly despair. Once Kurenai disappeared, Shiki turned to Shizune. "Shizune? What about you? Come back with us." Shizune flinched slightly, not out of fear but out of introverted habit. "Yes, yes." She clearly wanted to go, but also clearly didn't want to intrude. Her voice was so soft that even the air felt shy. Shiki and Tsunade exchanged a helpless look. Shiki internally, "This girl, she reads the room too well." "That's your fault." Tsunade muttered, glaring at Shiki like a teacher scolding a naughty student. Shiki shrugged. "Listen, I didn't do anything. Existing is not my fault." Finally, the three of them went back together. Dinner was lively, celebratory, and full of Tsunade staring at Shiki like a wronged lover across the table. Even though Kurenai wasn't even there anymore. By the time everything finished, it was midnight. In the courtyard, Shiki stood in the moonlight, leaning against the wall. Tsunade finished putting Shizune to bed and walked over. "What's wrong today?" she asked gently. She could read Shiki like a map at this point. Shiki looked at the sky. "The Third Ninja World War, it's about to start." Tsunade, who was expecting maybe "I'm hungry" or "I want sake," absolutely did not expect world-ending announcement. A war? Now? Where? How? Why? "You don't believe me?" Shiki asked, completely calm. "It's not that." Tsunade waved her hands. "It's just... there's no sign of anything. Not even gossip." "Shiki," he continued. "I haven't told Orochimaru yet. But with his brain, once I mention it, he'll understand." Tsunade clicked her tongue. "Then let the war flush out those old bastards in the council." "Ah yes. The legendary Tsunade Senju diplomacy. In the trash." "Just wait," Shiki said calmly. The next few peaceful days lulled everyone. Even Tsunade began doubting a little. Maybe Shiki's prediction was too early? Then Tsunagakure dropped the world's hottest drama bomb. The third Kazekage, the man known as the strongest Kazekage, vanished. Just poof. Gone. A whole Kazekage. Deleted from reality. And without evidence or hesitation. Tsunagakure pointed directly at Konoha. Because of course they did. In the Hokage's office, presumptuous. Hiruzen smashed his desk with maximum grandpa energy. Your Kazekage disappeared, why would we do it? If we had that kind of ability, your whole village would be gone already. Koharu crossed her arms. Hiruzen, now is not the time for emotional outbursts. It's going to be war. Hamura sighed with elder-level depression. The three old fossils looked at each other. They all knew. This wasn't a maybe war. This was, war is already knocking on the door. And somewhere far away. Shiki probably shrugged. Told you. Chapter 56. Sunigakure was obviously dead set on dumping all the blame onto Konoha. Unless Konoha surrendered outright, a shinobi world war was inevitable. Ha! Hiruzen Sarutobi collapsed back into his chair, exhausted. Why did he ever become Hokage? Why did so many disasters keep happening during his tenure? The second shinobi war had just ended, and now the third was about to ignite? Couldn't he just live peacefully for a few years? Let's talk first, he muttered. If he could avoid it, Hiruzen absolutely did not want another war. He was already preparing to compromise, and even Koharu Udatane and Hamura Midokado didn't object. After all, they didn't want to go to war either. That was Konoha's higher-ups for you, fierce when scolding their own people, barking loudly at outsiders. But when a real disaster arrived, before Hiruzen could issue any orders, an umbu suddenly appeared in the Hokage office. Lord Hokage, Sunigakure has unilaterally declared war on us. Nanny? Hiruzen's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. Koharu and Hamura froze as well. What was the situation? They hadn't even begun negotiations and Sand already declared war? Are you Sunigakure or Kumogakure? You're declaring war before even sitting down to talk? Can you at least pretend to follow basic ninja etiquette? The news struck them so suddenly that even the usually composed Hiruzen was caught off guard. But before he could even breathe, two more umbu flickered into the office. Yua. Seeing two more show up at once, Hiruzen felt his stomach twist. A terrible premonition crept up his spine and reality proved him right. Lord Hokage. Thousands of Iwanin have appeared at the border. They're advancing toward the land of fire. Lord Hokage. Thousands of Kuminin have also assembled at the land of lightning's border. The moment the two reports landed, Hiruzen and the advisors went completely blank. This was bad. Really bad. Damn it. What are they planning? Are they trying to RT a joint war? The gentle third Hokage was gone. What stood now was a furious beast, eyes filled with rage. Three great villages moving at the same time, this wasn't a joke. A single misstep and Konoha could be erased from the map. Koharu and Hamura understood this too. The two exchanged a glance and immediately chose silence. Ahem. Our clan still has some matters to deal with at home, so we'll take our leave first. Yes. Something urgent has come up. But if war breaks out, our families will support Konoha from behind. In other words, as long as they themselves didn't have to step foot on the battlefield. After tossing that encouraging line, Koharu and Hamura decisively turned and left. This place was too dangerous. Better to go home and stay put. With Hiruzen around, surely Konoha wouldn't lose, right? Watching their backs fade, Hiruzen's expression darkened completely. Useless. Loud when nothing's happening, but the moment a true crisis comes, they run faster than a rogue ninja. The more he thought about it, the more Hiruzen missed Shimura Danzo. Ah, if only Danzo were here. At least Danzo never backed down when war arrived. Even if his personal strength wasn't remarkable, he was still firmly pro-war and would never flee like a coward. Go, Hiruzen finally ordered. Summon the clan heads and the elite jonin. Sunigakure declaring war so boldly could only mean one thing. They had checked with Kumogakure and Iwagakure beforehand. This was far beyond something Hiruzen could resolve alone. He needed all of Konoha assembled. Yes, Lord Hokage. The umbu bowed and prepared to leave. Wait. Hiruzen suddenly remembered something, his voice firm. Bring Shiki here. Use whatever reason you need. Understand? Yes. The umbu vanished immediately. Left alone, Hiruzen sat silently in thought. He didn't get along with Shiki, but he wasn't blind. A powerhouse of Shiki's caliber could change the course of an entire war. This upcoming battle would absolutely require his strength. Meanwhile, Shiki had no idea Hiruzen was preparing to drag him into the war. At that moment, all he heard was Tsunade's incredulous shout echoing through his courtyard. Shiki! The Third Shinobi World War is really about to start? They didn't have the official declaration of war yet. But the disappearance of the third Kazekage had spread across the nations, and anyone with half a brain could see the chain reaction forming. That disappearance would become the fuse. Tsunade stared at Shiki in disbelief. She originally didn't believe in the Third Shinobi War, but now she was convinced. Shiki, you're amazing. She didn't think he could see the future, but she was clearly impressed. Shiki only gave her a casual, smug smile. Well, I am amazing. Not like this is news to you. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Here she was talking seriously, and this idiot was still flirting. I'm sure the real fighting will start within a few days. Yeah. Hiruzen's probably already summoned all the clans by now. Shiki nodded lightly. As a reincarnator, he knew exactly how terrifying this war would become, far more brutal than anything Tsunade imagined. This wasn't just sand, rock, and cloud. Even Kirigakure would join the war. For major villages versus Konoha. This was the war that established legends: the Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Shursui the Body Flicker, Might Guy the Blue Beast, Hatake Kakashi the Copy Ninja. The war that defined a generation. Lord Shiki. Lady Tsunade. An umbu suddenly appeared in the courtyard. I know, Shiki said before the umbu even opened his mouth, waving his hand dismissively. If umbu appeared now, it could only mean one thing. The meeting was starting. Then I'll take my leave, the umbu said politely and disappeared. The moment he vanished, Tsunade turned to Shiki with wide, sparkling eyes. Be honest, can you actually predict the future? Chapter 57. This was way too unreal. Shiki had joked that the Third Ninja World War was coming, and now it actually was. He mentioned Hiruzen would summon everyone, and Anbu immediately appeared. How could Tsunade not be stunned? She scratched her cheek awkwardly while Shiki rubbed the back of his head. To be honest, he was confused too. Hiruzen was giving him way too much face. He barely finished speaking and the old man sent ninjas running. Well, if it's just glimpses of the future, I can genuinely do that. But only fragments. Huh. Tsunade blinked. I was joking, you can actually do it? Shiki only shrugged casually. If your sensory ability reaches a certain level, you can briefly see a few seconds ahead. Useful mainly in battle. His observation haki was already at the top. Future sight came naturally. But explaining observation haki didn't translate neatly. The closest thing was simply perception. Tsunade felt like she'd stepped into a fantasy story. Training perception to the point of predicting the FUT. Could humans even do that? She had never heard of anything like this, not even her grandfather, Hashirama, ever did it. She stared at Shiki with a conflicted expression, skeptical, shocked, yet knowing he wouldn't lie to her about something this serious. Predicting the future, just thinking about it was terrifying. Shiki saw her confusion and didn't bother explaining. He moved straight to demonstration. In a few seconds, Orochimaru will walk in through the other door and say, I seem to have heard something interesting. Right after Shiki finished, footsteps. Orochimaru walked in through the opposite entrance, snake-like eyes narrowing at Shiki. I seem to have heard something. He froze. Those snake pupils stared directly at Shiki. Sensing his approach was one thing. But repeating his exact line of dialogue? That was future prediction. Orochimaru had doubted him before. But now? Now he was shaken. Is this a Kekkai Genkai? This kind of ability didn't feel like something any normal person could train. If you want to treat it that way, sure. Classifying observation haki as a type of bloodline ability wasn't wrong. Orochimaru opened his mouth to ask more, but Tsunade suddenly jumped up, grabbing Shiki's arm with a bright grin. You're incredible. As expected of the man I picked. I love you so damn much. The stronger Shiki appeared, the happier she became. After all, it proved she had good taste. She chose him at first glance. Shiki only smiled. You two really act like a couple. Orochimaru shrugged. Watching them didn't bother him, he had long since lost interest in ordinary emotions. At this stage, aside from immortality, nothing else held his attention. Shikakin, don't forget our agreement. I'll help Tsunade become Hokage and afterward, you'll provide me with the perfected living corpse reincarnation. Orochimaru had been chasing this technique for years. He tried deciphering Shiki's sealing notes himself. Every attempt failed. Relax. In my view, only someone with your talent can complete a half-finished ninjutsu like that. Shiki wasn't obsessed with immortality. But if he could live forever, he wouldn't refuse. Let Orochimaru finish the technique, then take it. Perfect arrangement. As for betrayal? Shiki wasn't worried in the slightest. With overwhelming strength, even someone like Orochimaru couldn't pose a threat. Orochimaru studied him quietly. This man carried himself like a king, too proud to bother deceiving someone like him. As expected. In this ninja world, the one I admire the most is Shikakin. Tsunade didn't interrupt. She could tell the conversation was important, and she wasn't the scheming type anyway. By the way, Orochimaru, Tsunade suddenly said, research is fine, but don't cross the line. No unethical experiments. Creating ninjutsu had always been dangerous. Her second grandfather, Tobirama, also made mistakes, some fatal. For the sake of progress, failure is unavoidable, Orochimaru replied flatly. Without pushing boundaries, no technique would reach completion. Tsunade understood, but still, whatever you do, you are not using Konoha's people. Ever. Of course. Konoha isn't the only place where shinobi exist. Orochimaru wasn't foolish. If he refused, Tsunade might abandon the Hokage position, and then Shiki wouldn't give him the technique. Besides, with Shiki right next to her, why cause trouble inside Konoha? That's fine then, Tsunade said. As long as it's not Konoha's people. Orochimaru nodded. When Shiki, Tsunade, and Orochimaru arrived at the Hokage's office, clan heads and elite jonin were already gathered. Narashikaku noticed Shiki enter and gave him a polite nod. Shiki quietly returned it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, completely wrapped in war concerns, didn't notice the exchange. But once he saw Shiki step through the door, Hiruzen finally relaxed. Good. He'd feared Shiki's resentment toward him might keep him away. But Shiki wanted Tsunade as Hokage. There was no chance he'd let Konoha fall. Ahem. Hiruzen cleared his throat, and the room immediately fell silent. I believe you all understand the current situation. People exchanged glances. Finally, strategist Narashikaku stepped forward. Hokage-sama, Tsunagekyu's intentions have been clear for a long time. The disappearance of the third Kazekage may be the trigger, but the truth is, every ninja world war they have always targeted Konoha first. No surprise there. The land of wind was 95% desert. Of course they coveted Konoha's abundant land and resources. Hiruzen understood Shikaku's analysis, but still waved weakly. Chapter 58. Needless to say, Tsunagekyo has declared war on Konoha. Nani? Narashikaku froze mid-breath. He knew the Third Great Ninja War was inevitable after recent events, but he didn't expect it to explode this fast. And he wasn't the only one. Everyone in the Hokage's office stiffened at the announcement. Declared war? So soon? It hasn't even been that long since the disappearance of the third Kazekage. Is Tsunagekyo really this reckless? Their shock was understandable. If it were just Tsunaga.
Look, if you've actually made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on then, hit subscribe. And honestly, if you think a friend of yours would like this, go on and share it with them. It really helps out. Right, I'm done. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around till the end. It's well worth it.
Kure, no one here would be losing sleep. Konoha didn't hold the title of strongest hidden village for nothing. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's next words dragged the entire room into dead silence. In addition to Sand, Kumogakure and Iwagakure have also declared war on Konoha. Their forces are already marching toward the Fire Country's borders. Everyone went completely blank. 3 of the 5 great ninja villages declaring war together, even hearing it felt like a death sentence. Hokage-sama, that can't be real, right? This isn't a joke. 3 villages attacking at once, it was horrifying enough to make even seasoned Jonin pale. Sarutobi exhaled through his nose. What do you think? Would I joke about this? No one spoke. Even Tsunade and Orochimaru, who already expected a war to erupt, fell silent. None of them imagined they'd be facing the combined assault of so many villages at once. Only one person in the room acted like nothing was wrong, Shiki. Hands behind his back, standing there with the same unruly confidence as always, completely unfazed. Worry? For what? He looked like someone who'd been waiting to punch Kumogakure in the face since breakfast. Ahem. Sarutobi couldn't let the gloom swallow the room, so he cleared his throat and straightened up. Even if Konoha faces sand, cloud, and stone at the same time, it is absolutely impossible for us to let them trample on us like this. For once, Hiruzen looked genuinely angry. He might be tolerant to a fault at times, but this was an insult. Tsunade? Orochimaru? You two will take command of the sand front. Understood. Neither of them turned down the chance to earn massive military merit. Sarutobi turned. Jiraiya, you and Minato will handle the IWA front. Don't worry, old man. Leave it to us. Hiruzen allowed himself a small smile. Among the Sannin, he trusted Jiraiya the most. Finally, his gaze settled on Shiki. Ahem. Shiki. I'm assigning you to the Kumogakure front. I'll have the Ino Shikacho clan support you. Kumogakure was no joke. The third Raikage, the strongest spear and the strongest shield. A pair of future monsters, A, future fourth Raikage and Killer B. Plus the two tails Jinchuriki Yujito. 4 cage-level enemies. Maybe more. That's exactly why Hiruzen wanted Shiki there. He held his breath, half expecting Shiki to demand conditions, but Shiki just glanced at Tsunade, and nodded. That's fine. I'll take the cloud front. A bunch of muscleheads? He wouldn't run from that. Sarutobi almost dropped his pipe. He agreed. Just like that. No negotiations. No demands. Unbelievable. Shiki noticed the Hokage's expression and smirked. What? Hokage-sama, do you have other instructions? Nothing. Hiruzen shook his head quickly. If Shiki wanted 0 conditions, he wasn't going to jinx it. Right. As if remembering something, Shiki suddenly turned toward him. Sarutobi's stomach sank. Here it comes. He's finally going to ask for something. But Shiki simply asked, Hokage-sama, are we deploying every available unit to the borders? Yes. Hiruzen answered without hesitation. Then what if Kirigakure also declares war? The entire room went still again. If Mist attacked while all troops were deployed elsewhere, Konoha would be defenseless. This. Hiruzen wanted to say Shiki was overthinking it. And many in the room clearly thought so too. After all, in the First and Second Great Wars, Kirigakure never participated. Why would they jump in now? But with Shiki looking dead serious, Hiruzen couldn't brush it off. If Mist attacks, as the Hokage, I will personally lead the defense. Was Hiruzen really planning to fight? Of course not. He just didn't believe Mist would join the war at all. Spotting another detail, he added firmly, and the Uchiha clan will defend Konoha with me. With my Uchiha clan present, Uchiha Fugaku declared proudly, Konoha will not fall. Shiki rolled his eyes so hard it was audible. Idiot. Uchiha's specialty was fire release. Mist's was water release. And Sharingan? In a battlefield covered in hidden mist technique, it would be nearly useless. Sarutobi, completely unaware of the looming irony, nodded with calm confidence. If that's settled, we should all prepare. The meeting ended on a heavy note. No chatter. No lingering discussions. Everyone simply drifted back home with grim determination. Lord Shiki. Just as Shiki was about to leave with Tsunade, a voice called out. He turned, mildly confused. Yuhi Shinku approached, face unusually serious, and that was never a good sign. Chapter 59. In this war, please take care of Kurenai for me. Kurenai had already graduated from the Ninja Academy, which meant that in this war she would also be participating. This wasn't training and it wasn't a harmless skirmish. This was a real shinobi world war. Yuhi Shinku always glared at Shiki with those resentful dotties. But he wasn't stupid. He understood one thing very clearly, with Shiki's strength, protecting Kurenai was easy. Shiki smiled lightly. So this was what Shinku had been worried about. Don't worry. Even if you hadn't said anything, I'd still look after Kurenai. Thank you. She was his only daughter. Yuhi Shinku could only sigh helplessly. He was just a regular jonin, strong, but not strong enough to safeguard others during a war. After giving Shiki a firm nod, Shinku hurried back. There was still work to do before the next ninja war fully broke out. Will the hidden mist really declare war on Konoha? After returning home, now alone with Shiki, Tsunade finally asked the question that had been sitting in her mind. Tsunade trusted Shiki. If he could openly warn Hiruzen like he did in the Hokage building, then it meant one thing: Shiki was certain that Kirigakure was going to declare war. Don't you believe me? Shiki walked into his room and picked up Oto and Kagurashi, the twin blades resting on his sword stand. He glanced over at Tsunade. Of course I believe you, Tsunade answered immediately. But if the mist really joined the war, then Konoha would be facing a four-village alliance. Even Tsunade wondered if Konoha could withstand that. Relax. Seeing what she was thinking, Shiki smiled. He strapped Oto and Kagurashi onto his waist. Trust me. No matter who the enemy is, as long as I'm here, Konoha won't lose. I'll use this war to show the entire ninja world. His eyes sharpened. That this era belongs to the Golden Lion. Tsunade went silent. For a moment her gaze softened, almost enchanted. It was that confident smile. The same one that had pulled her in from the very beginning. I've always believed in you. From the very start. Shiki raised a hand and gently tapped her forehead with a smile. Shikini-ai. Lord Shiki. Tsunadesima. Just as the two shared that brief peaceful moment, the sound of footsteps rushed in from the courtyard. Kurenai came sprinting in, panic in her eyes. Shizen followed behind her, calmer but still visibly worried. What's wrong? Shiki asked. It's the village. It suddenly turned chaotic. Kurenai and Shizen both looked to Shiki instinctively. They had just graduated. They were supposed to start doing drank missions with their squads. But before their first task even began, it was abruptly cancelled. All squads were ordered to assemble. And the entire village looked like it was preparing for something huge. It's not chaos, Shiki corrected. The village is entering a wartime state. Preparing for war? Kurenai and Shizen froze. Even if they were new genin, they weren't clueless. This would be their first real battlefield and it felt surreal. Seeing Kurenai's stiff expression, Tsunade snorted and jabbed at her. Oh? Aren't you always bragging about being brave? Why were you trembling now? Don't go out there calling yourself Senju Tsunade's apprentice, you'll embarrass me. It wasn't the most elegant comfort, but it worked. Kurenai snapped out of her daze and puffed up angrily. Humph. I'm not scared. I'll get stronger and one day I'll protect Shikini-ai myself. Her small face was serious. It was clearly something she genuinely believed. Tough goal, Tsunade muttered internally. She doubted anyone could surpass Shiki at this point. Shiki didn't shoot Kurenai down though. He just smiled gently. Protecting me, huh? Maybe someday. But for this war, just stay near me and listen. Hey, does that mean I can go to the battlefield with you? Kurenai's eyes widened in surprise. She really hadn't expected Shiki to take her with him. Of course. If you go alone, I'd be worried. War wasn't a playground. One careless moment could get a genin killed. Hee. The moment Shiki said that, Kurenai's nervousness vanished. If she was with him, she felt like nothing could go wrong. Oh yeah, what about Shizen? Is she coming too? Shizen, who was much quieter and not as strong as Kurenai, also wanted to participate. She was family, of course Shiki planned to look after her too. She thought Shiki only cared about Kurenai. Shizen hadn't dared bring it up herself. But before she could say anything, I'll take Shizen, Tsunade suddenly announced. Huh. Shiki blinked. What? I'm a strong ninja too. I can protect one subordinate, can't I? Tell the truth. Under Shiki's stare, Tsunade held firm for a few seconds. Then she broke. Fine. I just don't want to do chores on the battlefield. If Shizen's with me, she can help take care of daily stuff. At the side, Kurenai instantly pounced. Lazy? You're just lazy and want Shizen to babysit you. Keep talking and I'll smack you, Tsunade muttered without even looking at her. Shizen, meanwhile, smiled shyly. It's fine. I'll try my best to take care of Tsunadesima. Good. Tsunade nodded, satisfied with her student's seriousness. Chapter 6. 0. Although Shizen's talent wasn't on the same level as Kurenai's, when it came to obedience and reliability, Tsunade was most satisfied with Shizen. At the very least, Shizen would take care of her. Unlike that bratty Kurenai. Alright, the matter of team leading is settled. Go back, rest up, and prepare for the next war. For Shiki and Tsunade, giving blessings to Kurenai and Shizun was just a quick sentence. But this battlefield they were heading into, as cruel as it was also the kind of grind that forged ninjas into something sharper. Yes. Kurenai stopped smiling and, like Shizun, nodded firmly before heading off to prepare. 3 days later, the entire atmosphere of Konoha had shifted. The familiar peace was gone, replaced by the suffocating tension of slaughter. In those 3 days, Konoha had recalled every shinobi stationed outside the village. Every ninja was now gathered, sitting in formation, preparing for war. Even civilians had begun to realize it. A new ninja world war was coming. Is this really going to become a war? I heard 3 villages are joining forces to attack Konoha this time. 3? Then Konoha isn't it going to, idiot? Konoha is strong. We'll be fine. Some people had already begun to panic. They were just civilians, and once a village lost a war, the defeated always suffered. But panic or not, nothing could stop the third great ninja war from coming. Early in the morning, after Shiki tidied himself up, he picked up his swords, with Kurenai following behind him, and headed toward the designated assembly point. Oh right. Shiki glanced sideways at her. When we reach the battlefield, pay attention to your safety. He knew Tsunade was strong, very strong, yet he still couldn't stop himself from reminding her. Oof, don't worry. Tsunade grinned and waved him off. It's just the weakest of the 5 great villages, Sunagakure. She knew Shiki worried too much, so her whole expression brightened to reassure him. The third Kazekage was missing. The only true powerhouse left in sand was Chiyo. And Chiyo's puppets? Perfectly countered by Tsunade's monstrous strength. Not to mention Orochimaru was also assigned there. Unless something truly unexpected happened, the sand battlefield would be fine. All right, go. Shikaku and the others should have already gathered every ninja. With one last sentence, Tsunade turned and left with Shizun. Shiki didn't say anything more, just smiled. Tsunade really always wanted to show off in front of him. When Shiki arrived with Kurenai, the Ino Shikacho clans had already assembled nearly 2,000 ninjas. Lord Shiki. The moment he appeared, everyone greeted him respectfully. This was their commander for the coming battlefield. Even though he hadn't fought publicly for years, many people here knew very well how terrifying Shiki's strength was. A strong commander meant peace of mind. Lord Shiki, Shikaku stepped forward, all units have assembled. Do we depart now? During the Second Ninja War, Shiki had already collaborated with the Ino Shikacho trio, so their coordination was nearly perfect. Shiki nodded and was about to give the order, until his gaze caught someone. Shinosuke? Sarutobi Shinosuke, one arm missing. That was a face Shiki couldn't forget. Being suddenly addressed, Shinosuke's expression stiffened. Still, he stepped forward and nodded. Commander Shiki. Even after all these years, Shinosuke still hated Shiki for cutting off his arm. But Shiki was now the commander of the entire Cloud battlefield. Shinosuke wasn't stupid, openly clashing with Shiki was suicide. Whether Shinosuke tried to attack him or not, Shiki honestly didn't care. An ant was an ant. He could crush him whenever he wanted. Still, seeing him like this one-handed was mildly entertaining. So, you've mastered one-handed seals. If he hadn't, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never have allowed him back into battle. This is all thanks to Lord Shiki, Shinosuke said bitterly. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have spent years training one-handed seals. Ha ha ha. You're welcome, you're welcome. Shiki smiled lazily. If needed, I can teach you how to make hand signs with your feet. Cut off your remaining arm and make you train foot seals. You, Shinosuke glared at him. This was a threat. A very clear threat. What? Do you want to say something? No. He wanted to spit out curses, but he knew better. Shiki wasn't joking. If he felt like cutting off Shinosuke's last arm, he would. One-handed sealing had taken him years to master. Foot sealing would effectively end his entire ninja career. Those nearby who understood the situation kept their heads down, pretending not to hear anything. Neither Shiki nor Sarutobi Shinosuke were people they could afford to offend. Ha! Seeing Shinosuke reduced to this, Shiki smirked. How stunning. A few years ago, the guy was fierce enough to try assassinating him. Even though he lost his arm back then, Shiki could at least respect the courage. But now? He didn't even dare talk back. Losing interest, Shiki waved his hand and signaled Shikaku and the Ino Shikacho leaders. They began leading their armies toward the cloud battle. E-field. Swish. 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 One after another, shinobi silhouettes vanished toward the horizon. Humph. Watching Shiki's figure disappear, Shinnosuke's eyes darkened. Just wait, the revenge for my arm. I will make you pay. Originally, Hiruzen wanted Shinnosuke on the Iwagakure front. But when he heard Shiki was leading the cloud battlefield, Shinnosuke insisted on transferring. All for revenge. But Hiruzen agreed because he knew, even if Shiki disliked Shinnosuke, he wouldn't kill him. As long as Shinnosuke survived, Hiruzen wouldn't question it further. At this moment, Shinnosuke tried to hide the hatred in his eyes. But not everyone failed to notice. Lord Shiki, Shikaku murmured quietly beside him. Chapter 61. Shikaku wanted to remind him, but Shiki, who already understood what Nara Shikaku was about to say, simply smiled, lifted a hand, and casually interrupted him. Don't worry. Anything you can see. I naturally see it too. Ugh. Hearing that, Nara Shikaku's expression twisted with a complicated unease. Yes, what Shiki said was true. But why did it feel like his entire skill set was being dismissed so effortlessly? A man with overwhelming presence and perception, so sharp that even the tiniest shift couldn't escape him. Naturally, that included Sarutobi Shinnosuke's hostile glare from earlier. That, Lord Shiki, what are you planning to do about it? Shikaku asked cautiously. Shinnosuke's strength had suffered ever since losing his arm, but as the Hokage's son, dealing with him openly would still be troublesome. At the very least, it couldn't be done in the light. In Shikaku's mind, if Shiki really wanted to deal with Shinnosuke, he could help devise a discreet solution. But Shiki didn't match Shikaku's serious mood at all. Instead, he answered with complete nonchalance, "It's just a small fry. When the war starts, I'll find a chance to get rid of him." Shiki never tolerated being glared at by men. If someone dared be dishonest toward him, well, too bad for them. Shikaku blinked. So reckless. What? Is there a problem? Shiki turned his head with a casual look. Shikaku hesitated, clearly wanting to say something, yet in the end he merely shook his head. No. Lord Shiki's idea is very reasonable. This was simply the mindset of overwhelming strength. In front of absolute power, every conspiracy, every trick, really was nothing more than a floating cloud. Realizing that, Shikaku sighed bitterly and stopped arguing. Shikaku, what's wrong with you? Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza, his Ino Shikacho companions, immediately came over after seeing Shikaku's expression. It's nothing. But from now on we need to be careful. Careful of what? Inoichi and Choza were confused at first. But after hearing Shiki's plan regarding Sarutobi Shinnosuke, the two of them were speechless. This new leader we chose is really direct. Other adjectives refused to come. It suddenly hit them, if we ever slip up, will we be remembered too? Choza, however, didn't seem bothered at all. Well, isn't that good? At least with Lord Shiki, everything is out in the open. Unlike Hiruzen, you never know when he might decide to get rid of you. Both Shikaku and Inoichi froze for a moment. He's not wrong. With a leader like Shiki, at least they didn't have to worry about being secretly silenced. Forget it. Let's just focus on doing our jobs. Shikaku let out a long breath and followed quietly behind Shiki. As the march continued, Shiki suddenly halted mid-step. He turned his head sharply toward a certain part of the forest. More than 2,000 Konoha shinobi came to an instant stop behind him, murmuring in confusion. Lord Shiki? Following his gaze, Shikaku saw nothing and could only ask, did something happen? It's nothing. Shiki shook his head, though his eyes remained fixed toward that forest. A faint smile tugged at his lips. He didn't explain anything further, just waved his arm. Keep moving. Yes. Everyone was puzzled, but no one dared to question him. They continued toward the battlefield near the Land of Lightning. Inwardly, Shiki mused, so those monsters hiding in the shadows have started to show up too, huh? He said nothing else the rest of the way. In the forest behind them, after the Konoha army completely disappeared from sight, a half-black, half-white figure slowly emerged from a tree trunk. Black Zetsu frowned, staring toward the direction Shiki left. He noticed. When Shiki stopped earlier, it was clearly because he sensed them. White Zetsu, however, seemed delighted. Wah! What a powerful guy. He actually detected us. For all their various abilities, their specialty was concealment, and there truly weren't many in the entire ninja world who could perceive them. Maybe his sensory perception is far beyond what we imagined. Black Zetsu muttered. He had witnessed countless strong beings across eras, but even so, this level of perception was rare. White Zetsu tilted his head. Speaking of which, didn't Madara-sama tell us to find someone for the plan? I already have a candidate. Eh? Seriously? How come you found him when I didn't? Black Zetsu didn't even look at him. Because in reality, White Zetsu was definitely the one who slacked off. The border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, Kanobi Bridge, a crucial strategic point for Iwagakure. A supply route. And beneath this land, a secret powerful enough to shake the entire ninja world. Black and White Zetsu phased out from the dirt using their unique traveling ability, perfectly merging into any tree, soil, or terrain. Deep underground, they looked up toward a high platform where an old man sat. White Zetsu couldn't help muttering, "Madara-sama hasn't died yet, right?" "Shut up." Black Zetsu snapped instantly. What kind of nonsense was that? After all the centuries of scheming, how could Uchiha Madara be allowed to die now? White Zetsu opened his mouth to argue, but the elderly man on the high seat slowly opened his eyes. This was Uchiha Madara, living on through the power of the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Barely alive, but alive nonetheless. Enough. Madara didn't bother with their bickering. There was only one thing he cared about. Did you find the spokesperson I instructed you to locate? He knew he was dying. Even with the Geto Mazo sustaining him, his body would not last more than a few years. He needed a successor. A pawn who could walk the ninja world after his death and complete the Eye of the Moon plan. White Zetsu wisely shut up. Madara never expected anything from him anyway. Black Zetsu stepped forward. There is already a suitable candidate. He tossed a scroll into Madara's hand. Madara caught it, his expression unreadable. Not bad. Chapter 62. Uchiha Madara liked how calm Black Zetsu was acting. Poor old Madara didn't know that from beginning to end, the real mastermind behind all calculations had always been Black Zetsu. After taking the scroll Black Zetsu handed over, Madara's expression brightened. His smile grew wider and wider. Ha ha ha. Yes, this boy is very suitable. As expected of someone personally selected by Black Zetsu. The candidate matched exactly what Uchiha Madara envisioned. White Zetsu, confused as always, peeked at the scroll after Madara finished reading. But the moment he skimmed its contents, he froze. Huh? Are you two seeing something different than I am? All I see is an introduction to some dead last loser. White Zetsu scratched his head repeatedly, looking more and more bewildered. Black Zetsu clicked his tongue. Idiot. What the scroll recorded was Uchiha Obito's profile. His academy scores, his childhood behavior, even the tiny details of his early missions. Eh? Are you really choosing the academy's loser? This feels seriously unreliable. Both Black Zetsu and Madara looked at White Zetsu flatly. The most unreliable one here is clearly you. Why are you calling others unreliable? But after all these years, they were already used to White Zetsu's brain cell deficiency. Madara didn't bother arguing. His tone was full of confidence. For the Uchiha, pure emotion is their greatest talent. And Uchiha Obito possessed that emotion, a pure, wholehearted love for no-era Rin. When the love in an Uchiha's heart is shattered, all so-called love transforms into power. That is the essence of our clan. The Sharingan truly was cursed. What drove an Uchiha's rapid growth wasn't just natural talent. It was obsession. And Obito's obsession began and ended with one person, no-era Rin. With that, Madara stopped hesitating. He looked toward Black and White Zetsu. Go observe this Uchiha Obito. Find an opportunity, bring him to me. Understood. White Zetsu prepared to slip away immediately, but Black Zetsu didn't move. Huh? What's wrong? Why aren't you coming? Let's go, let's go. White Zetsu blinked cluelessly. The other half of him staying behind meant he couldn't leave either. Idiot. Black Zetsu glared. Of course he wasn't leaving yet. Madara-sama, I encountered a very interesting person today. He noticed me and White Zetsu hiding. Madara's eyes narrowed. Oh. Black and White Zetsu's concealment ability was something Madara himself knew well. Someone being able to detect them was no small matter. Which clan is he from? Uchiha? Senju? Uzumaki? Ah, no, he's none of those, but, before Black Zetsu could finish, Madara immediately cut him off. A person without special bloodline, no matter how strong they are, their ceiling is limited. Not worth caring about. Ugh, Black Zetsu wanted to be cautious. After all, he had been planning for 1,000 years. One unexpected anomaly could ruin everything. But as if seeing right through Black Zetsu's worries, Madara gave him a calm, expressionless glance. I don't have much time left. Don't get distracted. I understand. With nothing more to say, Black and White Zetsu sank back into the ground. If Madara were still in his prime, he would definitely keep an eye on that mysterious Shiki. But now, with his remaining lifespan shrinking fast, he had to accelerate the plan. Seeing this, Black Zetsu wisely dropped the topic. Shiki, who had reached the battlefront near the Land of Lightning, had no idea he'd just been dismissed by the legendary Uchiha Madara like some insignificant bug. Even if he knew, Shiki would probably just laugh. Ignore me if you want, but when we eventually meet in person, I'm still gonna beat your ancient ass. Lord Shiki. We've reached the border of the Land of Fire. The Third Raikage's forces are only a few kilometers from here. Then we'll make camp here. Shiki nodded. Officially, this was his first time acting as commander-in-chief. When they fought Tsunegakure previously, Tsunade handled all command duties. So naturally, Shiki waved his hand and passed all logistical complications to Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, all the camp details. I'll leave them to you. Fine. Shikaku could only sigh internally. With a commander like this, he had no choice but to shoulder the work. While the others set up camp, Shiki wandered off, planning to look for Kurenai. Just like the other kunoichi, Kurenai was busy helping with camp setup. Even if she acted like a shy good girl in front of Shiki, Kurenai had a firm heart. She didn't want others thinking she only came because of him. She refused to be underestimated. Could you please stay away from me? Kurenaikin, we haven't seen each other for so long. I missed you so much. Sorry, but I didn't miss you at all. Shiki had barely arrived when he heard the argument. He tilted his head and vanished. Right now, Kurenai was staring speechlessly at the young ninja in front of her, Sarutobi Asuma. Originally, Hiruzen had forbidden Asuma from attending the academy. But now that the Shinobi World War was underway, Asuma finally had a chance to leave home. Kurenai, I've gotten stronger. In this war, I'll definitely protect you. Asuma spoke with absolute confidence. Even without the academy, he'd been trained properly within the Sarutobi clan. His current level was comparable to a Chunin. After so many years, Asuma thought he'd forgotten Kurenai. But the moment he saw her again, the feeling came back stronger than ever. Unfortunately for him, Kurenai was unimpressed. I don't need your protection. Just protect yourself. I have Shikini to protect me. So annoying. Why are you saying you'll protect me? Do we even know each other like that? Humph. Kurenai, you only say that because you haven't seen how strong I've become. But once you see my strength, what will she do? Shiki's voice cut in lazily as he dropped down from a tree, eyeing Asuma with amusement. The eldest son, Sarutobi Shinosuke, was like this. And the younger son, Sarutobi Asuma, was like this too. Hiruzen was a hypocrite to the bone. Yet neither of his sons inherited that scheming talent. Shikini. The moment Shiki appeared, Kurenai forgot all her irritation and ran toward him happily. Shiki! Asuma's face instantly darkened. His glare sharpened with hatred. Shiki cut off his older brother's arm. He forced Asuma out of the academy. And now, he even took away Kurenai's attention. For Asuma, this man standing before him was the source of everything he hated. Chapter 63. Looking at Kurenai smiling so happily at Shiki, Asuma's inner anger only grew heavier. You looking for a fight? Asuma's eyes narrowed, irritation burning just under the surface. Shiki couldn't help laughing at that expression. He casually raised his hand and rested it on the handle of his sword. You don't let Asuma's fierce posture fool anyone. When actually standing in front of Shiki, he still had enough brain cells left not to act suicidal. Arrogant? Yes. Stupid? Absolutely not. And looking at Shiki, who really seemed ready to draw his blade, Asuma's face visibly drained. Lord Shiki. At that moment, the one-armed Sarutobi Shinosuke instantly stepped forward, blocking in front of Asuma. My younger brother is still immature. Please, Lord Shiki, for the sake of Lord Third Hokage, don't take Asuma's behavior to heart. Oh? Now that's some impressive talking. Shiki grinned sharply. Did Hiruzen really scare you into being this polite? A few years ago, if you were this good with words, I wouldn't have just cut off your arm, you know. Shiki tilted his head. I would have taken your head clean off. Sarutobi Shinosuke's face darkened. He didn't respond. Before the tension could escalate, another presence appeared. Nara Shikaku emerged from the forest edge, immediately noticing the silent confrontation between Shiki and Shinosuke. He felt his stomach twist, but there was no time for this. He focused only on Shiki. Lord Shiki, Cloud Village has attacked. Huh. Already starting? Shiki blinked with mild surprise. A bunch of reckless muscleheads indeed. But Shiki didn't panic. This whole trip was literally to fight these meathead maniacs from the hidden cloud. There was nothing to hesitate about. He waved his hand casually. Gather the ninjas. We're going to face the cloud idiots heathen. All muscle, no brain, nothing to be scared of. Yes. As Commander-in-Chief, Shiki's confidence alone was enough to settle the hearts of every subordinate. If the commander panicked, the war was already lost. But Shiki? He radiated nothing but overwhelming certainty. Meanwhile, Cloud Village side Lord Raikage, the leader on Konoha's side, is Shiki, the one known as the Golden Lion. We should still exercise caution. The third Raikage stood at the front of the marching Cloud forces, leading them straight toward Konoha's camp. Once he heard Konoha's forces were already assembled, he didn't hesitate. He immediately gathered every Cloud ninja he had brought. His expression was filled with the confidence of a man preparing to crush an enemy with one decisive blow. Lord Raikage, perhaps we should try planning more carefully. Plan my ass. The third Raikage snapped. Defeating a one-tailed Jinchuriki? I've fought tailed beasts more times than I can count. He wasn't wrong. During his era, the third Raikage fought the 8 tails and 2 tails countless times. Whenever they rampaged, he personally beat them back into submission. As for Shiki, the third Raikage scoffed. He had heard the rumors. He just didn't care. It's just a one-tail. I'll use this battle to tell the entire ninja world, Cloud Village is the strongest village now. Ever since the first and second Hokage died, Cloud had never accepted Konoha's strongest village title. And now? The third Raikage planned to snatch it in one war. But one of his jonin tried to speak. But before he could finish, the future fourth Raikage, standing tall beside his father, cut him off with a cold, confident snort. What's there to worry about? My father is here. I'm here. B is here. Yujito and the 2 tails are here too. Konoha? They're nothing. Truly the son of the third Raikage, recklessness passed down through genetics. The jonin could only shut his mouth. At this point, what else could he say? They kept moving, and soon Konoha's camp came into sight. The third Raikage lifted his hand, signaling a halt. He turned to Killer B. B, go say hello to Konoha. Okay. Killer B spun dramatically. Leave it to me, Lord B. I'll shock Konoha with my crazy steez. Yeah, the man still loved rap. Are you sure about this, B? A asked, concerned for his partner. Relax, bro. Don't be slow. Lord B is ready to go. B replied, striking a ridiculous pose. A stared at him, annoyed, regretting their brotherly bond. If he wasn't my brother, I'd punch him. Go. The third Raikage chuckled and gave B the okay. Okay. B stomped the ground. Crimson chakra surged around him in waves, the pressure alone pushing back several weaker ninja. The 8 tails? What terrifying power. With Lord B, there's no way we lose. Cloud Ninja had always treated their Jinchuriki far better than other villages. No scorn, no fear, only respect. Bang! 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 As more chakra poured out, the earth cracked apart. Octopus-like tails burst from the ground behind B. Those Konoha fools, Lord B is here to give you a gift. Gyuki's voice boomed like thunder. Even from a distance, the oppressive chakra shook the air around Konoha's camp. What the hell is that? That chakra is dangerous. Enemy attack. All units on alert. Above the battlefield, the tailed beast bomb gathered between B's jaws, pitch black and humming with annihilating power. Go die. The Baijidama shot forward in a blinding flash toward Konoha's camp. Humph. Victory is ours. The third Raikage and a both smirked. A full-power 8-tailed beast bomb was no joke. Just as B danced excitedly, preparing to rap his victory verse. B. Gyuki suddenly roared inside his mind. Be careful. A terrifying presence just appeared over there. Huh? What danger? B blinked, his expression confused. Chapter 64. When Gyuki said this, B could only stop rapping. I don't know, but it's dangerous. A pair of eyes, the 8-tail's own massive instinctive eyes, stared dead toward Konoha's camp. From there, Gyuki felt a breath strong enough to threaten his very life. At the same time, on Konoha's side, the moment the tailed beast bomb came roaring closer, every ninja felt despair tightening their chests. It's over. Under the overwhelming might of a Baijidama, they were like ants. No resistance. No escape. All they could do was watch as the tailed beast bomb raced toward them. At that moment, Shiki's voice echoed through the air like a command from the heavens. Lion might, meteor slash. A sword light that seemed to split heaven and earth itself tore across the battlefield. In that instant there was only that sword. Ugh! The gigantic black sphere suddenly paused in midair, frozen by the sheer killing intent behind that slash. Then a glowing white line appeared along its center. A heartbeat later, the tailed beast bomb was cut cleanly in half. Boom! Rumble! The two split halves crashed down on both sides of Konoha's camp, exploding in catastrophic bursts. Trees vaporized, earth split, shockwaves roared, but except for the hurricane-like blast of wind, not a single Konoha ninja was harmed. Nanny! On Cloud's side, even the third Raikage was stunned. Was this a joke? The 8-tailed beast bomb cut open? Lord Raikage. It's not wrong. That is Shiki's sword technique. Back in the Second Ninja War, he used that very blade to split a Baijidama. One of the Raikage's deputies snapped out of his shock and immediately relayed everything he knew. Humph. Truth be told, the third Raikage really hadn't expected Shiki to be capable of slicing apart a tailed beast bomb. But with war already upon them, what was he supposed to do, turn around and go home? Don't panic, the Raikage barked. That golden lion is just one man. We have thousands. What's there to fear? His roar snapped Cloud's shinobi out of their daze. That's right. Cloud is invincible. No matter how strong the golden lion is, he's still alone. Defeat Konoha. Their morale surged once more. Meanwhile, in Konoha's camp, Shiki calmly lowered his blade, sliding it back into its sheath. Lord Shiki. The Ino Shikacho trio immediately rushed to him, faces full of awe. For a moment they had truly believed they were dead. And yet, Shiki's strength now far surpassed even what he showed during the Second Ninja World War. Assemble. We're going to see whether Cloud's reckless idiots are done delivering themselves to their graves. Yes. With Shikaka's call, all combat-capable shinobi gathered. Medical ninja remained behind, while the rest charged toward the battlefield under Shiki's lead. Why are you here? Shiki sighed helplessly as he noticed Kurenai following at his side. Shikini, I want to help you too. Kurenai's expression was serious. Even if she could die on the battlefield, Yuhi Kurenai refused to be a useless vase. Oh? Is that so? Facing her determined stare, Shiki paused, then smiled softly. He originally meant to scold her. Instead, he found himself appreciating her resolve. Fine. But after the fighting starts, avoid the front lines as much as you can. I'm not asking you to kill enemies. Just survive. After all, Shiki would be facing an enemy like the third Raikage himself. Having Kurenai near him wasn't exactly comforting. Ahu. She nodded seriously. Are you the Golden Lion? Just a brat. When Cloud and Konoha were only 100 meters apart, both armies stopped simultaneously. On Cloud's side, the third Raikage stared at Shiki with open contempt. He had heard the stories, sure, but no way was he going to acknowledge Shiki's strength now. Being looked down on like that didn't bother Shiki at all. He simply eyed the Raikage for a moment, then grinned. Old man, have you finished planting your fields at home? Running all the way out here to fight? Go back and farm before you die on the battlefield. Cloud shinobi were built on reckless pride, fighting and insulting people were basically traditions. You, son of the third Raikage, clenched his fists in fury. He would have charged straight at Shiki if not for his father holding him back. Sharp-tongued brat. Later I will show you the true might of Cloud. Shiki didn't seem bothered. He scanned Cloud's forces and couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Compared to Konoha's roughly 2,000 shinobi, Cloud had brought 6,000. Understandable, Konoha had other fronts to supply. But still, 6,000 versus 2,000. Just looking at it made one's scalp tingle. That's a lot of people, Shiki muttered. Annoying. The third Reikage burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. My 6,000 Cloud shinobi are enough to crush your entire army. In that case. Shiki shifted 1 foot forward and placed a hand lightly on his sword hilt. The Reikage's words didn't shake him in the slightest. In Shiki's eyes a crimson light flashed. Let me start by cutting you in half. Huh. The third Reikage frowned. Cut him in half? Was this brat serious? He was about to retort when a pressure unlike anything the battlefield had ever felt before exploded outward. Boom! Lightning tore across the sky. Centered on Shiki, a massive wave of Conqueror's Haki swept through the battlefield, surging straight toward Cloud's forces. What is this? Cloud shinobi staggered back in horror. Aside from the Reikage, AB, Ujito, and a handful of elite jonin, everyone else collapsed, falling one after another like toppled dominoes. Look at the sky. It's cracking. Is this really power a human can possess? This is the Golden Lion. Above them, the sky itself appeared split, distorted by the sheer force of Shiki's will. Even Konoha's shinobi felt the pressure, but since Shiki wasn't targeting them, they only trembled instead of collapsing. In the ninja world, strength spoke louder than anything. Chapter 65. The strength Shiki was displaying now was enough to crush the will of everyone present. Sarutobi Shinosuke hesitated. Facing someone like this, was he really still going to stand on the battlefield? For a moment his mind went blank. The pressure alone was suffocating. But when his gaze drifted to his empty sleeve, his teeth clenched. One arm gone. If he walked away now, if he didn't settle this here, then this was as far as he would ever go. His WTH would end on this battlefield. On Kumogakure's side, only minutes had passed, and yet of the 6,000 Cloud shinobi who had entered the fight, nearly half were already down. Rikage-sama? This can't continue. The third Reikage's deputy spoke through gritted teeth. Even he felt his balance wavering under the overwhelming pressure crashing down from Shiki. Damn it. The third Reikage's face darkened. He had assumed Shiki's earlier words were nothing more than intimidation. Now it was clear. This man truly had the power to reshape the battlefield by himself. Shiki's presence continued to press outward, relentless and unyielding. If things continued like this, no coordination or tactics would matter. Shiki alone could force Kumogakure into collapse. So this is Conqueror's Haki. Shiki said calmly. Efficient. He had many ways to fight large numbers. But when it came to breaking morale and clearing the field, nothing was faster than this. Suddenly, lightning flared. Hell stab, four-fingered Nukite. A blue flash tore across the battlefield. The third Reikage surged forward, for fingers raised, his body moving faster than most eyes could follow. He understood the situation clearly now. If Shiki didn't go down here, this war was already lost. Move! His chakra roared as lightning wrapped around him. Boom! Black armament Haki coated Shiki's blade as he blocked the strike heat-in. Sparks exploded outward as the clash froze for an instant. What? Enemy contact. Defensive formation. The exchange happened too fast. By the time Konoha's shinobi reacted, Shiki and the third Reikage were already fighting. At the same time, Kumogakure charged. A and Killer B led from the front, forcing their remaining forces forward. For Konoha, Ino Shikacho took the lead, charging straight into the Cloud ranks. With many enemies already down, the numerical gap between the two armies had narrowed drastically. The third Reikage narrowed his eyes. What kind of defense is that? His hell stab refused to break through that blackened steel. This wasn't lightning release. It wasn't ninjutsu. And it wasn't anything he recognized. Across from him, Shiki looked relaxed. Don't bother figuring it out, he said. It won't help you. The Reikage's chakra spiked violently. Since when did anyone talk to him like this? Lightning erupted and his figure vanished. Even without Flying Thunder God, Kumogakure's lightning release chakra mode pushed speed to its limit, fast enough to overwhelm most opponents outright. Too bad, it's still not enough. Shiki raised his blades and crossed them in front of him instinctively. Boom! The raikage reappeared right in front of him, his punch smashing into overlapping steel. His eyes widened. He had been tracked. Read completely. No hesitation followed. Shiki moved. The clash continued at close range, neither giving ground. The raikage pulled back in a burst of lightning and raised his hand again, this time lowering one finger. The fewer fingers used, the stronger the attack became. Hell stab, three-fingered Nukite. Lightning tore forward. His body blurred into electricity itself, speed climbing higher with every step. Lion might, thousand cut valley. Sword pressure exploded outward from Shiki, sweeping across the field in overlapping waves. The hell stab was forced to break mid-charge. The raikage trusted his lightning armor and pressed through anyway, until cracks formed. What? His armor fractured under sword pressure alone. No time to question it. He aborted the attack instantly, twisting away as blade after blade carved through the space he had occupied. Shiki stood firm, blades lowered slightly. So this is Cloud's defense. A pause. I expected it to hold longer. The raikage's breathing grew heavy, not from exhaustion but fury. He had underestimated Shiki. Gravely. But there was still one move left. For Cloud's future. Lightning surged again, stronger than before. This time, only one finger remained extended. The final technique. Shiki raised both swords, crossing them before his chest. His gaze sharpened, focus locking in. Then don't hold back, he said evenly. Because I won't. The ground shattered beneath the raikage's feet. His body became lightning. Hell stab, one-fingered Nukite. Black armament hockey flooded Shiki's blades. He didn't dodge. He moved forward. Lion might, two worlds burial. Boom! Gold met blue in a violent collision. The battlefield froze then. Under the third raikage's stunned gaze, Shiki's blade split through the lightning armor. Steel flashed. And the arm that carried Hell stab hit the ground. Chapter 66. The arm of the third raikage fell to the ground. Ah! The scream that tore from his throat wasn't only pain, it was disbelief. The third raikage ever imagined this outcome? He had lost. Lost to the man he had once dismissed. And because of that arrogance, he had lost an arm. Daddy! Who was still restrained by Inoshikacho, snapped his head toward the sound. His pupils shrank violently. That towering figure he had admired since childhood, the invincible raikage, was missing an arm. How could this be real? Shiki stood amid the shattered ground, swords held loosely in his hands, their tips angled forward, pointing straight at the third raikage. Your lightning armor, Shiki said calmly, is far more fragile than you think. Humph. Even with one arm gone, the third raikage stood tall, his presence undiminished by fear of death. If he still had the strength, he would charge forward and kill Shiki without hesitation. In Kumogakure, very few shinobi feared dying. Shiki took a step forward, clearly intending to finish it. But a massive octopus-like tail whipped down between them. Yo? So you're the golden lion, huh? And I'm, Killer Bee didn't get to finish. Chibaku no. Gyroll. Shiki shifted his footing lightly. The earth answered instantly. The ground surged like a living tide, jagged stone exploding upward. Killer Bee's eyes widened, and before he could shift forms properly, the torrent of rock slammed into him and sent him flying. The opening was enough. Seized it immediately, grabbing his father and retreating at full speed. Retreat. All units retreat now. Didn't even look back. His father had lost an arm. That fact alone erased any thought of continuing this war. Cloud shinobi hesitated, faces filled with shock and disbelief, but they obeyed. One after another they disengaged, pulling back from the battlefield. So you think you can just leave? Shiki's voice carried across the field, sharp and amused. Leaving in front of me is really starting to feel like an insult. Stone dragon. Roar! A massive stone dragon erupted from the ground, coiling skyward before diving straight toward A and the wounded third raikage. Ninpo, cattail flame ball. Blue flames tore through the air. The stone dragon shattered mid-charge. Yujito. The third raikage stared at the woman blocking the path ahead, Matatabi's Jinchuriki, Yujito ni. Her breathing was steady. Her stance unshaken. Reincarnate, she said firmly. Leave. I'll stop him. To stand before someone who had defeated the third Reincarnate. Uchiha didn't underestimate Shiki for even a second. The Reincarnate clenched his jaw. Kumogakure will not abandon you. That was all he said. Then he and vanished into the retreating forces. Shiki didn't pursue. Instead, his gaze settled on Uchiha, who now stood alone before him. So they left you behind, he said mildly. Two tails Jinchuriki. Humph. Uchiha snorted. As long as Reincarnate escapes, I'll find a way out too. There was pride in her voice, perhaps even confidence. After all, she was a Jinchuriki. If she couldn't win, she could still run. Shiki smiled, but there was no trace of amusement in it, only mockery. To say that so casually, he said, you really must be underestimating me. Before Uchiha could respond, Shiki sheathed both blades. The movement made Uchiha hesitate for a split second. You're not using your swords? Her doubt didn't last. Earth style, Shiki spoke calmly, for guardian beast's manifestation. The ground shattered. Roar! Four colossal figures tore themselves free from the earth, each formed entirely from compressed stone and chakra. To the east, a massive stone dragon coiled skyward, its roar shaking the clouds. To the west, a white stone tiger slammed its claws into the ground, crushing it beneath sheer weight. From the south, a blazing winged beast of stone swept upward, scattering debris like feathers. And from the north, a towering, shell-covered colossus rose, unmoving, impenetrable. They surrounded Uchiha completely. You've got to be kidding me. Shiki didn't bother explaining. If you want to deal with a monster, he said evenly, you answer it with monsters. The next moment, Matatabi fully manifested. Blue flames exploded outward as the two tails roared and clashed against the four sacred beasts. Stone shattered, firestormed, and thunderous impacts shook the land. It wasn't a battle. It was a collision of monsters. This is insane. Shikaku Nara stood near Shiki, watching the devastation unfold. With Kumogakure fully withdrawn, only Uchiha remained on the battlefield. Even knowing how terrifying Shiki had become, seeing it firsthand still left him speechless. This, Shikaku muttered, is a real monster. Shiki glanced sideways. Is that an insult? Shikaku laughed softly. On the contrary. In times like these, Konoha needs monsters. Their eyes met. Neither said more. In the crowd behind them, Sarutobi Shinnosuke watched in silence, brows furrowed. No. The Inoshikacho were loyal to the Hokage. There couldn't be a problem. He dismissed the thought, blaming his own nerves. The battlefield trembled again. Even so, Matatabi was still a tailed beast. Destroying it outright wasn't instant. Shiki sighed. Enough. He raised one hand, eyes turning cold. Earth-style world alteration. The earth screamed. The entire battlefield flipped, layers of land peeling upward like waves, burying Matatabi beneath overwhelming stone. Roar! The roar grew weaker. Then, silence. When the dust settled, only a massive crater remained. The cheering erupted instantly. Lord Shiki. The Golden Lion. He's unstoppable. To the Konoha shinobi, this power wasn't just terrifying, it was reassuring. A commander who could sever the third Raikage's arm and crush a tailed beast. With someone like that leading them, fear no longer existed. Ignoring the cheers, Shiki walked to the edge of the crater. He raised his hand. Stone flowed upward and with it, Uchiha ni returned to human form, restrained tightly by rock. You bastard! Even exhausted and bound, Uchiha met Shiki's gaze fiercely, though deep down, a sense of powerlessness had already settled in her chest. She had fought him. And now she understood. Chapter 67. This guy, he's a monster. Can we really win against something like this? Kill me if you can, Uchiha snapped coldly. I will never surrender. No one in Kumogakure feared death and Uchiha ni least of all. Her eyes burned with unyielding resolve as she stared straight at Shiki. To someone who didn't know better, it might have looked like Shiki was the villain here. But faced with Uchiha's glare, he didn't bother responding. Instead, he let out a quiet laugh. Turning his head, he looked toward Nara Shikaku standing at his side. Do we have a sealing unit here? Yeah. Shikaku had already guessed where this was going. He nodded quickly. Considering that Kumogakure deployed both the 2 tails and 8 tails Jinchuriki, we specifically brought a sealing squad from Konoha. What are you planning to do? Hearing their exchange, Yujito's expression finally wavered. A sealing unit? Was he planning something worse than death? Relax, Shiki said lightly as he glanced at her. You're not dying. He still had use for Yujito. Kumogakure's muscleheads wouldn't restart the war without their Jinchuriki. Letting her die now would be a waste. Find the sealing team, Shiki ordered calmly. Reinforce the seal on the two tails. Suppress her chakra completely. Then lock her up. Yes. Shikaku didn't hesitate. The order went out immediately. Once that was settled, Shiki turned toward the surrounding Konoha shinobi who had been watching in silence. He smiled calm, almost gentle. First battlefield victory. Yay! The camp erupted instantly. As Yujito was dragged away, she twisted back one final time, burning holes into Shiki with her glare. This war has only just begun. Kumogakure won't lose so easily. Shiki didn't dignify that with a response. He simply looked at her the way one might look at a stubborn idiot. Humph. That expression made Yujito seethe, but it didn't change anything. Soon after, news of Konoha's overwhelming victory over Kumogakure spread across the entire ninja world. The third Reikage had lost an arm. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki had been captured. Once again, the world was forced to recognize Shiki. After years of silence, his name exploded back into prominence, his reputation now even greater than before. TCH, figures he'd pull something like this. On the battlefield of Sunagakure, Tsunade read the report, a proud smile tugging at her lips. Anyone watching would have thought she was the one who defeated Kumogakure herself. Truth be told, the thing she was most pleased about was still the same. Her eye for talent had never been wrong. Lord Shiki really is amazing. Shizune, standing beside her, didn't bother hiding the admiration in her voice. She'd read the reports too. And far away elsewhere, well, now I'm really looking forward to how this war ends. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Even with multiple great villages declaring war at once, he never believed Konoha would lose. If anything, Shiki's movements fascinated him the most. If it were possible, Orochimaru would have loved to experiment on a man like that, but he knew better. That was a fantasy. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Iwagakure, unlike Sunagakure or Kumogakure, this front was hell. The third Tsuchika Jinoki, along with the four-tails Jinchuriki Rashi and five-tails Jinchuriki Han, made it an extremely dangerous war zone. Even with Minato Namikaze fighting alongside his teacher, progress was slow and brutal. At least there's some good news, Jiraiya muttered. Kumogakure's defeat helped morale, even if the one responsible was his love rival. TCH. Figures. He scratched his head in frustration. I mean, come on. This great toad sage is pretty damn handsome too, right? And yet Tsunade chose Shiki of all people. Right, Minato? Minato didn't know how to answer that. After all, this was his sensei. Ahem, Minato cleared his throat, decisively changing the subject. Regardless, Lord Shiki's strength really is extraordinary. That part, at least, wasn't debatable. If Shiki could pressure enemy villages like this, Minato was genuinely relieved for Konoha's future. Boom! Jiraiya shot him a look. Still, before he could complain, Jiraiya-sama. The IWA forces are moving again. The brief calm vanished instantly. Damn it, Jiraiya cursed. Inoki's been around since the village's founding, why won't that fossil just die already? Sensei, Minato said calmly, now isn't the time. Yeah, I know. Jiraiya exhaled, refocusing. Gather the troops. Let's see how the Toad Sage hangs some old men. The day after Yujito was imprisoned, Shiki received a message scroll from 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Inside the meeting room, Shiki stared at the scroll in his hand, then raised an eyebrow. Huh. His expression shifted just enough to catch everyone's attention. Lord Shiki? Shikaku asked carefully. What did the Hokage say? See for yourselves. Shiki handed the scroll over. Shikaku read it. And the longer he read, the worse his expression became. This has to be a joke. What did the Hokage order? Someone demanded. Shikaku sighed, then spoke slowly. The 3rd Hokage wants us to return the Two-Tails Jinchuriki to Kumogakure. The room froze. In exchange for a truce. Silence. Then outrage. That's insane. Kumogakure wouldn't stop fighting even if we gave her back. Letting a Jinchuriki go is the same as letting the enemy recover. We've already lost too many shinobi. Everyone understood. Even if Yujito were returned, Kumogakure would at best pause, then declare war again. It was obvious. Shiki exhaled slowly. Don't worry, he said quietly, eyes chilled. I'm not agreeing to that nonsense. Chapter 68. Shiki smiled, already understanding the reason behind such foolishness. The high-level officials of Konoha had clearly been comfortable for far too long. So comfortable that they had begun to forget the most basic law of survival in the shinobi world: the winner writes history. Peace was never begged for. It was beaten into existence with iron fists. Publicly, the third Hokage was often praised as a kind leader who lacked decisiveness. But beneath that respect, doubt lingered in countless hearts. After all, those ninjas on the front lines were the ones spilling blood and facing death every single day. Meanwhile, the man hiding safely behind the lines not only failed to help them, he was still dreaming up foolish ideas. That hat is to say. Lord Shiki, what do you think? Shikaku Nara spoke carefully, his tone cautious. After all, the one commanding the entire battlefield against Kumogakure wasn't the Hokage. It was Shiki. Whether the Two-Tails Jinchuriki would be released or not depended entirely on his decision. Bullshit. Shiki didn't even bother to hide his irritation. I captured the damn Jinchuriki. I decide what happens to her. He waved a hand dismissively. That ANBU who delivered the message, tell him to crawl back where he came from. Silence filled the command tent. The surrounding shinobi weren't surprised at all. As expected. Anyone who knew Shiki understood one thing perfectly: there was no chance he would obey that kind of order. And honestly, following a commander like this was reassuring. At least they knew he wouldn't sell them out with a single decree from behind a desk. Unacceptable. A sharp voice cut through the air. Sarutobi Shinosuke, who had remained silent in the corner until now, suddenly stepped forward. Even he couldn't understand his father's decision, but Shiki openly disregarding the Hokage's order made his blood boil. Are you trying to defy the Hokagesame's command? Shinosuke's face was tense with anger. Shiki glanced at him flatly. Not everyone possessed Shiki's strength. He could ignore Sarutobi Hiruzen's authority without consequence, but ordinary shinobi didn't have that luxury. All of this was obvious to Shiki. Without wasting words, he raised a casual hand. The Hokage wants to issue orders? He said indifferently. Then let him come here and deliver them himself. A few years ago, Shiki hadn't cared about Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now? Even less so. Whether the third Hokage got angry or not meant nothing to him. Turning his head, Shiki stared at the ANBU operative who had delivered the message. You. Yes, the ANBU ninja stiffened and immediately lowered his head. He was panicking internally. I just came to pass on orders, why am I suddenly staring death in the face? Go back, Shiki said calmly. Tell Sarutobi Hiruzen this: the Two-Tails Jinchuriki stays with me. And if he has a problem with how I'm handling the battlefield? His eyes narrowed. Then let him come fight Kumogakure himself. This. The ANBU hesitated, throat dry. Did he really have to repeat that word for word? Shiki's gaze turned cold. You have objections? I know. None. The ANBU was instantly drenched in pressure. He nodded repeatedly, turned on his heel and disappeared. In a flash. Shiki's utter disregard sent Shinosuke over the edge. Shiki! Don't forget, you are a shinobi of Konoha. How dare you disobey Hokagesame's orders? Enough. Shiki's patience snapped. I'll slaughter you where you stand. He had absolutely no interest in listening to Sarutobi Shinosuke any longer. You, Shiki lifted his eyes. That single look made Shinosuke fall silent. Because in that instant he recognized it, those eyes. The exact same eyes that had stared him down when Shiki severed his arm. Shiki wasn't bluffing. He would do it. Get out. Shiki looked at him with pure disdain. After that, he didn't spare Shinosuke another glance. Though fury burned in his chest, the crushing gap in strength forced Shinosuke to swallow his rage and leave the command tent. Watching his retreating figure, Shiki scoffed. Idiot. No strength, yet obsessed with barking orders. If Shiki was in a good mood, he might joke with him. If not, he'd kill him without hesitation. The surrounding shinobi heard everything clearly, yet no one dared speak. They all lowered their heads, pretending nothing happened. Shiki waved a hand. Enough. Stay alert for Kumogakure's next attack. Dismissed. Yes. Outside the tent. Damn it. The more Sarutobi Shinosuke thought about it, the angrier he became. No matter how he tried to rationalize it, he couldn't accept this outcome. At last, he made up his mind and headed in a specific direction. Konoha had spies everywhere. Kumogakure was no exception. Originally, Shinosuke had only planned to dispose of that spy when the time was right. But now? He had a better idea. Shiki. I refuse to believe you're truly invincible in this world. He decided. Even if it meant betraying Konoha temporarily, he didn't care. I'm doing this for the future of the village. A familiar excuse. One used countless times by those who believed themselves righteous. What Sarutobi Shinosuke didn't know, however, was this: Shiki's observation haki already covered the entire Konoha encampment. Every word. Every intention. Clear as day. Idiot, Shiki muttered. I was thinking about taking care of you eventually. Turns out you saved me the trouble. As the Hokage's son, Shiki couldn't touch him openly. But now? Shinosuke was delivering himself straight to death's doorstep. You decided this yourself, Shiki murmured. So don't complain when you reach the end. A faint smile tugged at his lips. He had no intention of stopping him. Shikini-ai. A familiar voice called out. Kurenai Yuhi suddenly approached Shiki's tent. Shiki retracted his haki and looked at her. What's wrong? You just joined the battlefield today, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? He asked casually. Even though Kurenai had already reached Jonin level, real war was different. This was her first time experiencing something like this. That's not it, she replied quickly. I just She hesitated for a moment, then asked softly, Can I stay here tonight? Shiki froze on the spot. Huh? For a moment, he honestly thought he'd misheard. Chapter 69. What did you just say? What? Didn't you hear me clearly? Kurenai tilted her head slightly, eyes bright. I said, I want to live with you, Shikini-ai. For a moment, Shiki thought he might have misheard. Seeing his reaction, Kurenai leaned in and repeated it, her tone even more intimate than before. But, what about your own tent? Shiki asked flatly. It wasn't like the Konoha camp was so poor that they couldn't spare a tent for a jonin. I don't want to go. Kurenai replied instantly. Your answer is really straightforward, Shiki muttered. Looking at Kurenai Yuhi standing there without the slightest bit of hesitation, Shiki couldn't help rolling his eyes. Oops. It's fine, she waved her hand casually. Unlike Shiki's speechless reaction, Kurenai looked completely natural about it. Anyway, Tsunadesima won't be here for a while, right? I'll take care of you instead, Shikini-ai. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled as she looked at him expectantly. I think you should focus on taking care of yourself more, Kurenai, Shiki replied dryly. Damn, there's definitely something wrong with this girl, he thought. Of course, Shiki understood what she was implying. This was a battlefield camp, not some peaceful village street, and he had absolutely no intention of crossing that line. At least not now. Some things. Shiki paused briefly. Can wait until after the war. After we return to Konoha. He decided to brush it off for now. Whatever problems came later, that would be future Shiki's headache. Really? The moment his words fell, Kurenai's face lit up with joy. Shiki hadn't even processed why she was so happy when she suddenly spoke again, smiling brightly. Promise me, Shikini-ai. When we return to Konoha, you'll be with me. Before he could answer, she turned and trotted out of the tent. She didn't give him any chance to refuse. This girl. How did she even turn out like this? Inside the tent, silence lingered for a while. Then Shiki let out a small chuckle. He wasn't stupid, how could he not understand what Kurenai meant? Shaking his head with a faint smile, his thoughts drifted to Tsunade. He missed her. They'd been together almost every day back in Konoha. And this wasn't an anime, this was a real battlefield. Without any so-called plot armor, even someone as strong as Tsunade could be injured by a sneak attack. Still, Shiki trusted her strength. At the same time, far away in Konoha, things were far more lively. Damn it. That Shiki is getting way too presumptuous. Shiki's reply had already been transmitted back to the village. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat expressionless behind his desk, staring at the ANBU kneeling before him. Did Shiki really say that? The third Hokage asked calmly. Why wise Hokage-sama? The ANBU's heart nearly stopped from nervousness. Why does it always feel like in rank mission whenever I relay his messages? He also said. The ANBU hesitated, then forced himself to continue, that if Hokage-sama is dissatisfied with him not following orders, then Hokage-sama should personally go to the battlefield and fight Kumogakure. The office fell silent. Koharu and Mito Hamura, who were already furious, grew even angrier. This is a threat. Koharu snapped. Hiruzen, you must severely punish Shiki this time. Their anger wasn't just about Shiki's words, it was about authority. They felt their power, their long-held status, being openly challenged. Hiruzen didn't respond immediately. Instead, he waved a hand at the ANBU. You may withdraw. Yes. The ANBU didn't hesitate for even a second and vanished instantly, finally able to breathe. Only the third Hokage, Koharu, and Hamura remained. Hiruzen. Enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted sharply. Then he looked at them coldly. After punishing Shiki, can either of you replace him on the battlefield against Kumogakure? Silence. Their expressions stiffened. Hiruzen's temples throbbed. Do they even think? If it were that simple, Shiki would have been dealt with years ago. Shiki wasn't the White Fang. The same methods wouldn't work. And the fact that Shiki had dared to act against Sarutobi Shinosuke proved one thing clearly. If pushed far enough, Shiki wouldn't hesitate to point his blade at Konoha itself. That's unacceptable, Koharu insisted. The authority of Konoha's elders must not be challenged. Disobedient subordinates like Shiki must be punished. Hamura echoed. Their voices overlapped, one after another. Hiruzen pressed his fingers to his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Please, just stop talking. Fine, he said at last. We'll discuss punishment after the war. Konoha needed Shiki's power too much right now. Still, Shiki daring to openly defy orders wasn't something Hiruzen had forgotten. When this war ends, I'll deal with Shiki. Such an unstable factor couldn't be left alone forever. Satisfied, Koharu and Hamura nodded. What they didn't know was, by the time the Third Great Ninja War ended, Shiki would be ready too. And when that time came, he wouldn't be the one being dealt with. By the way, Hiruzen added suddenly, any movement from Kirigakure? Shiki had claimed that the Hidden Mist would declare war. No, Hamura replied dismissively. The Mist Village is behaving as usual. What does Shiki know? Koharu scoffed. There's no way Kirigakure will declare war now. That's good, Hiruzen said quietly. As long as the Hidden Mist stayed out of it, everything else was manageable. On the battlefield between Kumogakure and Konoha, it had been 3 or 4 days since the Third Reikage led his forces in an all-out assault on the Konoha camp. Since then, things had rarely settled down. After all, the Third Reikage had lost an arm. And Yujito ni, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, had been captured by Shiki. Even someone as reckless as the Third Reikage couldn't act without planning now. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Inside Kumogakure's command tent, the Third Reikage slammed his single fist down onto the table. The sheer fury radiating from him made even his son, stay silent. Is there still no news? Any way to rescue Yujito? If it were anyone else, he might have let it go. But Yujito was Kumogakure's Two-Tails Jinchuriki. He would not abandon her. I'm sorry, Lord Third Reikage, a shinobi replied shakily. Other than confirming she was captured, we know nothing else. Shiki had placed Yujito under heavy guard, people he personally trusted. Even with spies in Konoha, Kumogakure needed time to locate her. Bang! The table shattered under the Reikage strike. The room fell dead silent. Chapter 70. Even with only one arm remaining, a spear was still a spear. And the strongest spear would always be the strongest spear. The imp act might not be as overwhelming as before, but it was far from negligible. The Third Reikage had never been a shinobi who relied purely on brute ninjutsu. His strength lay in the fusion of chakra, body, and technique. Losing an arm did not mean he had been crippled. At most, it meant his methods would change. Father! The voice of I rang out sharply through the tent. We should attack Konoha directly. As long as we keep Shiki occupied, the rest of Konoha's forces are nothing. Ice irritation was barely contained. To him, remaining here served no purpose. In his eyes, Konoha's greatest threat was Shiki alone. Without him, those remaining 2,000 Konoha shinobi would never be able to stand against 6,000 elite shinobi from Kumogakure. And I wasn't the only one who thought so. Many within the cloud shared the same belief. Shiki was the real obstacle. Everyone else? Just obstacles that could be crushed through momentum alone. Lord I, the Reikage's assistant said quickly, his voice strained. Even if we're going to attack Konoha, we still need a concrete plan. Among the 5 great villages, being the Reikage's assistant in Kumogakure was arguably the most exhausting position imaginable. A village filled with hot-blooded powerhouses who preferred action over strategy and rarely listened to reason. I turned, eyes blazing, staring straight at him. Then you tell me, I demanded. Is there a better option? If there were, would I still be standing here with this expression? The assistant let out a quiet sigh. Before he could speak again, a Kumogakure shinobi appeared in the conference hall in a blur, kneeling instantly. Lord Reikage. A message from our covert agent inside Konoha. A covert agent? I frowned instinctively. At a time like this, Konoha's camp should have been sealed tighter than ever. How could information get through? The timing was suspicious, but the third Reikage raised a hand calmly. Hand it over. The scroll was passed forward. The third Reikage opened it. His eyes scanned the contents. Then, a long-lost smile appeared on his stern face. Father? I blinked. Lord Reikage? The assistant echoed, startled. The sudden shift in expression left everyone confused. What kind of information could possibly make the third Reikage laugh now? See for yourselves, he said, tossing the scroll forward. I caught it, unrolled it and froze. Moments later, murmurs spread through the room. TCH, disgusting. In a war, they're willing to sell out their own people? So this is Konoha, the so-called first village of the shinobi world? The scroll detailed a transaction between Konoha's internal trader and Kumogakure's covert agent. Sarutobi Shinosuke. Camp deployment layouts. Shiki's tent location. And, most importantly, the place where Ujito ni, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, was being held. Kumogakure had always looked down on the other villages. Konoha, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure. Every one of them had shadows lurking beneath their foundations. But Kumogakure? For all their recklessness, they were clean. Planning and scheming simply wasn't their style. Could this be a trap? The assistant asked cautiously. The timing was too perfect. What are you afraid of for? The third Reikage barked, slamming a hand against the table as he stood. We have numbers. We have strength. Even if it is a trap, I've never feared anyone. Even after losing an arm to Shiki, even after being defeated, the third Reikage had never wavered. Now, he said, voice booming, we assign tasks. Yes. The entire room straightened. In Kumogakure, once the third Reikage spoke, the decision was final. He said, turning. You and Killer B will restrain Shiki. You don't need to defeat him, just keep him occupied. I grinned. That was exactly the kind of task he wanted. Yo. Killer B laughed, bouncing lightly on his feet. Let's show him the power of the AB combo. Reckless? Yes. But when it came to challenging monsters, no one in Kumogakure backed down. And I, the third Reikage continued, will personally rescue Ujito ni. Using the camp layout, we move fast and clean. The rest of you will surround Konoha's camp from the outside. Be ready for anything. He paused, voice hardening. Remember, this operation is about rescuing Ujito. Nothing more. With Shiki present, assassinating him was unrealistic. But rescuing the Two-Tails? That was victory enough. At the same time, inside Konoha's camp, Shiki sat quietly in the conference tent, one hand resting casually on the hilt of his blade. Relaxed. Almost lazy. That alone made Nara Shikaku, the Ino Shikacho trio, and the remaining Jonin deeply uneasy. Lord Shiki. Shikaku asked carefully. What exactly are you doing here? Shiki rarely attended meetings unless it mattered. And today he had arrived without explanation. Waiting, Shiki replied lightly. For? A good show. Shikaku blinked. A good show? Shiki smiled faintly and suddenly looked up, gaze locking onto a distant direction. It's starting. Before anyone could ask, a furious roar echoed through the entire camp. Shiki, come out and die. The alarm spread instantly. Enemy attack. All units defensive positions. Shiki stood, stretching casually. Let's go, he said. Might as well greet them properly. Outside, I and Killer Bee stood at the center of the camp, surrounded by Konoha shinobi. They ignored them all. Their eyes were fixed on one man. Shiki, die. I roared. The image of his father's severed arm burned in his mind. Before anyone could react, I vanished in a flash of lightning. Big bro. Killer Bee shouted, too late. I was already there. Lightning chakra engulfed his body as he drove forward. Hell stab. Shiki raised a hand. He didn't draw his sword. Pitch-black armament hockey wrapped around his arm instead. Their gazes met. Die, I snarled. Chapter 71. Shiki's actions made I feel utterly underestimated. From beginning to end, Shiki hadn't even bothered to use the sword art he was best at. That alone was humiliating. It seems your overconfidence will be the cause of your death today. I roared. Death? Shiki replied casually. What are you talking about? With mocking eyes, Shiki clenched his fist, armament hockey surging as another layer of deepened hue wrapped around it, the clear sign of advanced armament. Power meant for internal destruction. He stepped forward to face I, whose body crackled violently with raging lightning. Boom! The clash didn't last even a second. The moment their arms met, I felt an overwhelming, terrifying force surge through him, so violent it felt as if his arm were being torn apart from the inside. Nanny? Before he could even process it, I's body was blasted backward. Boom! He slammed into the ground at Killer Bee's feet, the impact carving out a massive crater. Bro, Killer Bee didn't hesitate for a moment. He leapt down beside I, grabbing him immediately. I'm fine. I shook his head and with Bee's support, forced himself back to his feet. His vision swam slightly, but surprisingly there was no serious damage. If it were the future fourth Reikage I, perhaps he could force Shiki to fight a little seriously. But the current I, he was still far too weak. Train your lightning release chakra mode for at least 1,000 years, Shiki said calmly, his expression almost kind. Then add another 1,000 on top of that. After that, you can think about fighting me. You, I's anger flared instantly. Those words, that gaze, Shiki wasn't just looking down on him. He wasn't even acknowledging him as an opponent. And yet, I couldn't refute a single word. That brief exchange had made the gap painfully clear. He wasn't even close. Bro, you idiot, Killer Bee hissed quietly into his ear. We're just supposed to stall him. Don't lose your head. Bee was genuinely worried I would charge forward again out of pure rage. I didn't argue. He simply nodded silently. Both brothers stared at Shiki, expressions heavy. You people. Shiki tilted his head slightly, smiling. I really don't know where you got the confidence that your plan would succeed. What do you mean? I and Bee frowned at the same time. An intense sense of unease rose in their chests. Shiki didn't answer. He simply raised his hand and beckoned. Under their disbelieving gazes, several Konoha ninja escorted someone forward. It was Yujito Ni, her chakra completely sealed. Let me go. Yujito snapped. I can walk on my own. Even now she showed no fear of death. But the moment her eyes landed on I and Killer Bee, both surrounded by Konoha shinobi, she froze. Isama? Killer Bee. Why are you here? Yujito was completely stunned. At the same time, I and Bee were just as confused. Yujito? Why are you here? I demanded. Weren't you imprisoned somewhere else? Yujito blinked, clearly at a loss, but still answered honestly. I was brought here last night and detained. Then they took me out just now. What's wrong? She didn't understand why her place of imprisonment had changed, but a prisoner was still a prisoner. Whether she liked it or not didn't matter. What a joke. I's expression twisted. This is a setup. You fed us false information. To him, everything suddenly made sense, the information leak, the timing, the ambush. All of it had been calculated by Shiki. Shiki glanced at him as if looking at an idiot. Idiot, he said flatly. Do you really think I need to scheme against you? I wanted to refute it, but the words died in his throat. At this level of strength, pride was natural. Winning through tricks was the thinking of the weak. Then why? I gritted his teeth. How were you able to move Yujito's detention site in advance? Because everything inside this camp falls within my perception, Shiki replied calmly. Idiot. He gave I a mildly speechless look. Cloud really was a village full of reckless men. Even the strong ones were simple. So then, what's going on? With her chakra sealed, Yujito could only look around in confusion. She had merely been transferred between holding areas, yet it felt like a dozen things had suddenly exploded at once. At that moment, Narashikaku stepped forward slightly, his brows deeply furrowed as he looked at I and Killer B. I'd like to know as well, he said quietly. What information did you receive that made you choose to raid us now? Humph. I glanced around once, then looked toward Shiki. He knew escaping was nearly impossible, but if he could still cause trouble for Konoha, he wouldn't mind. I really didn't expect this, I said coldly. Our undercover agents reported Yujito's detention location, the location of your command tent, and even Shiki's camp. We knew everything. Impossible. Shikaku rejected it instantly. The conference area and Shiki's tent are fixed, but Yujito's holding site was classified. Even if your spies somehow obtained it, this camp is under constant surveillance. There's no way that information could have been passed out unless... He stopped mid-sentence. His face turned ugly. So did the faces of many Konoha ninja around him. Unless the information had been deliberately leaked. By someone inside Konoha. Someone with status. Ha ha ha. I laughed loudly at their expressions. Looks like you finally realized it. This is exactly why I despise Konoha. Even in war you play betrayal. Who is it? Shiki remained silent, but Shikaku and the others were no longer calm. A traitor at this level was catastrophic. Ha! I didn't bother hiding it. He was curious himself what they'd do after hearing the truth. It's the son of your third Hokage, I said mockingly. Sarutobi Shinosuke. He burst out laughing. Well? Any thoughts? Silence followed. Stunned. Numb. The son of the Hokage, a traitor? Leaking every piece of intelligence in the Konoha camp to the enemy? This went beyond betrayal. This was treason. That's impossible. There's no way that's true. They're trying to fool us, turn us against each other. Even the Hokage's son, then what are we even fighting for? Voices erupted in chaos. Many of the ninja present had been raised on the will of fire, treating Sarutobi Hiruzen as an unshakable pillar of belief. And now, that belief cracked violently. Quiet. Shiki raised his hand. His calm voice echoed across the camp, silencing the turmoil. The shaken ninjas slowly steadied themselves. Yes, they still had Shiki. The golden lion. The old belief wavered, but a new one rose to take its place. Meanwhile, following the map, the third Reikage arrived at Yujito's supposed detention site and leapt down. Nanny? The cell was empty. Clear signs showed someone had been held here recently, but now there was no one at all. The realization struck him instantly. They had already been outplayed. Chapter 72. The third Reikage's gaze swept across the surroundings and his expression changed instantly. There wasn't a single Konoha ninja guarding the perimeter. Damn it. Although reckless by nature, the third Reikage was far from stupid. He immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Without another word, his figure vanished in a blur. In the next instant, he was already charging at full speed toward I and Killer B's position. B. Are you all right? The third Reikage's thunderous voice echoed across the camp. Dad. Lord Reikage. I and Killer B both stiffened in surprise as the familiar figure suddenly appeared before them. As expected, this really was a trap. The third Reikage didn't answer. His eyes flicked briefly toward Yujito Ni, who was still under guard, and a flash of understanding crossed his gaze. Everything clicked into place. But now clearly wasn't the time to dwell on it. Remembering the terrifying strength of the man standing ahead, the third Reikage, now with only one arm remaining, set his jaw, his expression turning grave. B. Find an opening and retreat. Starting a full-scale fight inside Konoha's camp wasn't recklessness, it was suicide. Even if the third Reikage himself feared no death, he couldn't gamble with the lives of his son and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. As the third Reikage of Kumogakure, he carried too much on his shoulders to do anything else but get them out alive, no matter the cost. Yes. I and Killer Bee exchanged a glance and nodded solemnly. Neither argued. They both knew this wasn't the time. Lion Might style cleaving heaven. Lightning Fong Bomb. Boom! Wrapped in blinding lightning, the third Raikage's figure shot forward like a living projectile, smashing straight toward Shiki. At the same time, Shiki swung his blade, golden sword light erupting as a massive slash tore forward to meet him head-on. Boom! The lightning armor covering the third Raikage's body cracked, a long, searing slash carved cleanly across it. This man is truly troublesome. Even a casual sword strike carried enough power to break through his lightning release armor. Facing Shiki, the third Raikage couldn't feel even a shred of confidence in being called the strongest shield. Without hesitation, after the brief clash, his body blasted backward several meters. In the next instant he peered beside I and Killer Bee. "Bee, do it." "Got it." Killer Bee didn't hesitate. A massive octopus tail belonging to the Eight Tails burst from the ground, tearing through the earth as it lashed wildly toward Shiki's position. Shiki lifted an eyebrow slightly. He hadn't expected Bee to use such a move. With a casual motion, he swung his blade several times. Golden sword energy flashed. The Eight Tails' thick tentacle was cleanly severed. The pain surged not only through Gyuki, but directly into Killer Bee's body as well. "Bee." I shot him a worried glance. Without wasting another second, the third Raikage grabbed Killer Bee and together with I, activated Thunder Chakra mode to its limit. 3 streaks of lightning tore through the air, fleeing Konoha's camp at extreme speed. Shiki watched the twin thunder lights vanish into the distance. He made no move to pursue. Slowly, he slid his sword back into its sheath. His gaze drifted to the severed octopus tentacle on the ground, and he spoke casually, "Looks like we've got meat for dinner tonight." Bang! Bang! As soon as the words fell, the severed tentacle dissolved into white smoke and vanished. Shiki blinked once. "Well, guess I can't eat Eight Tails meat anyway." His casual tone instantly lightened the atmosphere. The Cloud Village forces had retreated. Only Yujito Ni remained behind, still captured and completely confused about what had just happened. "So, what exactly is going on here?" Yujito asked aloud. It felt like she had been dragged out just to stand around without understanding anything at all. No one answered her. No one even looked her way. Yujito clenched her teeth in frustration. After a moment of silence, Nara Shikaku stepped up beside Shiki. "Lord Shiki," he said slowly, "did you intentionally let them escape?" Shikaku didn't believe that someone of Shiki's strength couldn't have chased down the third Raikage. He wasn't the only one thinking it. Many of the Konoha ninja present were quietly watching Shiki, curiosity written across their faces. "Yes." Shiki nodded without hesitation. "Compared to those hot-headed cloud shinobi, I'm more interested in the next act." "The next act?" Shikaku frowned slightly. He remembered that Shiki had mentioned coming to watch a show earlier, but the third Raikage had already retreated. What show could possibly be left? Before he could ask further, Shiki spoke again, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. "Here it comes. Enemy attack. Enemy attack." Shouts rang out as Sarutobi Shinnosuke rushed back into the camp, leading several ninja with Sarutobi Asuma close behind him, his face pale with panic. But when Shinnosuke saw Shiki standing unharmed, surrounded by calm Konoha ninja, he froze. "What? This isn't right. The plan should have succeeded. It was flawless, there shouldn't have been any mistakes. Unless the Cloud Village only rescued the Two Tails Jinchuriki and didn't attack the camp at all?" With that thought, Shinnosuke immediately shouted, "Everyone! The Cloud Village launched an attack, Yujito Ni has likely been taken away. We must act immediately." "Hey! Are you blind? I'm right here." Yujito snapped, utterly speechless. She stared at Sarutobi Shinnosuke with a strange expression, feeling more and more that this Konoha ninja was not very bright. "What?" Shinnosuke froze, staring blankly at Yujito. In his original plan, the Cloud Village should have already attacked the Konoha camp in force. That was why he had taken his younger brother and several ninja away under the excuse of patrolling, in reality to avoid being caught in the chaos. But reality had gone completely off script. Even worse, Shinnosuke noticed something that made his heart sink. The respectful gazes he used to receive as the Hokage's son were gone. Instead, many of the ninja were looking at him with barely concealed hostility. "What's going on?" he asked stiffly. A bad feeling crept up his spine. Ha! Narashikaku let out a long sigh and shook his head. He already knew it was over for Shinosuke. This time, even Shikaku wouldn't step in. What Shinosuke had done was no longer forgivable. Shiki chuckled softly, eyes fixed on Sarutobi Shinosuke. Actually, he said calmly, the Cloud Village shinobi already came. Huh. Ignoring Shinosuke's confusion, Shiki slowly explained, repeating Ice's earlier words, the accusation of betrayal, and how Sarutobi Shinosuke had sold out Konoha's camp. As the explanation continued, Shinosuke's expression shifted, from confusion, to disbelief, and finally to pure terror. That's a lie. Shinosuke screamed hoarsely, his face twisting. An absolute lie. They can't know, they can't know. If they know, it's over. But his frantic denial only made things worse. This is clearly a Cloud Village plot, he shouted desperately. They're trying to make us turn on each other. Don't fall for it. Then, as if grasping for a lifeline, he roared, most importantly, I'm the third Hokage's son. How could I ever betray the village? Chapter 73 Sarutobi Shinosuke was not stupid. In times of war, secretly passing crucial information to the enemy, especially the opposing side, was a capital crime. And as the Hokage's son, escaping punishment would be nearly impossible. And worse still, there were far too many important figures present who knew exactly what was going on. If I admit it, my life is over. With that thought, Shinosuke made up his mind. No matter how the other party questioned him, he would never admit anything. Seeing that Shinosuke was still stubbornly playing dumb, Shiki couldn't help but smile faintly. I see. Since that's the case, Shiki said calmly, then you must be familiar with the forbidden techniques of the Yamanaka clan. What do you mean? Shinosuke turned sharply, staring at Yamanaka Inoichi, who stood beside Narashikaku, shock written across his face. The Yamanaka clan's forbidden techniques allowed them to forcibly extract memories directly from a person's mind. Whether you confessed or not didn't matter. If you had done it, the truth would be exposed. If you're truly innocent, Shiki continued lightly, then why not let Inoichi check? That shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Under Shinosuke's stiff, disbelieving gaze, Yamanaka Inoichi stepped forward. His expression was cold and professional, devoid of emotion. Shinosuke-sama, Inoichi said flatly. Please cooperate. I also want to believe that the Hokage's son wouldn't fall this low. No, absolutely not. Shinosuke shook his head violently, sweat pouring down his face. How could I allow that? If they check, it's over. No matter what, I can't let them do it. But the situation had already spiraled out of his control. Konoha shinobi surrounded the area completely. Even if Shinosuke wanted to flee, there was no chance left. Wait, what the hell is going on? Asuma was completely dumbfounded. Earlier, when he had been pulled out of the camp by his older brother for patrol duty, he was already confused. As the sons of the Hokage, why were they doing something like border patrol? But it had been Shinosuke's order. Asuma hadn't questioned it. Now, seeing everyone turning their hostility toward his brother, Asuma immediately stepped forward and blocked Shinosuke. Wait a minute. Asuma shouted. We're the Hokage's sons? What are you trying to do to my brother? Still don't get it? Shiki smiled faintly as he watched Asuma act on impulse. Sarutobi Shinosuke has betrayed the village. Nanny? Asuma stared at him, eyes wide, utterly unable to believe it. Betray the village? His brother? But when Asuma turned around, all he saw was Shinosuke's panicked expression. He didn't even need a confession anymore. Anyone with eyes could see something was wrong. Wait. Even then, Asuma stubbornly stood his ground, staring straight at Shiki. Even if my brother really did something wrong, Hokage-sama will judge us himself. You're not qualified to judge us. Would the third Hokage truly judge Shinosuke fairly? Perhaps. But at best it would be theater. Shinosuke would survive. Why? Because he was Sarutobi Hirizen's son. The surrounding shinobi fell silent. Though anger burned in their eyes, none of them dared to move. They weren't qualified. And they didn't have the courage to strike the Hokage's sons. But not everyone lacked that courage or that power. Just as Asuma let out a small breath of relief, a blinding flash of sword light passed straight through him. Lion judgment. Bang! When everyone regained their senses, Shiki was already calmly sliding his blade back into its sheath. Idiot, Shiki said coldly. Who gave you the courage to yell at me like that? Asuma's eyes remained wide open as his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. He never believed, until the moment he died, that Shiki would really do it. Asuma. Shinosuke stared in disbelief. Fear vanished completely, replaced by raw fury. How dare you? How dare you do that? Why wouldn't I dare? Shiki replied indifferently, his gaze devoid of emotion. Do you decide what I'm allowed to do? You bastard. Shinosuke's eyes burned with hatred. He knew, if he didn't act now, his fate would be no different from Asuma's. Fire style. He hastily formed a one-handed seal, but before he could even finish speaking, another golden sword flash tore through the air. Shinosuke's remaining arm fell to the ground. Aya! Years of training gone in an instant. Shiki didn't even spare him a glance. The screaming wasn't over yet. Shiki stepped forward, great sword resting lightly against Shinosuke's neck. You! Shinosuke tried to speak, but Shiki's cold eyes crushed the words in his throat. You were a rat from the start, Shiki said calmly, a faint red glint flashing in his eyes. The moment you showed malice toward me, your death was already decided. Only the date was uncertain. The blade swung. Shinosuke collapsed beside Asuma. With his back to the two fallen bodies, Shiki slowly withdrew his sword. When his gaze swept over the patrol shinobi, every single one of them dropped to their knees. Lord Shiki, we didn't know anything. Yes, we were just following orders. We had nothing to do with Shinosuke's actions. Truthfully, if they could have kicked Shinosuke's corpse, they already would have. That idiot had dragged them into this disaster. But Shiki wasn't unreasonable. Shinosuke had brought them along precisely to make his actions look legitimate. Get up, Shiki said calmly. Shinosuke was guilty. I don't blame you, but I will investigate whether you're truly innocent. Relief washed over their faces. Thank you, Lord Shiki. Unsurprisingly, Shiki's reputation rose yet again. Without further nonsense, Shiki turned toward Narashikaku. Send word back to Konoha. Say that Sarutobi Shinosuke betrayed the village. The evidence is conclusive. He leaked intelligence, resulting in massive casualties. Sarutobi Asuma abused his authority, resisted arrest, and was executed on the spot. Tell Hokagesima he can rest easy and should thank me personally for cleaning up such a mess. Thank you? Shikaku sighed internally. You slaughtered both of his sons. He'll want your head, not send his gratitude. Still, this was exactly why Shikaku hesitated. Lord Shiki, are you sure? He asked cautiously. If we report it like this, the rift between you and Hokagesima, just report it, Shiki interrupted calmly. Whatever comes, I'll bear it myself. Yes. Shikaku said no more. The Ino Shikacho trio exchanged glances, shrugged, and moved to prepare the report. Deal with the bodies. Everyone else disperse. Shiki pointed casually at the fallen Sarutobi brothers. Soon their remains were handled. The farce was over. As the shinobi dispersed, heated discussions erupted, but none dared speak too loudly. Shikini, with the crowd finally thinning, Yuhi Kurenai hurried over. What happened? Shiki asked, noticing her expression. Why do you look so shaken? I'm not scared, Kurenai said firmly, shaking her head. Chapter 74. From the beginning I never doubted you. I believe that whatever Shikini does is right, no matter what it is. Although she didn't say it outright, that even what he had done to the Hokage faction was justified, the resolve burning in her eyes made everything clear. Shiki could see it instantly. She was dead serious. You fool. Shiki smiled faintly and patted Kurenai Yuhi on the head. He didn't say anything more, but it would be a lie to say it didn't feel good, to be trusted like this. He knew very well that most of Konoha's ninja remained silent and obedient for one simple reason. His strength. If he weren't strong enough, if he weren't overwhelmingly strong, they would have sided with the third Hokage without hesitation. They wouldn't have allowed him to so much as touch them, let alone kill them. Heh! A voice cut in with obvious mockery. So this is Konoha, huh? Trying to kill each other from the inside, what a ridiculous joke. The show was over. Yujito Ni would naturally be taken back into confinement, but before that, she didn't forget to stab Shiki once more with her words. Before, she hadn't known the full story. Now that she understood the ins and outs, the situation felt both absurd and deeply disturbing. Hearing Yujito's sarcasm, Shiki hadn't even opened his mouth yet, when Kurenai stepped forward. What did you say? Her voice sharpened instantly. Konoha has Shikini the strongest. Definitely stronger than your Cloud Village. What right does a loser have to mock us? You standing here is the biggest joke of all. Ha! Yujito snapped back immediately. At least our Cloud Village would never betray its own and sell each other out. Among all the ninja villages, only Kumogakure's shinobi could say something like that without it sounding hollow. Compared to the other villages, the Cloud Village was a band of muscle-headed brutes, but they were united. Betrayal among themselves was rare. So what? Kurenai shot back without hesitation. Didn't you still get caught by Shikini? Your people came to rescue you and ran away with their tails between their legs the moment they saw him. After dealing with Tsunade for so many years, Kurenai Yuhi's ability to provoke people was anything but weak. Combined with the deliberately exaggerated tone she used, it was devastating. Yujito Ni's veins bulged as her mouth twitched slightly. You little... Being captured and turned into a prisoner was a humiliation Yujito knew she would never forget. Seeing her reaction, Kurenai lifted her chin proudly. Humph. Yujito snorted, clearly deciding it wasn't worth continuing to argue with this sharp-tongued woman. She turned her gaze back to Shiki instead. What are you going to do with me? At least give me a straight answer. Don't just lock me up all day. Yujito was genuinely confused. If Shiki wanted to kill her, he would have done it already. If he wanted to negotiate, he would have started talks. Instead, nothing. Just imprisonment. And oddly enough, that uncertainty scared her more than death. Being locked away indefinitely made her panic. She would rather die than rot in a cell forever. Relax, Shiki said calmly. I won't let you die like this. Yujito Ni was the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Killing her outright would be a waste. Her value was far from exhausted. You really are, she tried to continue, but Shiki clearly had no interest in pointless conversation. He waved his hand toward the nearby ninja. They immediately understood and moved to escort Yujito away. Hey, I'm not done talking yet. Hey, let go. I can walk on my own. And you, Shiki, listen carefully. If I ever get the chance, I'll definitely kick you. Her voice faded as she was dragged farther away, until it disappeared completely. Only then did Shiki turn back to Kurenai. Let's go. We're heading back. Ahoo. Kurenai nodded cheerfully. She glanced once more in Yujito's direction, long since gone, and smiled with unmistakable pride. The next day, the report Shiki had ordered Narashikaku to write was delivered to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. How can they be such fools? Hiruzen said slowly, his voice heavy. Is all of this true? Standing before him, Hamura Midokado and Koharu Uchiha wore extremely complicated expressions. They were asking about Sarutobi Shinnosuke's rebellion. If it were false, then Shiki would have to be dealt with. But if it were true, then the situation changed entirely. Hiruzen didn't answer immediately. It was clearly difficult for him to speak. But at this point, silence was meaningless. After a long pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally nodded. Yes. That is my son. The ANBU investigated thoroughly, but no matter how many times they checked, the conclusion was the same. Shinnosuke betrayed the village. Hiruzen knew that Asuma must have tried to protect his older brother. But the report stated clearly, Shinnosuke and Asuma had resisted arrest and attempted to flee. That was the reason Shiki gave for killing them. Hiruzen didn't believe that explanation for a second. This was obviously just Shiki's justification, an excuse to strike. But believing it or not no longer mattered. Shinnosuke was dead. Asuma was dead. Bang! Hiruzen slammed his fist onto the desk. The sudden noise startled both Koharu and Hamura, who nearly jumped in unison. Hiruzen, Koharu asked carefully, can you explain why Shinnosuke betrayed the village? Shiki killing Shinnosuke and Asuma was shocking enough. But what truly stunned them was the fact that Sarutobi Shinnosuke had actually betrayed Konoha. Was he insane? Missing an arm and now his brain too? The reason was obvious. Hatred. As Shinnosuke's father, Hiruzen had always known that his son had never let go of his hatred toward Shiki. But he never imagined Shinnosuke would choose this method to take revenge. If Hiruzen had known, he would have stopped him, no matter what. He might have even slapped his own son to wake him up. But now it was too late. Not only Shinnosuke. Even his youngest son, Asuma, was gone. Hiruzen still remembered the final line written on the scroll, "There is no need for gratitude." Gratitude? Gratitude my ass. Even if the report bore Narashikaku's name, anyone could tell whose will it truly represented. If he could, Hiruzen wanted nothing more than to rush straight to the battlefield and fight Shiki to the death. Ahem. Koharu cleared her throat. What do you plan to do next? She and Hamura exchanged a glance before looking back at Hiruzen. The evidence of Shinosuke's betrayal was undeniable. And this was wartime. They knew better than anyone, if Shiki were punished now, Konoha would collapse on the spot. And if Konoha fell, what value would they elders even have? What do you think? Hiruzen asked quietly. Ahem. Koharu put on a solemn expression. I believe this matter must be endured for now. We can address it after the war. Hiruzen didn't respond. He simply stared at them calmly. The look made both Koharu and Hamura uncomfortable. If it weren't your son who died, Hiruzen thought bitterly, you wouldn't care at all. To be honest, his gaze was flat, but under it, both elders felt a chill creep up their spines. Hiruzen, Koharu said awkwardly, everything we do, it's all for Konoha. For Konoha? Hiruzen laughed softly. Once he had killed countless people under that same justification. And now that the blade had finally turned toward him, he understood just how much pain those words could hide. This feeling, the urge to kill someone, this boiling anger. I really can't endure it. His eldest son was gone. His youngest son was gone. If he swallowed this too, then this Hokage position truly wasn't worth keeping. Koharu and Hamura exchanged uneasy looks. They were starting to panic. Was Hiruzen really about to do something reckless? Just as they hesitated over whether to continue persuading him, a figure appeared instantly in the office. An ANBU. Emergency report. Hokagesima Kirigakure has officially declared war on Konoha. What? Chapter 75. The oppressive atmosphere in the room vanished in an instant. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pipe slipped from his fingers, clattering softly against the desk as disbelief spread across his face. Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura froze as well, 3 pairs of eyes locking onto the ANBU operative kneeling before them. What did you just say? Koharu whispered. The ANBU did not hesitate. The intelligence is confirmed. Kirigakure has formally declared war on Konohagakure. That's impossible. Hamura's voice rose sharply. Not long ago, Hiruzen had stated with absolute certainty that the Hidden Mist would never dare declare war on Konoha. And yet here it was. The slap of reality came fast and hard. The report is accurate, the ANBU continued calmly. Not only that, the 4th Mizukage Yagura of the Blood Mist is personally leading the invasion. Over 4,000 Kirigakure shinobi have already crossed the sea routes and reached the border of the Land of Fire. Silence. Hiruzen's eyes widened. They were already at the border. That meant there was no room for negotiation left. Ahem. Hamura suddenly cleared his throat loudly and stood up. Well then, since this is a military matter, Koharu and I should return first. There are still important affairs to attend to. Wise, quite important, Koharu added immediately. We won't interfere further. Without waiting for permission, the 2 elders turned and left the Hokage's office at an almost impressive speed. War? Let the Hokage handle that. Being an elder in Konoha was far safer. Those 2 cowards, Hiruzen muttered under his breath, his gaze darkening slightly as he watched them leave. Still, he didn't dwell on it. After decades together, he knew them well enough. Greedy. Afraid of death. Turning back to the ANBU, Hiruzen asked quietly, how many shinobi do we currently have available in the village? Report, Hokagesima. Approximately 1,000. 1,000. Against 4,000 elite shinobi of the Bloody Mist. Even Hiruzen felt his chest tighten. Just as the weight of the situation settled in, the door opened. Hokagesima. Uchiha Fugaku stepped inside. I heard Kirigakure has declared war on Konoha. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. So the Uchiha already received the news. Their intelligence network was fast. Faster than the Hokage's official channels. Fugaku ignored the unspoken implication and continued seriously, the enemy is menacing. The Uchiha clan is willing to fight under your command, Hokagesima. Hiruzen didn't answer immediately. The title of professor and god of shinobi sounded impressive, but deep down Hiruzen knew the truth. During the first Great Ninja War, he had fought under Tobirama Senju. During the second and third, he had remained in the village, issuing orders, handling paperwork. He had not stood on a battlefield in decades. And now, facing the fourth Mizukage himself, fear stirred quietly in his heart. Still, he sighed. There's no other choice. Hiruzen straightened. Gather all available shinobi. The Uchiha clan included. Prepare for war. Yes. Fugaka's eyes shone. Without another word, he turned and left the Hokage Tower, already preparing to mobilize the clan. The news spread like wildfire. Kirigakure had declared war. And now, Konoha stood opposed by Sunagakure, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure simultaneously. Even as the strongest of the 5 great villages, doubts spread throughout the ninja world. Could Konoha truly withstand 4 great villages at once? Deep underground in the shadows. So, Kirigakure has moved as well. Uchiha Madara sat upon his stone throne, eyes half-lidded as Black Zetsu delivered the report. Yes, Black Zetsu replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen is personally leading Konoha's forces this time. Humph. Madara sneered. The Sarutobi clan? A third-rate family. When Konoha was founded, clans like Sarutobi and Shimura were insignificant, barely worth noting compared to Uchiha and Senju. Black Zetsu smiled faintly. True. But he is a direct disciple of Tobirama Senju. Crack. The stone armrest shattered under Madara's grip. Tobirama. Hashirama was a rival. Tobirama was hatred. Madara's brother had died to the flying thunder god. That debt was carved into his soul. Humph, Madara said coldly. Then let me test how much of Tobirama's strength he inherited. He glanced at Black Zetsu. Have you located the 4th Mizukage? Already done, Madara-sama. Madara nodded in satisfaction. With this body I won't waste my lifespan on the battlefield, he said calmly. But controlling a puppet. His lips curved. Is trivial. Far away, the 4th Mizukage Yagura, soon to face Hiruzen Sarutobi, had already been marked. Several days later, Hiruzen led over 1,000 Konoha shinobi, including the Uchiha clan, toward the battlefield. News of his appearance spread quickly. Ha! That old man finally left the Hokage Tower. Shiki laughed openly as he received the report. So you didn't want to go to war, huh? Let's see what you do now. His eyes gleamed with interest. A Hokage who spent decades buried in paperwork, how much strength do you really have left, Hiruzen Sarutobi? Lord Shiki. Chapter 76. Just as Shiki was leaning back leisurely inside the conference room, the door suddenly slid open. Narashikaku walked in. Not alone. Behind him followed several Konoha ninja, faces stiff, postures rigid. The moment Shiki sensed them, his mood visibly dropped. These people are? Shiki glanced at them. With mild curiosity, his gaze lazy but sharp. Before Shikaku could speak, one of them stepped forward. We are Jonin of the Sarutobi clan. They didn't wait for an introduction. As members of the Hokage's lineage, their tone carried an unmistakable edge of arrogance. Even standing before Shiki, they maintained a proud, self-important air. Oh. Shiki tilted his head slightly. No wonder. I could smell animals the moment you walked in. You. They weren't idiots. The meaning was obvious. Several of them flared up instantly, pointing at Shiki in anger. Huh. Before they could continue, Shiki's gaze shifted. That was all it took. The moment his eyes met theirs, their bodies stiffened as if frozen in place. The pressure alone made their throats tighten. If you've got something to say, say it, Shiki said flatly. If not, get out. He waved his hand impatiently. Shinosuke was dead. Asuma was dead. Shiki had zero intention of giving the Hokage faction even a shred of courtesy. The Sarutobi Jonin were furious. Ever since Hiruzen Sarutobi became Hokage, no one had dared speak to their clan like this. But anger meant nothing before absolute strength. No matter how unwilling they were, they didn't dare push further. This was the authority that power brought. Ahem. One of them forced himself to calm down. We are here under Lord Hokage's orders to request a troop transfer. They clearly didn't want to admit fault, so they immediately changed the subject and moved straight to business. Troop transfer? This time it wasn't Shiki who reacted but Nara Shikaku. If it were just personal conflict between Shiki and the Sarutobi clan, Shikaku could ignore it. But once it involved an actual war, he couldn't afford to be careless. What exactly do you mean by transferring troops? The Sarutobi Jonin glanced at Shikaku but didn't take him too seriously. In their eyes, the Inoshikacho clans were loyal to the Hokage anyway. The Hidden Mist Village is mobilizing. Lord Hokage has personally led forces to the Mist Front and ordered us to request troop transfers to support other battlefields. The battle hasn't even started yet and you're already asking for reinforcements? Shikaku's expression changed. This wasn't a troop transfer at all. It was clearly a request for help. If they were losing, that would be one thing. But asking for reinforcements before the battle even broke out, it was painfully obvious. Is there a problem? The Sarutobi Jonin looked completely unfazed, as if there was nothing strange about the order at all. I see. Shikaku shook his head helplessly. He turned to look at Shiki. As commander-in-chief of this front, the decision rested entirely with him. Still, Shikaku already knew the answer. Expecting Shiki to reinforce Hiruzen was unrealistic. Sure enough. Ahem. Shiki straightened slightly, his expression turning serious for the first time. The battlefield I'm responsible for is facing Kumogakure's elite forces, experienced, ruthless, and highly mobile. Right now, reinforcing another front is impossible. But, he continued casually, you can report this back to the Hokage. Tell him not to worry. At most 1 year. Once my battlefield stabilizes, I might consider sending reinforcements. Silence swallowed the conference room. Shikaku stared at Shiki without saying a word. 1 year? The Sarutobi Jonin looked at him as if he'd just heard something insane. Whether Shiki's battlefield stabilized or not was one thing, but the Mist Front wouldn't wait a year. By then, the war would already be decided. And besides, one of them narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Isn't the Kumogakure front already stable? Everyone in the shinobi world knew it. Shiki had severed the third Raikage's arm and captured the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Kumogakure hadn't retreated, but they were clearly restrained. In the short term, they had no ability to launch another large-scale offensive. Shiki shrugged. The battlefield changes every moment. Anything can happen. They were furious. But there was nothing they could do. Shiki waved his hand again, clearly annoyed. I believe the third Hokage is more than capable of leading Konoha to victory against the Hidden Mist. Now get out. You're in the way. Their hands clenched. One of them even rested a hand on his sword hilt. Shiki looked at them calmly. You planning to make a move? His tone was light. There was no killing intent. But to the Sarutobi Jonin, it felt like thunder crashing directly into their minds. This man wasn't someone they could afford to mess with. Let's go. After exchanging bitter looks, they turned and left the conference room without another word. Honestly, Shiki said loudly, not bothering to lower his voice, the Sarutobi clan really is a nest of instigators. Whether they heard it or not, he didn't care. Shikaku sighed quietly beside him. Knowing the deep rift between Shiki and Hiruzen, he wisely chose not to comment. At this point, all he could do was watch. Watch who would ultimately win and who would lose. Hiruzen's request for reinforcements wasn't just sent to Shiki. Tsunade, stationed on the Sunagakure front, received the same message. So did Jiraiya, fighting on the Iwagakure front. Tell the old man to figure it out himself. Jiraiya rejected it outright. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, he simply couldn't. Facing Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, was no joke. Holding the line alone was already pushing him to his limits. There's no way I can spare anyone, he said impatiently. If I leave to support Kirigakure, this front collapses. The messengers had nothing to say. They bowed and withdrew. Jiraiya stood there in silence for a long moment before letting out a long sigh. Old man. You're not the shinobi you used to be anymore. Chapter 77. Before the war had even begun, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had already considered requesting reinforcements. Jiraiya didn't know what to say. He didn't even know what to think. For a moment he could only stare in silence, completely speechless. Sensei? Hokage-sama, after all, he's the professor of ninjutsu. He should be fine, right? Minato spoke from the side, his tone calm and confident, as if there were no doubt at all in his mind. Jiraiya glanced at his genius disciple, this Minato who had clearly been thoroughly brainwashed by the will of fire, and a vein popped slowly on his forehead. My good apprentice, when did you become like this? With a sigh, Jiraiya finally spoke, his expression serious. Prepare for the war with a Wagakure with peace of mind. Don't think about anything else. Yes. Minato answered just as seriously, without the slightest hesitation. Ha! The older that old man gets, the more indecisive and cowardly he becomes. Orochimaru sneered openly, contempt written all over his face. On the battlefield of Sunagakure, Tsunade received the news of the reinforcement request. Her expression didn't change in the slightest, utter indifference, as if the matter had nothing to do with her at all. Orochimaru, who was accompanying her, couldn't help but laugh softly when he heard it. Just as expected. These days, that old man is only capable when it comes to internal power struggles inside Konoha. The moment it's an external war, he's completely useless. He's no longer fit to be Hokage. As if suddenly remembering something, Tsunade tilted her head slightly and asked with mild curiosity, "Oh right. What about Shiki? How did he respond on the Kumogakure battlefield?" Whether or not Sarutobi received support was irrelevant to her. Compared to a Wagakure, the battlefield here in the Land of Wind was nothing easier either. Even if they wanted to send people elsewhere, it would realistically be impossible. She was simply curious. After all, once news like this reached Shiki, how would he respond? The ones responsible for reporting were several Konoha ninja from the Sarutobi clan, the same group that had previously appeared before Shiki. The moment they were asked about it, their expressions turned ugly. That Shiki, he actually told us to get lost. And someone like that is supposed to be one of our Konoha shinobi? Golden Lion? Ha! He's nothing but a coward. He doesn't deserve that title at all. One after another, complaints spilled out uncontrollably. They hadn't dared to say any of this in front of Shiki, but now that he wasn't present, all their resentment finally burst forth. What they didn't notice, the instant the first sentence left their mouths, Tsunade's expression had already gone completely cold. Even Orochimaru, standing beside her, narrowed his eyes slightly, a teasing glint flashing through them. Boom! Enough. Tsunade slammed her fist down onto the table, the impact cracking the surface as her voice rang out coldly. The man I've chosen to acknowledge is beyond your right to judge. Are you trying to die? These Sarutobi clan ninja had served within the clan for years, but they knew very little about the personal history between Tsunade and Shiki. Now, faced with Tsunade's sudden fury, they were utterly confused. Tsunadesima? Don't make me repeat myself. Get the hell out of my sight. Nah, Nanny? Wasn't this supposed to be good news? How did it suddenly turn into this? What, still hoping someone will save you? Tsunade scoffed coldly. Forget it. I'm not supporting anyone. Leave. Now. Or I'll throw you out myself. As she spoke, Tsunade raised her fist, her killing intent completely undisguised. The group subconsciously swallowed. Everyone in the ninja world knew about Tsunade's monstrous strength. There were even rumors that Jiraiya himself had nearly been beaten to death once when she lost her temper. None of them had any desire to personally experience that fist. Still, if Shiki refused support and Tsunade was the same, didn't that mean they had run back and forth for nothing? Tsunadesima? Please, let's talk this out. They genuinely didn't understand where they had gone wrong. At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Well, Shikigin and Tsunade do share something of a romantic relationship. Huh? The Sarutobi clan ninja froze on the spot, completely dumbfounded. Lord Orochimaru? With no other options left, they could only turn pleading eyes toward him. Orochimaru merely smiled indifferently. SP. Eking of which, my own relationship with Shikigin is also quite good. That was enough. There was no need to say anything else. Support was absolutely impossible. Tsunade and Orochimaru looked at them at the same time, their gazes making it clear that any further words would only worsen things. Not daring to complain any longer, the group hurriedly retreated. Humph. If they weren't from the Sarutobi clan, I'd have arrested them as spies already. Tsunade snorted in disdain. Orochimaru shrugged casually, clearly uninterested. As for the Sarutobi clan? He didn't care in the slightest. In fact, Orochimaru didn't believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen would even remain Hokage once the Third Great Ninja War ended. Before the war began, Shiki had already warned that Kirigakure might declare war on Konoha. Hiruzen had ignored it completely. A single mistake could be dismissed as coincidence, but when combined with several others, it became more than enough to remove him from power, if someone chose to push. Shikaken, was that your plan? Orochimaru smiled faintly, saying nothing more. Several days later, after rushing non-stop, the battlefield of Kirigakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally arrived. 1 year. When he heard the response delivered by his subordinates, Shiki's reply, Hiruzen nearly laughed in anger. Does he think I'm an idiot? Hiruzen could clearly see the situation on the Kumogakure front. If Shiki were serious, the Cloud Village wouldn't last a month. A year? It was an insult. Shiki, Hiruzen muttered through clenched teeth. But there was nothing he could do. As for Tsunade and Orochimaru on the Sunagakure battlefield, after a long silence, Hiruzen could only sigh. So even you chose Shiki in the end, Orochimaru? Tsunade siding with Shiki didn't surprise him. But Orochimaru? That, he hadn't expected. Just as Hiruzen was lost in thought, Uchiha Fugaku, the deputy commander of this war, hurried over. Hokage-sama, the 4th Mizukage Yagura has led Kirigakure's forces straight toward our position. What? Hiruzen was stunned. He had only just arrived, no warning, no negotiations, and they were already attacking? Have they completely forgotten etiquette? To bully an old man so brazenly, are they not ashamed of themselves? Hokage-sama? Seeing Hiruzen momentarily frozen, Fugaku looked puzzled. To him, this was simply how war worked. Ahem. Realizing how awkward his reaction had been, Hiruzen quickly cleared his throat and forced himself to regain composure. Chapter 78 Order. Gather all ninja forces and move out. We face Kirigakure Hiden. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku did not hesitate. He turned sharply, hair fluttering behind him as he strode out of the command hall, already issuing follow-up orders to the clan elites. Sigh. Left behind in the conference room, only one man remained seated. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long, weary breath. If he had any choice at all, he truly did not want to participate in a war like this. Not again. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the forces of Kirigakure had already assembled. At their forefront stood the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. Behind him gathered the full might of the Hidden Mist, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, the war-hungry Kagaya clan, the Yuki clan wielding Ice Release, and the Hozuki clan, masters of the hydrification technique. This was not the era of the Blood Mist yet. Kirigakure was still at the height of its strength, undeniably one of the most powerful great villages. Yagura stood quietly at the front. His body looked almost childlike, short, compact, deceptively small. But appearances were lies. Yagura Karatachi was not young. He was a perfect Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, Isabu, capable of freely wielding its power. In raw combatability alone, he stood firmly at the Kage tier, even among elites. At this moment, his eyes were calm. A sharp, oppressive killing intent radiated faintly from his body. The 7 ninja swordsmen standing nearby felt it immediately. Do you guys feel it too? One of them muttered. Yeah. Mizukage-sama feels different today. I thought it was just me. The speaker swallowed. He was dangerous before, but not like this. Today, it's like he's a drawn blade. Honestly, another said with a dry laugh, it's a little terrifying. But also reassuring. Before the murmurs could spread further, a sharp voice cut through them. Enough. A senior member of the Hozuki clan, acting as the de facto leader among the swordsmen, spoke coldly. This is war. Of course the Mizukage is serious. The chatter immediately died down. No one argued. At this time the 7 ninja swordsmen had not yet been shattered by Might Due, nor had they endured the madness of the Blood Mist era. They were loyal, proud, and absolutely devoted to Kirigakure and to Yagura. Yagura, who had been standing with eyes half closed, suddenly lifted his head. His gaze locked onto the horizon. They're here. Across the field, over 1,000 Konoha shinobi emerged, formation tight, chakra restrained but heavy. At their center stood Sarutobi here. Yuzin, the 3rd Hokage. At his side, Uchiha Fugaku. That's the student of Hashirama's successor, Yagura thought. At that moment, a faint glint flashed in his eyes. For an instant, the reflection of 3-demo Sharingan rotated silently, unnoticed by anyone else. Yagura Karatachi was already under Uchiha Madara's genjutsu. His attention swept coldly over Hiruzen. As for Fugaku, Madara did not care. The Uchiha clan had chosen safety over pride, submission over ambition. From the moment Madara left Konoha, the clan had ceased to exist in his eyes. Only he was Uchiha. The rest were merely remnants. Ahem, Mizukagesima. Hiruzen stepped forward, raising his voice with practiced calm. We should at least, if diplomacy could resolve this, he would always choose that path. That had always been Sarutobi Hiruzen's creed. Unfortunately, the Yagura standing before him was not truly Yagura. Madara had no interest in negotiations. He wanted to know only one thing: how much of Hashirama's legacy does this old man still carry? Yagura's hands moved instantly. Seals snapped together. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. You. The words barely left Hiruzen's mouth before ROAR. A massive water dragon surged forward, tearing across the battlefield toward him. Earth release, Earth-style wall. Despite years away from the front lines, Hiruzen reacted instantly. Layer after layer of earthen walls rose before him. They shattered under the water dragon's impact, once, twice, 3 times, but finally held. Lord Mizukage. Hiruzen frowned deeply. You look young, but must you really act like one? Charging in without a word. You talk too much. Yagura didn't slow down for a second. This was Madara's style, clean, ruthless, decisive. Sliding across the water surface, Yagura closed the distance in a blur. His weapon, a staff-like chakra weapon, came down in a violent arc. So reckless. Hiruzen had no time to think. Summoning technique. Bang! A burst of smoke exploded outward. The Monkey King Enma appeared in front of him. Hiruzen, what's boom? Yagura's strike slammed into Enma's body before he could finish. Get back. Yagura's voice was icy. His target was clear, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even with his adamantine body, Enma felt the impact shake him. Hiruzen. What's going on? I'll explain later. Enma, transform. TCH, fine. Years of battle forged trust. In a flash, Enma transformed into the adamantine staff. Clang! 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 Metal screamed as weapon met weapon. Sparks flew with every collision. In pure taijutsu, Hiruzen was being pushed back. Damn it. He grimaced. I never heard the 4th Mizukage was this strong. Years behind a desk had dulled his edge. Even with Enma's weapon quality compensating, this fight was exhausting. My strength has fallen more than I thought. Around them, both armies watched. Lord Mizukage's fighting spirit is insane today. He didn't even hesitate. Honestly, the 3rd Hokage doesn't look that impressive. Anyone with eyes could see it. Without Enma's weapon advantage, Hiruzen would already be overwhelmed. That alone boosted morale across Kirigakure's ranks. Heh. Our turn. Jizo Biwa grinned, resting the executioner's blade on his shoulder. Beside him, Fuguki Suikazan rolled his neck, Samahata twitching eagerly. The other swordsman laughed lowly. The Hozuki leader raised his arm. Follow the Mizukage. For Kirigakure. Crush them. The battlefield erupted. Chapter 79. With a single order, the shinobi of Kirigakure surged forward, the battlefield erupting as they launched a full assault against them. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku no longer spared any attention for the clash between Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 4th Mizukage Yagura. Drawing his blade, he led the Uchiha clan alongside Konoha's other forces, charging straight toward the mist shinobi ranks. For the glory of the Uchiha clan, advance. On the battlefield there was no mercy to be found. It was kill or be killed. No one held back. Damn it. Watching the scene unfold, Sarutobi Hiruzen grimaced. The numerical gap between Konoha and Kirigakure was simply too large. The Mist Village had dispatched an overwhelming number of elite shinobi. Konoha could not gain any advantage in a prolonged engagement. When you're fighting me, you still have the nerve to lose focus? Yagura's cold voice suddenly reached Hiruzen's ears. No, I have to. Hiruzen's eyes widened. He realized the danger too late. Bang! Yagura's weapon struck him Hiden, and Hiruzen was sent flying dozens of meters across the battlefield. So this is the student of the 1st Hokage? Yagura said flatly, frowning as he looked at Hiruzen's battered figure. Is this all? There had been some expectation at first, but now it seemed misplaced. The fight was becoming dull. You. The word struck Hiruzen harder than the blow itself. Even he could never compare to the first or second Hokage. To be dismissed so casually was unacceptable. Straightening himself, resolve sharpened in his eyes. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. The two techniques merged instantly into a powerful combination. As the professor of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen was fully proficient in all 5 nature transformations. Boom! Yagura merely smiled in disdain. Holding his weapon with one hand, he formed a seal with the other. Water release, great exploding water surge. A massive wave erupted like a tsunami, instantly swallowing Hiruzen's combined ninjutsu. Because of the genjutsu controlling him, Madara Uchiha's own abilities could not be fully used, but Yagura was different. As the 4th Mizukage, his mastery over water release had reached perfection. As the Three Tails Jinchuriki, chakra exhaustion was never a concern. Combined with Madara's inhuman battle instincts, overwhelming Sarutobi Hiruzen was effortless. The raging water obliterated the attack completely. This level of water release. Hiruzen felt a chill run through him. It was nearly on par with his teacher, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Am I really this old now? Why can't I defeat even someone of the next generation? What are you thinking about? Yagura's voice suddenly came from beside him. Using the cover of water release, Yagura had already closed the distance. This is bad. Hiruzen reacted instantly, swinging the adamantine staff to block. Boom! An indescribable force slammed into him, sending him flying once again. Hiruzen! The Monkey King Enma was shocked. Even his hardened body trembled from the impact. What kind of monster are you fighting this time? If I knew, I wouldn't be here either. Hiruzen snapped back bitterly as he stabilized himself. Ninjutsu Coral Palm. Yagura appeared again in an instant. This time, relying on experience alone, Hiruzen barely managed to block. Focus, Yagura said calmly. Didn't Senju teach you not to lose concentration in battle? Hiruzen wanted to retort, but Yagura was already pressing the attack again. He could only abandon the thought and devote everything to defending himself. What frustrated him most wasn't just Yagura's strength, it was that Yagura kept using Tobirama's tone to lecture him. Your generation isn't even higher than mine. Why does everyone act like they're my senior? If the situation allowed it, Hiruzen truly wanted to curse out loud. Elsewhere on the battlefield, fighting raged just as fiercely. Mangetsu Hozuki, locked in combat with Uchiha Fugaku, glanced toward Hiruzen and Yagura's clash and laughed mockingly. So your 3rd Hokage can't handle it either. Not even close to our Mizukage-sama. Humph. The outcome hasn't been decided yet, Fugaku replied coldly. Still, seeing Hiruzen steadily pushed back made Fugaku's mood sink. When you suppressed the Uchiha in Konoha, you were so powerful. So why are you like this on a real battlefield? After the deaths of the 1st and 2nd Hokage, Hiruzen had once claimed to be the strongest Hokage in history. In Fugaku's eyes? Utter nonsense. The weakest, if anything. Mangetsu smiled faintly, reforming his steam imp before slashing toward Fugaku again. This battle continued until the sun neared the horizon. Only then did both sides withdraw, almost as if by unspoken agreement. Though Hiruzen was not defeated, he looked utterly battered, his chakra nearly depleted. Yagura, on the other hand, remained composed and steady. Hiruzen understood clearly, if the fight had continued, defeat would have been inevitable. The Uchiha clan had suffered the heaviest losses. Nearly every member bore injuries. Yet those Konoha shinobi who had fought beside them quietly set aside their prejudice. Some even felt admiration for the Uchiha's ferocity and resolve. Hiruzen noticed these changes. At this stage, Konoha needed the Uchiha's strength. There was no room to interfere. The clan's reputation within the village remained poor, but fewer shinobi were willing to openly antagonize them now. Of course, the Uchiha themselves didn't care. Fugaku, thank you, Hiruzen said sincerely back at camp. This time truly. Hokage-sama, Fugaku replied formally, we did it for Konoha. And for a brief moment, both men hoped the rift between the village leadership and the Uchiha clan could finally begin to heal. Chapter 80. Don't worry. Once this war is over, I will personally commend the Uchiha clan for their contributions to Konoha. Then allow me to thank you in advance, Hokage-sama. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen say this, a flicker of joy passed through Uchiha Fugaka's eyes. Between the clan and the village, had things finally begun to ease? If Sarutobi knew what Fugaka was thinking, he would only sigh inwardly. You're thinking too much. For now, the Uchiha clan's strength was still needed on the battlefield. Of course he would say something pleasant. As for what happened after the war, whether I would truly remember the Uchiha clan's merits, that depended on whether they still had the qualifications to be remembered. Fourth Mizukage-sama, I don't understand. On the other side, inside the Kirigakure command room, Jizo, wielder of the Kubikura Bocho, slammed his fist against table the moment he returned. If we had continued fighting just now, victory would have been ours. Why order a retreat? Anyone with eyes could see it. The third Hokage was already on the verge of defeat. Yet Yagura Karatachi, the fourth Mizukage, had stopped the battle at that crucial moment. Not only that, he had ordered a full retreat. It made no sense. Jizo wasn't the only one confused. The other 7 ninja swordsmen all turned their gazes toward the throne, suspicion written plainly on their faces. What met them was Yagura's utterly cold, emotionless stare. So. His voice was flat, heavy with pressure. Are you questioning my orders? The room fell dead silent. In the past, they might have argued. But today's Yagura felt wrong. That suffocating, killing intent. It felt as though the moment they spoke another word, he would slaughter them on the spot. WWE wouldn't dare. Even with doubts burning in their hearts, none of them dared to press further. Humph. Yagura waved his hand indifferently. Withdraw. The swordsmen exchanged glances, then bowed in unison. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Even if they harbored unease, none of them would rebel against the fourth Mizukage. Soon the conference room was empty. Then, a black-and-white figure slowly rose from the ground. How was it, Madara-sama? Humph. Yagura's posture stiffened. When he spoke again, the voice was no longer his own. Deep. Cold. Arrogant. A voice belonging to the Uchiha. His eyes shifted into the three-demo Sharingan, spinning slowly. That so-called third Hokage trash. Not even a fraction of Hashirama's legacy remains in him. Disdain dripped from every word. He had once hoped that Hashirama's disciple might provide some entertainment. Instead, a complete disappointment. 5 nature transformations? To Uchiha Madara, such tricks were nothing more than a joke. Well, of course, Black Zetsu chuckled lightly. Compared to you, Madara-sama, the third Hokage is insignificant. Madara snorted. Where is Uchiha Obito? Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, that boy interested him far more. He's under complete surveillance, Black Zetsu replied. We're just waiting for the right moment for him to approach. Good. Madara nodded faintly. Let this war crush every last shred of his hope. Time passed. 1 year later, the Third Shinobi World War showed no signs of ending. If anything, it had only grown fiercer. Among all battlefields, however, Kumogakure's front was the strangest. Because Shiki was stationed there. The Cloud Ninja didn't even dare to initiate large-scale combat. Shiki's Conqueror's Haki alone was enough to clear the battlefield. Numbers meant nothing in front of him. Even the Third Reikage had personally led a raid on Konoha's camp, attempting to rescue the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. It was a futile effort. With Shiki present, failure was inevitable. The war dragged on and even Shiki began to feel bored. That day, familiar figures entered his command tent. It's hard to believe, Shiki said lazily, glancing at them, that rookies like you are still alive. These were the same shinobi who a year ago had begged him to send troops to rescue Sarutobi's forces on the Kirigakure battlefield. Now, a full year later, they stood before him once again. After experiencing the cruelty of war, none of them dared talk back. Everyone knew it by now. Konoha could survive without the third Hokage. But it absolutely could not survive without Golden Lion Shiki. Ahem. Lord Shiki, one of them said carefully. The agreed time has arrived. Could you now send reinforcements to support Hokage-sama? Shiki clicked his tongue. How embarrassing. Not even the courage to contradict yourselves anymore. He muttered with open disdain. They pretended not to hear, eyes lowered. Only Narashikaku shot Shiki a subtle look, signaling him to stop. Shiki shrugged. By the way, he added casually, has the third Hokage finally died yet? The room stiffened. Of course not. How could that be? Can you not say that to our faces? Even Shikaku had to bite back a laugh. Poor third Hokage. Of all people to provoke, he chose this disaster. Strong, petty, and vindictive. Lord Shiki. Someone reminded nervously. Ahem. I know the situation. Their eyes lit up. So he would send support? Shikaku frowned. He had a bad feeling. And sure enough. The cloud front is at a critical stage, Shiki said calmly. Wait another half year. I'll definitely go support Hokage-sama then. Complete silence. Critical stage? They hadn't fought a major battle here in months. This was fooling a child. Do you have a problem? Shiki smiled warmly. The kind of smile that said, if you do, I'll kill you. And no. Who would dare say anything more? With bitter smiles, they turned and left. After they were gone, Shiki didn't spare them another glance. Chapter 81. It's so annoying. The bunch in the Mist Village can't even put in a little effort and kill Hiruzen Sarutobi. Fortunately, Nara Shikaku had long been used to the behavior of his own boss. Even hearing such outrageous remarks no longer surprised him. Still, Shikaku always felt that Hiruzen Sarutobi might try something against Shiki. But after carefully considering Shiki's strength, Shikaku decisively shook his head. The gap was simply too large. Even if the third Hokage had schemes or calculations, they would be meaningless in front of absolute power. Did he really say that? On the Mist Village side, inside the conference room, Hiruzen Sarutobi listened to his subordinate's report. His expression was heavy, calm like still water. After a year of war, the third Hokage carried a faint but undeniable aura of slaughter about him. When he heard that Shiki said it would take half a year before any support might arrive, the last trace of hope in Sarutobi's heart vanished. Yes, Hokage-sama, and there is more. The reporting ninja hesitated, clearly unsure whether to continue. Hiruzen didn't want any unnecessary delay. He said coldly, say it. Yes. Before leaving, that Shiki also said, Hokage-sama, why are you not dead yet? Angry? Perhaps. But deep down, the third Hokage knew the truth. If he didn't die, Shiki would never support him. Leave. After adjusting his emotions, Hiruzen waved his hand casually, dismissing the room. Yes. The ninjas withdrew, leaving him alone in the conference room. Hiruzen Sarutobi muttered Shiki's name under his breath. Veins bulged faintly on his forehead, making his suppressed fury painfully obvious. At that moment, Hokage-sama. The doors opened as Uchiha Fugaku stepped inside. Hiruzen immediately concealed his anger and put on a pleasant expression. Fugaku. How is the battle progressing? Fugaku didn't suspect anything and replied solemnly, it's manageable but evenly matched. With our strength alone, we can't completely defeat the Mist Village. Sigh, this time Konoha truly owes thanks to the Uchiha clan. Hokage-sama, this is what we should do, there's nothing to be thankful for. Since Konoha still needed the Uchiha strength, Sarutobi naturally wouldn't make them a target. By the way, he added casually, I heard there's an exceptional talent in your clan? At this, Fugaku's stern expression softened into a proud smile. Yes. Uchiha Shursui is indeed remarkable. Although he's only been out of the academy for a year, the cruelty of war awakened his potential. He's already reached the 3-Tomo Sharingan and earned the title Shursui of the Body Flicker. Excellent, Sarutobi nodded. When the war ends, let Shursui join ANBU. Fugaku froze for a moment, then his face lit up. Thank you, Hokage-sama. So the Hokage was finally acknowledging the Uchiha clan, willing to truly make use of their power? Perhaps the Uchiha's good days were finally coming. Hiruzen smiled and nodded outwardly, but inside his thoughts were cold. A dangerous clan. So young yet already possessing such power. This wasn't acceptance. It was merely a method to stabilize the Uchiha and send them to fight harder on the battlefield. Lord Hokage is truly admirable, Fugaku said sincerely. You trained the Sannin, and even your student Namikaze Minato has already built his reputation. In just 1 year, Minato has earned the title Yellow Flash, sweeping across the battlefield against a Wagakure. Though he hasn't yet reached the level to decide the outcome of a war, his strength is undeniable. Yes. Minato, Sarutobi nodded, then suddenly he froze. Hokage-sama? Fugaku asked, confused. It's nothing, Sarutobi said, recovering quickly. Fugaku, you may go. I have matters to attend to. Understood. Though puzzled, Fugaku bowed and left. Once alone, Hiruzen's lips curved into a smile. That's right. I still have Minato. A year of war had made him almost forget the man who mastered Flying Thunder God. If the Cloud Village battlefield is already so stable. A plan formed. You won't support me? Then I'll send someone who will. Hiruzen immediately wrote an order scroll and handed it to Anbu. Go. Dispatch Namikaze Minato to take charge of the Cloud Village battlefield. Then, send Shiki to the Iwagakure front. Yes. 3 days later. Namikaze Minato appeared in the Konoha command tent on the Iwagakure battlefield. His arrival surprised Shiki, but what surprised him even more was the contents of the scroll Minato delivered. Ha 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 ha. After reading it, Shiki showed no anger at all. Instead he laughed. Shikaku, curious, took the scroll and read it carefully. The further he read, the darker his expression became. Lord Shiki. Shikakuzen. Please believe me. Minato said earnestly. I will definitely handle everything at the Cloud Village battlefield. Neither Shiki nor Shikaku paid much attention to his words. Shiki continued smiling casually. Shikaku glanced at Minato, then looked back at Shiki. Lord Shiki. Hiruzen Sarutobi is trying to split the CR. Edit. Anyone with eyes could see it. The Cloud Village battlefield was already close to resolution, it only depended on whether Shiki wished to end it. Sending Minato there was clearly to let him harvest merit and swiftly conclude the war. You won't support me? Fine. I'll send someone who will. Shikaku didn't avoid Minato when speaking. Minato hesitated slightly but said nothing. Though deeply influenced by the will of fire, he wasn't blind. He could see Sarutobi's intentions clearly. But Minato wanted to become Hokage. And this credit, he wanted it. Ha 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 ha. Shiki laughed, completely unconcerned. Angry? Not really. Credit meant nothing to him. What amused him was how confident that old monkey was in Minato's strength. Noticing Shikaku's gaze, Shiki waved his hand casually. It's fine. If Minato wants to command that battlefield, let him. I'll go deal with Iwagakure. Thank you, Lord Shiki. Minato looked at him with genuine gratitude. He had thought Shiki wouldn't relinquish such merit, but now it seemed. Lord Shiki is truly a good person. Chapter 82. Minato clearly didn't notice the playful glint in Shiki's eyes. The credit is indeed here, but whether you can actually hold it depends on your ability. Lord Shiki. Shikaku couldn't help but speak up. Leaving just like this, wouldn't that be letting someone take advantage of the situation for free? Don't worry, Shiki said calmly, waving his hand. I know exactly what I'm doing. He glanced at Shikaku and added lightly, after I leave, take care of yourself. Don't go and die on the battlefield. Don't worry, Lord Shiki. Shikaku smiled faintly. Seeing Shiki act this way finally put him at ease. Having followed Shiki for so long, Shikaku knew better than anyone. Even when Shiki's actions looked reckless on the surface, there was always layers beneath them. In the end, the one who suffered losses was never Shiki himself. Shiki nodded with a smile, then stood up from his seat. He walked over to Minato, said nothing, simply patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Please trust me, Lord Shiki. Minato took that gesture as encouragement and nodded solemnly. Shiki was too lazy to respond. After leaving the conference room, Shiki departed the Konoha camp together with Kurenai, heading straight for the battlefield on the side of Iwagakure. Others could be ignored, but Kurenai was different. Shiki had no intention of letting her remain on the Kumogakure battlefield any longer. After Shiki left, Shikaku glanced at Minato, his expression unreadable. You're not suited to be the leader here. Shikakuzen, I can still do my best. Minato wasn't foolish. He understood exactly what Shikaku meant. Becoming Hokage had been Minato's dream since childhood. Now that the opportunity was finally within reach, there was no way he was willing to give it up. Seeing Minato insist, Shikaku could only shake his head helplessly. Compared to you, I trust Lord Shiki and Tsunadesima more. Those two were people capable of standing at the very peak of the ninja world. Someone like Minato, at best, could only become a figurehead. The truly intelligent had already seen through it. The third Hokage was clearly trying to train Minato into a puppet. Shikaku-san, trust me. Minato's gaze was firm, his tone serious. Shikaku didn't respond for a long time. He simply looked at Minato quietly, saying nothing. On the road toward the Iwagakure battlefield, Kurenai finally couldn't hold back the doubts in her heart. Shiki, is it really necessary to hand over the credit for suppressing Kumogakure to Minato? She used to think Minato was a good person. But now? That so-called sun-like smile just felt hypocritical. After a year on the battlefield, Kurenai was no longer the naive kunoichi she once was. Her strength had risen to Jonin level, and under Shiki's influence, even her judgment and analysis had improved significantly. Shiki had only explained the matter vaguely, yet Kurenai had already weighed the pros and cons clearly. Shiki, or we could just go beat up Minato. Anyone who threatened Shikini's interests deserved to be dealt with. That was what Kurenai thought. Seeing her bristling with anger, Shiki burst out laughing instead. Hey! Shiki, how can you still laugh at a time like this? Kurenai looked helpless. That was the credit for suppressing an entire ninja village. Even the third Hokage after all these years had never obtained such an achievement. With that credit alone, Minato could practically secure the position of the next Hokage. Facing Kurenai's worried eyes, Shiki smiled and asked casually, "Do you think Kumogakure is weak?" Kind of. Kurenai hesitated, then nodded. After all, during this past year with Shiki stationed here, every offensive from Kumogakure had ended in failure. Not only that, they were beaten back miserably every single time. It wasn't just her. The entire ninja world thought Kumogakure was weak. Otherwise, how could a war last this long without even a single decent victory? Ha ha ha. Shiki ugged outright. What's wrong? Kurenai looked at him suspiciously. She didn't think she'd said anything wrong. Kumogakure only looks weak because they ran into me. Shiki's tone was relaxed. Minato's flying thunder god is fast, very fast, but speed alone can't turn the tide of a battlefield. For an entire year, Shiki had suppressed Kumogakure single-handedly. He made the entire ninja world believe that it wasn't Shiki who was terrifying but that Kumogakure was incompetent. Even the third Hokage likely thought the same, which was why Minato had been sent to take over that battlefield. But in reality, even with one arm lost, the third Raikage was still the strongest spear in the ninja world. The future fourth Raikage A had already stepped into true cage-level strength. Killer B had also grown far more adept at wielding the power of the Eight Tails. At this point, Kumogakure's combat power was no weaker than any other village. The reason they had achieved nothing for an entire year was because Shiki alone could fight the third Raikage A and Killer B simultaneously and still dominate with ease. But that was Shiki. Minato didn't possess that kind of overwhelming power. Is that how it is? Kurenai nodded slowly, still a little confused. But she trusted Shiki completely, so she didn't question him further. All right, Shiki said lightly. We're almost there. Let's go. Kurenai nodded and quickly followed after him. Yo? Long time no see, Shiki. Inside the camp, Jiraiya greeted him with a grin. Besides Jiraiya, Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, was also present, along with ninjas from the Inuzuka, Aburame, and other clans. Lord Shiki. With Shiki's current strength and prestige, such honorifics were only natural. Shiki merely nodded with a smile. Jiraiya stepped closer and lowered his voice. Thank you about Minato. The third Hokage's intention to grant Minato credit was obvious. But the achievement of suppressing Kumogakure rightfully belonged to Shiki. Taking it away so abruptly would have been unreasonable. Still, Minato was Jiraiya's pupil. Which sensei wouldn't want his student to live better? The situation had been painfully conflicting. That was why Shiki handing over the Kumogakure battlefield to Minato meant so much to him. Don't thank me, Shiki said with a playful grin. Even I'd feel embarrassed if you did. Chapter 83. It seemed that almost everyone believed Minato would immediately receive all the credit for defeating Kumogakure. Naive. And frankly laughable. Ha ha ha. Just in time, those bastards from Iwagakure finally quieted down, and now everyone gets to celebrate Shiki's arrival together. Jiraiya laughed heartily, clearly not thinking too deeply about it. After all, one yellow flash had left, only for an even stronger golden lion to step onto the battlefield. That alone was enough to calm countless shinobi who had been anxious after Minato's departure. Because Shiki's achievements, those were unquestionable. Whether it was during the Second Shinobi World War when he defeated Shikaku, or in this current war, overpowering the Third Raikage, smashing an 8-tails Baijidama Hiden, and capturing the 2-tails Jinchuriki, none of that could be attributed to luck. Not even remotely. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, inside Tsunagekyu's command center, "I'm going to kill someone!" Boom! Tsunade's fist slammed into the desk, splintering it apart in an instant. The order from the third Hokage to have Shiki withdraw while Minato took over the battlefield had already reached her ears. And in Tsunade's eyes, this was nothing short of bullshit. Shiki was about to have all his credit handed over to Minato? How could she not be furious? Sarutobi Sensei's judgment is getting worse by the day. Even Orochimaru, upon receiving the news, couldn't help but shake his head. Once he had admired his teacher. Now? Only disdain remained. To think he could come up with such a method, was he still worthy of being called a shinobi? "Orochimaru," Tsunade said sharply, turning to him, "do you have any solution?" At this point she could only look to him. Facing her gaze, Orochimaru smiled faintly and set the scroll in his hand aside. "Do you really think Minato can defeat Kumogakure?" His smile carried a deep, mocking irony. Something no one else noticed but Orochimaru saw clearly. Was Kumogakure weak? Impossible. They weren't weak at all. They were terrifyingly strong. It was just that Shiki was far too powerful, making everyone else seem insignificant by comparison. TCH. To be honest, Tsunade hadn't seen it either. Like everyone else, she had been fooled into thinking Kumogakure was weak. "Is there something else going on that I don't know?" she asked. "Just watch," Orochimaru replied calmly. "We only need to enjoy this little drama." He was genuinely curious. Once this was over, how would the third Hokage clean up the mess? If Kirigakure declared war and Hiruzen failed to prevent it, he could still make excuses. But if Minato Namikaze lost to Kumogakure? That would become a stain on Sarutobi High. Rizen's entire life. Meanwhile, inside Kumogakure's conference room. Ha ha ha, excellent. For the first time in a long while, the atmosphere, normally heavy and oppressive, was filled with laughter. The third Raikage, having only one arm left, laughed loudly as he repeatedly slammed his fist onto the table, looking as though he might smash it apart at any moment. And no one stopped him. Because they were all caught up in the same joy. That monster is finally gone. Even the third Raikage had to admit it, Shiki was a monster. With Shiki present, he didn't even dare to confront Konoha Hiden. But now? Everything had changed. Shiki had been transferred to the Iwagakure front. As for the shinobi sent to replace him, Minato Namikaze. The third Raikage had already reviewed his information. And frankly, he was unimpressed. So what if Flying Thunder God makes you fast? Do you really think you're Shiki? That you can break my lightning release armor at will? Beside him, the future fourth Raikage clenched his fists, eyes burning. "Father, let's fight. With that golden lion gone, we can finally bring Yujito back." Yujito ni their Jinchuriki. And yet she had been imprisoned in Konoha for an entire year. They had tried countless times to rescue her. Every attempt failed. All because of Shiki. Just thinking about it made her feel suffocated. Boom! The third Raikage smashed his fist down again, the already damaged table exploding into pieces. He stood up, eyes blazing. "Attack Konoha's camp. Rescue Yujito. This time there will be no failure." Yes. No one objected. Shiki was gone. There was nothing left to fear. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Minato, newly appointed commander, felt a trace of excitement. If he defeated Kumogakure here, the credit would be immense. Enough to solidify his path toward becoming the next Hokage. He felt a little guilty toward Shiki. But compared to that dream, he chose to look away. What Minato never imagined was the nightmare waiting for him. Boom! Rumble! That night, Konoha's camp was reduced to ruins. The third Raikage, lightning crackling across his body, looked down at Minato, half kneeling in the debris, with pure disdain. "Humph! You think you're the Golden Lion? What are you to dare challenge me?" Minato's speed was indeed terrifying. Flying Thunder God allowed him to come and go like a phantom. But speed alone meant nothing. His Rasengan couldn't even scratch the Raikage's strongest shield. In fact, the third Raikage could have stood there all day. And Minato wouldn't have harmed him in the slightest. So strong. His chakra was nearly depleted. Minato stared at the man before him in disbelief. How could someone be this strong? Shiki, who had simultaneously suppressed the third Raikage A and Killer B while facing the Eight Tails, just how monstrous was he? Minato laughed bitterly. So it really was his own arrogance. At the same time, A and Killer B arrived with Yujito ni. Though she had been imprisoned for a year, Shiki had not mistreated her. Food. Shelter. No humiliation. Lord Raikage. Seeing daylight again after so long, Yujito's eyes trembled. I'm sorry, the third Raikage said heavily. We should have rescued you sooner. Right was right. Wrong was wrong. He would not make excuses. I understand, Yujito replied calmly. With Shiki around, even the entire village couldn't have saved her. She glanced at Minato with open disdain. I really don't understand Konoha, transferring away the golden lion. Humph, Killer B, the Raikage said coldly. Give them a farewell gift. No problem, oi. After being suppressed for an entire year, even Killer B felt humiliated. Now that he could finally fight back. His mood was downright cheerful. Without hesitation, he transformed completely into the Eight Tails Gyuki. Chapter 84. A tailed beast bomb slammed into the Konoha camp without warning, like a sudden ambush. Boom! Blinding light engulfed the entire battlefield, swallowing the Konoha camp whole. Withdraw. Watching the camp drown in the glow of the tailed beast bomb, the third Raikage calmly raised his hand and gave the order. Huh. The command left A and the other Cloud Shinobi momentarily stunned. Father, why are we pulling back? A frowned, unable to understand. If we keep fighting, we can win completely. To retreat now, what a waste of an opportunity that would be. The third Raikage glanced at his son. After being suppressed for an entire year, finally gaining the upper hand, it was only natural for A to want to press the advantage. But the old Raikage shook his head, his tone steady. It's pointless. That golden lion was only transferred away. He isn't dead. If we continue, he'll return. The words fell like cold water. Not just several Cloud ninjas who had supported continuing the assault also fell silent. To fight that golden lion Aga. Just imagining it sent a chill down their spines. It felt like digging their own graves and then inviting their death. But being able to retrieve Yujito ni this time is already a great victory. Noticing the drop in morale, the third Raikage smiled faintly and waved his hand. Regardless, we won. Indeed. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki had been successfully rescued. Yujito ni narrowed her eyes slightly, gazing toward the distant ruins of the Konoha camp. There was no hatred in her eyes. Only something closer to nostalgia. For an entire year she had been imprisoned but not humiliated. And over that year, she and Shiki had spoken more than once. That man. A man with terrifying ambition buried deep in his heart. Perhaps it was their first meeting. Or perhaps their last. Yujito realized, quietly, unexpectedly, that she might have come to like him. The man who sought to dominate the world. Yujito? What's wrong? The voices around her snapped her out of her thoughts. Nothing. She shook her head. That thought remained unspoken, and no one suspected anything. They simply assumed her emotions were unsettled after a year of captivity. The third Raikage waved his hand decisively. All right. Let's return and celebrate. As for the war, we'll plan properly later. Yes. The mood instantly brightened and the Cloud forces withdrew in high spirits. The Konoha camp, now the losing side, had been completely annihilated by the tailed beast bomb. Out of over 2,000 shinobi, only a little more than 100 remained alive. Nearly 1,000 had died in Cloud Village's final strike. Minato's dream of becoming Hokage ended here. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato Namikaze had barely escaped the Eight Tails tailed beast bomb. But when he turned back and saw the ruins, he froze. His eyes went vacant. He couldn't speak for a long time. I told you, a cold voice said from behind him, you were never qualified to be compared to Lord Shiki. Narashikaka's voice echoed through the wreckage. Pulled from the ruins by Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza, Shikaku looked battered. The three of them had barely survived by working together. One of Shikaku's arms hung limply, clearly broken. He didn't care. With medical ninjutsu, an injury like this was trivial. His gaze remained indifferent as he looked at Minato kneeling in the rubble. Inoichi and Choza said nothing, but the suppressed anger in their eyes was unmistakable. Minato tried to speak, but no words came. Around him, the surviving shinobi stared with resentment burning in their eyes. It's your fault. If you hadn't insisted on replacing Lord Shiki, this wouldn't have happened. Shikaku walked slowly to Minato's side. The only one who could defeat Cloud Village was never us, he said flatly. It was always Lord Shiki alone. Cloud Village wasn't weak. Shiki was simply too strong. Minato hadn't understood that before. Now he did. Minato cried out in anguish. For a brief moment, he wished he had died under the tailed beast bomb. He was a sinner. A sinner of Konoha. Only after facing them directly did he truly understand how terrifying the Third Raikage and the Cloud Forces were. Their ninjutsu were useless. Even the Flying Thunder God could only be used to save lives, not to win. Overwhelmed, Minato collapsed unconscious. No one rushed to help him. Shikaku's eyes were cold. After surveying the battlefield, he finally sighed and waved his hand. Take him away for treatment. He can't die here. Yes. No matter the resentment, Minato was still the commander of this front. Thus, the battlefield against Cloud Village ended in disaster. The Konoha camp was destroyed. Only 100 survivors remained. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki was rescued. Minato was defeated. The news spread across the entire ninja world. The third Hokage was stunned. He could already imagine it. Minato's reputation was finished. And worse, he himself had appointed Minato as commander. His own reputation would suffer as well. Back in Konoha, the reaction was explosive. How is that possible? We lost? Wasn't Cloud Village getting crushed before? It's Minato. That sinner. I used to admire him, he's nothing but a disgrace. He should have died on the battlefield. The civilians' rage was understandable. Among the dead were their husbands, their sons, their brothers, their families. They had waited, believing reunion would come after the war. Now everything was gone. And all of it was blamed on Minato. As for the third Hokage, his long-maintained image of benevolence shielded him for now. Most of the anger was directed elsewhere. I wonder when Minato will return. Because of the war, Uzumaki Kushina wasn't even allowed to leave the village. Day after day she wandered aimlessly through Konoha. If not for Uchiha Mikoto, her close friend from the academy, accompanying her, Kushina felt she might truly go mad from the waiting. Compared to Kushina's restlessness, Mikoto walked beside her calmly, her demeanor gentle as always. Chapter 85. But noticing the civilians gathering around, Uchiha Mikoto felt a flicker of confusion. Did news from the front come back? She asked softly. Is there any word about Minato? Beside her, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly looked up, eyes widening. Without saying a word, she immediately ran forward. Wait! Mikoto started to call out, but she stopped. The moment Kushina came into view, Mikoto noticed it. The civilians' gazes changed. Resentment. Hatred. In the past, because of Kushina's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the villagers had always kept their distance. Fear, discomfort, yes. But never like this. Never eyes that looked as if they wanted to kill her. What happened? Mikoto murmured, a bad feeling rising in her chest. She didn't hesitate any longer and quickly followed. Kushina. By the time she caught up, Kushina was already standing there, head lowered, lips trembling as she muttered to herself. Impossible, this is impossible. When Mikoto's eyes fell upon the report posted in front of the crowd, she finally understood. Namikaze Minato. Konoha's shining prodigy. The young genius everyone believed might one day become Hokage. Now, he had become Konoha's sinner. According to the report, Minato's command mistake had caused the Konoha forces assigned to the Kumogakure front to suffer near total annihilation. There has to be some mistake. Kushina's voice cracked. Minato, how could he do something like this? Her mind felt dizzy, her thoughts refusing to connect. How is it impossible? Namikaze Minato is a criminal. You're his girlfriend, don't act innocent. A demon fox and a sinner, get out of Konoha. At last, someone shouted what the others had been holding back. You! Kushina's eyes snapped up, chakra surging violently. The oppressive pressure of the Nine Tails flared, forcing many civilians to instinctively stumble back. But not all of them retreated. An elderly man stared at her, eyes filled with grief and hatred. "If you have the guts, then kill me," he shouted. "My son died because of Namikaze Minato, kill me too. And my brother was there. If you're so powerful, then kill us all." One voice after another rose, each word like a blade. The fury in Kushina's eyes slowly faded, clarity returning in a painful rush. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Those eyes, those looks of loss and hatred, made her feel as though needles were piercing her skin. In the end, it was Mikoto who stepped forward, pulling her away. "Kushina, let's leave. Now, if they stayed any longer, things would truly spiral out of control." They couldn't. They couldn't slaughter civilians. Kushina let herself be dragged away, her body numb. Only when they reached a quiet place did her strength finally give out. She dropped to her knees. "What happened?" she whispered. "What happened to Minato?" Suddenly, as if making up her mind, she stood up. "No. I'm going to the front lines. I'm going to find Minato." "Kushina!" Mikoto hurriedly stopped her. Her identity wasn't something to joke about. Anyone else could go, but Kushina absolutely couldn't. "Mikoto!" Kushina shouted, tears brimming in her eyes. "Let me go. If I stay in Konoha like this, I don't know what I'll do." Mikoto didn't know how to respond. And then, a calm, flat voice cut in. "You're not going anywhere." Kushina turned. Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Hamura stood in front of her, expressions unreadable. "In matters of war," Koharu said coolly, "the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki cannot leave the village. That is the rule." Though often dismissed as useless elders, they were not merely decorations. They had received the battlefield report as well. And knowing Minato was Kushina's lover, they had come immediately, fully aware she would try to rush to the front. Fortunately, they were in time. "I don't care." Kushina glared at them, chakra flaring again. "I'll go anyway. Try and stop me." Like Tsunade, Kushina had never taken these two wise elders seriously. In terms of strength, even together, they weren't her match. Yet faced with her murderous aura, Koharu and Hamura remained calm. "You can go," Koharu said evenly. "But Namikaze Minato's fate will be sealed." Kushina froze. The killing intent vanished instantly. This was her weakness. Minato was the one person in all of Konoha she cared about most. "You should understand," Hamura continued coldly. "His current position is already one step away from being labeled a traitor." At this point, Minato was already Konoha's sinner. Calling him a deserter wouldn't even raise suspicion. After a long silence, Kushina finally lowered her head. "I'll stay." Koharu and Hamura exchanged a glance and nodded. As long as the Nine Tails was stabilized, everything else was secondary. "Wait." Kushina suddenly looked up. "Can you keep Minato safe?" Whether he was guilty or not didn't matter to her. She just wanted him alive. If it were anyone else, the two heirs would have already left. But this situation was different. "Don't worry," Koharu replied calmly. They knew Minato was Jiraiya's beloved student, carefully trained by Hiruzen Sarutobi. As long as those two were alive, Minato wouldn't be discarded so easily. That's enough. Only then did Kushina feel a little relief. She watched as Koharu and Hamura turned and left without another word. This news didn't only shake them. It also reached Jiraiya. "Minato." Disbelief filled his voice. Just days ago, Minato had stood before him with confidence, saying that if he defeated Kumogakure, he would have a real chance to compete for Hokage. That confident smile, even Jiraiya had been infected by it. And now? In just a few days, Minato had fallen from hero to sinner. "No, this can't continue," Jiraiya clenched his fists. "I have to see him." Minato was still young. His life had been smooth, too smooth. Jiraiya feared that this blow might crush him. "I'm going to the front." "Wait, Jiraiya-sama." The moment he said he was heading toward the Kumogakure battlefield, the surrounding ninja immediately stood up. "This is a time of war. The situation at the front still needs you. Don't forget, there are barely any of their ninja left." Chapter 86. It was a very real problem. On the Cloud Village battlefield, the Konoha forces had been reduced to barely over 100 survivors. Even if the Rock Village front could still be held, if Cloud Village collapsed, then this war, no matter how one looked at it, would be Konoha's loss. Thinking of this, the surrounding ninjas couldn't help but begin complaining about Minato in hushed voices. You said it yourself, if you weren't strong enough then you weren't strong enough. Why insist on showing off? Look at the situation now. Shiki. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Jiraiya's gaze snapped toward Shiki, who was seated not far away with an utterly relaxed expression. From the moment the news arrived until now, Shiki's face hadn't changed even once. As if everything unfolding before them was exactly what he had already expected. What's worth being surprised about? His expression seemed to say. Hearing Jiraiya call his name, Shiki raised an eyebrow slightly and looked over. The Rock Village battlefield will be entrusted to you from now on, Jiraiya said solemnly. And? Shiki shrugged, still completely unconcerned. Not only that, Jiraiya continued, gritting his teeth, I'll be taking 1,000 ninjas with me to reinforce the Cloud Village battlefield. There was no other choice. The village had already deployed nearly all its available forces. If Cloud Village was to be held, troops had to be transferred. Originally, 3,000 ninjas had been assigned to the Rock Village front. After a year of brutal fighting, barely over 2,000 remained. Now, with another 1,000 being pulled away, if they could still hold Rock Village under those conditions, it would mean completely underestimating Iwagakure. Jiraiya knew this decision put Shiki in an awkward position, but there truly was no other option. Shiki, I know this puts you in a difficult spot, but take them? Jiraiya froze for a moment, clearly not expecting such a casual response. His eyes stared at Shiki, momentarily dazed. I said, Shiki repeated calmly, take them. Really? Thank you, Shiki. Jiraiya didn't hesitate. The moment Shiki gave his answer, Jiraiya turned and immediately began issuing orders to mobilize the troops. Soon after, Jiraiya left the conference room. The remaining people all turned their eyes toward Shiki at once. After all, he was now the supreme commander of the Rock Village battlefield. Lord Shiki, Hyuga Hayashi spoke up with a serious expression, after Lord Jiraiya takes away 1,000 men, our forces will be stretched very thin. Shiki glanced at him. Then he slowly stood up, his shinobi boots scraping lightly against the floor. Let me teach you something. His voice was calm but carried unquestionable authority. In the shinobi world, sometimes absolute strength matters far more than numbers. The tactic of overwhelming with sheer manpower had its uses, but only depending on who you were facing. Hayashi. Elders of all clans. Yes. The moment Shiki called them, their earlier worry vanished. All of them straightened and looked at him intently. After Jiraiya leaves, gather all remaining forces and launch a direct offensive against Rock Village. What? Shock and disbelief spread through the room. Was this a joke? Wasn't that sending them straight to their deaths? Relax. Shiki waved his hand casually. Since he dared give such an order, he naturally had no intention of letting them die meaninglessly. The longer this drags on, the lower our morale will sink. Instead of rotting away like this, it's better to initiate the war ourselves. I want to crush this decay with a decisive victory. I want to tell every remaining Konoha shinobi, as long as I, Shiki, am here, Konoha will never know defeat. Yes. With Shiki's decision made as commander-in-chief, further objections were meaningless. Everyo. Ne answered in unison and immediately moved to carry out the orders. The remaining Konoha forces on the Iwagakure battlefield began assembling at once. Shiki remained seated in the conference room, quietly waiting. One hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Fear? Sorry. That emotion had never existed for him. If anything, Shiki was looking forward to what came next. After crushing Rock Village, what would the civilians of Konoha say about Minato then? With Minato standing ahead like a flawless jewel. The brighter Shiki shone, the more it would expose Minato's incompetence. Shikinai. Just as silence filled the room, Kurenai's voice suddenly rang out. Not only Kurenai, beside her stood a young girl about the same age. Shiki looked over, mildly curious. This is Rin no Era, Kurenai introduced cheerfully. A really good friend I met at the academy. Kurenai had never been cold or distant. During her time at the Ninja Academy, she had gotten along with nearly everyone. Lord Shiki. Rin couldn't be as natural as Kurenai in front of him, but she still looked at Shiki with unmistakable curiosity. She wanted to know what kind of man this golden lion, famed throughout the shinobi world, truly was. Shiki nodded lightly, his gaze briefly sweeping over Rin. So it was her, the existence that would one day push Obito completely into darkness, the trigger behind his desperate wish to change the world. I heard you're about to go to war, Shikini. Kurenai said without hesitation. She had already noticed the large-scale troop movements outside and rushed over immediately. Then stay behind in the camp. No. Kurenai rejected him without even thinking. I'm strong too. I'm not some decoration anymore. Her voice was firm. Even if I die on the battlefield, I want to die by your side. Her eyes were pure, almost painfully so. Shiki was momentarily stunned. Rin, standing nearby, seemed to understand. From the very beginning, Kurenai had been telling her how incredible Shiki was. No wonder. At that moment, Hyuga Hayashi entered the room. Lord Shiki. Everything is ready. Good. Shiki stood up without hesitation. He walked over to Kurenai, met her unwavering gaze, smiled faintly, and gently patted her head. Let's go. But no matter what happens, stay close to me. Even though Kurenai already possessed Jonin-level strength, Shiki had no intention of letting her roam freely on the battlefield. Kurenai nodded happily and immediately followed at his side. Outside the camp, every shinobi capable of fighting had already assembled. After a year of brutal losses, and after Jiraiya took another 1,000 away, less than 1,000 remained from the original 3,000. When Shiki stepped forward, every gaze locked onto him. They all knew. The battle that would decide their survival rested entirely on this young man. Shiki's expression was calm. This was nothing new to him. One hand rested on his sword as an invisible pressure spread outward. Everyone, he said evenly, you already know what awaits you. Facing Rock Village with these numbers, fear, panic, despair, and resignation all showed in different eyes. Shiki saw them all. If you think defeat is inevitable, don't worry, he continued. I didn't call you here to die. I called you here to bear witness. As long as I am standing here, I will not lose. Let's move. No unnecessary speeches. No hollow encouragement. And yet, morale surged like a rising tide. Chapter 87. Even if words alone couldn't truly lift morale, one thing was certain. Once these people witnessed what real strength looked like, their spirits would recover on their own. That was precisely why Shiki released a basic wave of Conqueror's Haki. Not aggressively. Not oppressively. Just enough. The pressure washed over the battlefield like a sudden storm wind, raising goosebumps along every spine present. Shiki didn't blame them. If he were standing in their position, facing overwhelming numbers with only a fraction of the force, he would hesitate too. This kind of deployment was little different from marching straight into death. The shinobi exchanged glances after feeling that invisible pressure. No one spoke. But without hesitation they all followed behind Shiki. Under Hyuga Hayashi's guidance, the unit advanced toward the encampment of Awagakure. Lord Shiki. After advancing several hundred meters, Hayashi suddenly halted and pointed forward. About 100 meters ahead, vague outlines of tents and defensive formations were visible among the rocky terrain. That's Awagakure's camp. The 3rd Tsuchikage is stationed there. The border of the land of Earth was dominated by jagged cliffs and exposed stone. There were no forests, no cover, nothing that could be used to conceal a large force. Shiki stood at the front of the formation and calmly looked toward the enemy camp. Hayashi hesitated, then asked carefully, Lord Shiki, do we engage directly? Not only Hayashi, every shinobi nearby was watching Shiki now. They all knew the gap in strength was enormous. But this was still a battlefield. If Shiki gave the order, they would charge without hesitation, life and death be damned. No need. Shiki smiled faintly. Honestly, the looks in their eyes were a little too decisive. It was as if they'd already prepared themselves to die. He didn't explain further. Instead, he slowly reached behind him and drew his swords. Let me greet Awagakure first. A faint gleam flashed along the blades. For a brief moment, some even wondered if it was their imagination, but the twin swords in Shiki's hands seemed to breathe. A sharp, overwhelming sword aura spread outward. It wasn't something you could look at directly. Is that Lord Golden Lion? I heard his swordsmanship rivals the late White Fang of Konoha. This is my first time seeing it in person. Quiet murmurs rippled through the ranks. Most of them only knew Shiki's reputation. Very few had actually witnessed his strength firsthand. Among the crowd, a silver-haired boy wearing a mask stared intently at Shiki. Kakashi, the boy beside him, goggles perched on his head, asked curiously, "How do you think Lord Shiki's swordsmanship compares to your father's?" "Shut up, Obito." Kakashi Hatake clearly had no interest in answering. TCH. Under normal circumstances, Obito would have fired back immediately. After all, this wasn't the first time he'd been brushed off like that. But this was a battlefield. So Uchiha Obito merely turned his head and looked toward the girl standing nearby. "Rin." He clenched his fist. "No matter what happens, I'll protect you." Even if something happened to him, he would never allow Rin Noera to be harmed. Rin smiled gently in response. "Obito, this is a battlefield. You need to protect yourself too." "Why yeah." It was such a simple sentence, but to Obito, it felt like the goddess herself had spoken. She cares about me. That realization alone was enough to make his blood boil with excitement. He almost wished the battle would start immediately. Lord Shiki? No one cared about the murmurs anymore. All eyes at the front were locked onto Shiki, waiting to see what he intended to do. Lion might. Shiki's gaze sharpened. An indescribable pressure erupted from his body. In the next instant, both swords flashed. Slicing wave. Under countless stunned gazes, a golden sword slash nearly 100 meters long tore through the air, roaring straight toward Iwagakure's camp. What? They were dumbfounded. This kind of attack. It was the first time they had ever seen anything like it. Even Kakashi Hatake froze. This level of sword pressure. His father couldn't do this. Wherever the slash passed, solid rock cliffs were cleaved apart like paper. By the time it reached the enemy camp, the area was practically flattened. There was no need to think too deeply about the outcome. Caught completely off guard, a large number of Iwagakure shinobi were swept away instantly. Su strong. So this is the Golden Lion. With him as commander, we can't lose. Confidence surged through the ranks. Just as Shiki expected, words could only go so far. Only absolute strength could truly ignite morale. Moments ago, doubt still lingered in their hearts. Now? They looked at Shiki as if defeat itself had become impossible. Which bastard attacked my village? A furious roar echoed across the battlefield. From the devastated camp, a small figure shot into the sky, floating midair. It was Inoki, the third Tsuchikage wielder of Dust Release. Originally, after learning that Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze had withdrawn from the front, Inoki had been planning a counteroffensive against Konoha. But before plans could even be finalized, their camp was struck first. Shiki hadn't concealed himself at all. Inoki's gaze locked onto him instantly. "Brat. Who are you?" Shiki calmly sheathed his swords and looked up at the floating Tsuchikage. "Shiki, Supreme Commander of Konoha." Then, without emotion, he continued, "I suggest Iwagakure withdraw several kilometers." "You little..." Inoki's eyes twitched. Withdraw? That was the same as admitting fear. Behind Inoki, survivors gathered rapidly: Rashi, the Four Tails Jinchuriki; Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, along with elite shinobi and those who had barely survived Shiki's slash. Their gazes burned with hostility. "Lord Shiki," Hayashi leaned in to whisper urgently. Even after that devastating strike, Iwagakure still outnumbered Konoha several times over. But before he could finish, Shiki raised a hand. "Enough. I don't feel like listening right now." "Understood." Hayashi fell silent. Even knowing the odds, he and the others were already prepared to die if necessary. High above, Inoki took in Konoha's situation clearly and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. So this is all Konoha has left? Less than 1,000 shinobi? You might as well surrender." The laughter echoed mockingly across the field. Inoki had heard of Shiki, the so-called Golden Lion. But honestly? He hadn't taken the name seriously. So what if he was strong? Iwagakure wasn't some village that could be pushed around. Chapter 88. Even the legendary god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, and the Uchiha clan's Azura reincarnation, Uchiha Madara, had once stood on the battlefield before him. Inoki had witnessed their presence with his own eyes. Their killing intent. Their pressure. Their absolute dominance. If he had not been frightened by them, P.S. Cap, then how could he possibly be intimidated by a brat now? With power at this level. Inoki roared, his voice rolling across the battlefield like thunder. You think someone like you can stand against a Wagakure Hiden? Is that so? Shiki smiled. Calmly, casually, he placed one hand on the hilt of his sword, his expression relaxed, almost amused. You! Inoki was just about to continue when his pupils suddenly shrank. An instinctive sense of danger exploded in his mind. Boom! Shiki stood at the center as an overwhelming pressure erupted outward. Conqueror's Haki. The invisible force surged into the sky, sweeping across the entire battlefield like a divine storm. In an instant, everyone felt it. Their shoulders sank. Their breathing faltered. Their knees trembled. It felt as though the world itself had become heavier. Even the sky seemed unable to endure it. Faint splits spread across the clouds, as if the heavens themselves were cracking under the pressure. Impossible! Inoki stared at Shiki in disbelief. If Shiki were merely strong, that alone would not have shocked him. But this was not just strength. This was dominion. How could sheer willpower reach such a terrifying level? Bang! 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 Among the Iwagakure shinobi facing Konoha, someone collapsed. Then another. And another. Like dominoes falling one after another, shinobi dropped to the ground, unconscious, unable to withstand Shiki's overwhelming will. What had once been an overwhelming numerical advantage vanished in seconds. Hyuga Hayashi and the others standing beside Shiki were equally stunned. They too felt that crushing pressure. But because Shiki had not targeted them directly, they remained standing. Even so, just standing near him was enough to make their scalps tingle. To think that merely releasing pressure could defeat an army without lifting a finger. This was power that could terrify people to submission. No, Inoki's expression darkened. More and more of his shinobi were falling. If this continued, there would be no need to fight this war at all. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals, his gaze locking onto Shiki. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A blinding white cube appeared between Inoki's hands. Under his control, the dust release shot forward at terrifying speed. This was Kekiai Toda, exclusive to Inoki, a power that surpassed ordinary Kekiai Genkai. Anything caught within it would be reduced to dust. Die beneath my dust release. Lion Might, Meteor Slash. Golden light erupted. A dazzling sword slash, blazing like a falling meteor, tore across the battlefield and collided Hiden with the dust release. Boom! The two forces crashed together and neutralized each other completely. What? Inoki froze. How could his dust release, his ultimate technique, be cancelled out so easily? Was it because the dust release had decomposed Shiki's sword slash? Before he could think further, Shiki was already holding two swords. Under Inoki's shocked gaze, Shiki suddenly lifted off the ground and flew. He shot forward through the air, rapidly closing the distance between them. How is this possible? Blocking dust release was already absurd enough. But flying? Since when did ninja capable of true flight become so common? Lion Might, Thousand Cut Valley. Shiki gave him no time to think. Crisscrossing golden sword slashes surged forward like a raging storm, tearing toward Inoki without mercy. Damn it! Inoki hastily formed seals again. Earth Release, Rock Golem. Aside from dust release, the third Tsuchikage was also a master of earth release. Boom! A colossal rock golem, tens of meters tall, burst from the ground and positioned itself in front of Inoki. Its massive arm swung forward, attempting to smash the incoming sword slashes apart. But Inoki had underestimated Shiki. Nanny? Today was without question the most shocking day of his life. Since becoming Tsuchikage, he had never experienced surprise after surprise like this. Boom! 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 The golden sword slashes cut through the rock golem as if slicing through paper. The massive figure shattered instantly, reduced to rubble without any resistance. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Inoki had no choice. The sword slashes that destroyed the golem continued straight toward him. He could only unleash dust release again, barely canceli. Ing them out. The brief clash between Shiki and Inoki left not only Konoha stunned, even the shinobi of Iwagakure and Kumogakure were shaken. That golden lion, he's terrifying. The four-tails Jinchuriki, Rashi, and the five-tails Jinchuriki, Han, stared in shock. In Iwagakure, the two of them were never particularly obedient toward Inoki. If not for the fate of the village being at stake, they wouldn't have joined this war at all. But even so, they acknowledged Inoki's strength. Yet now that same Tsuchikage was clearly at a disadvantage. Anyone with eyes could see it. Have I been cut off from the world for too long? Rashi scratched his head. A monster like this had appeared in the ninja world and he had never even heard of him. Han shrugged helplessly beside him. Don't look at me. I didn't know either. Lord Rashi. Lord Han. Please help. The one who spoke was Kuratsuchi's father, Kitsuchi, Inoki's son. Unlike Rashi and Han who were calmly observing, Kitsuchi couldn't stay idle. After all, the one being overwhelmed was his father. His words made Rashi and Han exchange a glance. Then they both sighed and shrugged. They didn't particularly want to intervene. But this was a battlefield. Now was not the time to hesitate. Han tilted his head slightly toward Rashi. I'll go first? Let's go together, Rashi replied calmly. Better to avoid any accidents. The boy wielding two swords, the Golden Lion, his strength was far beyond ordinary cage level. If they were going to act, it was safer to do so together. Chapter 89 Bonus, alright? Han nodded once, showing no hesitation. The two Jinchuriki turned their gazes toward Shiki at the same time. Boil release vapor armor. Lava release chakra mode. One figure burst forth in scorching white steam, the other blazing crimson with flowing magma. The two shot into the air simultaneously, rushing straight at Shiki. Huh. Shiki's attention had been focused on Inoki. He hadn't even bothered using haki, and by the time he reacted, Han and Rashi were already on him. Bang! Armament haki surged over Shiki's twin blades as he crossed them, blocking their fists' heat-in. The clash didn't injure him. But the sheer force still drove him down into the ground. Lord Shiki. Hyuga Hayashi and the others immediately rushed forward in alarm. After all, Shiki was the linchpin of the entire battlefield. If he fell, Konoha's chances collapsed with him. Shiki merely lifted a hand, signaling that he was fine. He said nothing. His eyes never left Inoki. Yo? Old man, looks like you couldn't handle it yourself. Rashi chuckled as he spoke, though his eyes stayed locked on Shiki. Heh. Inoki snorted. After working together for so long, he was long used to Rashi and Han's attitudes. You two aren't exactly young yourselves. People call me old, yet you talk like you're still in your prime. Then his expression hardened. Be careful. That man, he's no ordinary shinobi. Don't worry. You don't need to tell us that. Han rolled his shoulders. If Shiki were weak, Inoki wouldn't have been forced into such a state. I'll test him first. Han stepped forward and vanished. Boil release unmatched strength. White steam exploded from his body as he charged. The four tails and five tails both possessed unique powers. As Jinchuriki, Rashi and Han had drawn deeply from their tailed beasts. Rashi's lava. Han's boiling vapor, superheated to an extreme. Combined with his monstrous physique, Han's taijutsu was terrifying. Shiki watched the charging figure calmly. Humph. With a faintly disdainful smile, he sheathed his blades and clenched a haki-coated fist. He charged back. Nanny? Han assumed that Shiki setting aside his swords meant he was being underestimated. Until their fists collided. Only then did he realize how wrong he was. Lava release, burning river rock technique. At the same time, Rashi surged forward, hurling massive magma fireballs, each 7 or 8 meters across, straight at Shiki. Sovereign wave. Shiki disengaged instantly, cleaving the molten projectiles cleanly in half. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Boom! The space where Shiki stood was swallowed by blinding light, reduced to nothingness. Ha! The old man's still the same, only good at sneak attacks. Rashi laughed as he relaxed slightly. Han nodded. Inoki's methods were ruthless but effective. Inoki himself remained stone-faced. What do you know? He snapped. As long as you win, the method doesn't matter. Rashi and Han frowned, dissatisfied, but Inoki was just as displeased with them. Everything I do is for Iwagakure, and you dare question me? Lord Shiki. Konoha's side froze in shock. Among them only Kurenai, who had been watching Shiki from the beginning, remained calm. Shikini won't lose here. He can't. Anoki had already turned his gaze toward the Konoha shinobi. Now, he said coldly. It's your turn. Once they're crushed, Iwagakure wins this war. Then, so confident? A calm, indifferent voice sounded behind him. Nanny? Anoki turned and saw Shiki floating behind him, completely unscathed. There was no time to form seals. Bang! Bang! 2 heavy impacts echoed. Anoki's legs collapsed, severed cleanly. Aya! Agony exploded through him as he fell. Boil release. Lava release. Rashi and Han moved instantly. But instead of attacking Shiki, they grabbed Anoki and retreated at full speed. Oh daddy. Kitsuchi rushed forward. Anoki glared at Shiki with venomous hatred. You bastard. Losing his legs didn't weaken him much as a shinobi, but the humiliation would follow him for life. Oh my. Shiki shrugged casually. I heard your relationship with Kimogakure isn't great. I cut off the 3rd Reikage's arm, figured I'd take your legs to balance things out. I'll balance your ##**. Anoki was so furious he could barely curse properly. Shiki continued leisurely. Besides, you can fly, right? Those legs were useless anyway. I did you a favor. So I should thank you? Anoki's rage burned hotter than the pain. He turned sharply toward Rashi and Han. Kill him. As long as this man lives, Iwagakure will never defeat Konoha. Kill him no matter what. Rashi and Han exchanged glances. Honestly, neither of them wanted to continue. But Anoki had spoken. They sighed, stepped forward, and faced Shiki. You really want to go all out? Rashi asked. Shiki tilted his head, smiling faintly. In his eyes, the 2 Jinchuriki didn't even register as a threat. Come together. Let's go, old man. Chapter 90. The expressions of the 2 turned serious slightly. They knew exactly how terrifying Shiki was. There was no point hesitating any longer. Almost at the same time, they directly triggered tailed beast transformation. However, neither of them was a perfect Jinchuriki. Their control over the tailed beasts was far from absolute. The chakra within their bodies surged violently, the beasts themselves clearly struggling to break free. Is this your trump card? Shiki narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the roaring figures emerging from lava and steam. He casually raised his blade, pointing it straight at the 2 tailed beasts. In that case, let me crush your hopes completely. You think 2 tailed beasts are enough to defeat me? How naive. Shirshirodoshi Chimaki. Shiki stomped heavily on the ground. A deafening dragon's roar erupted instantly. From beneath the earth, a massive rock dragon burst forth, its presence not inferior to that of a tailed beast. It surged forward with overwhelming momentum, roaring as it charged straight toward the 4 tails and 5 tails. Lava release, Flower Fruit Mountain. The 4 tails, Son Goku, slammed both fists into the ground. In an instant, scorching lava erupted like a tsunami, flooding the battlefield. The heat distorted the air itself. Seeing the lava rapidly spreading, shinobi from both Konoha and Iwagakure retreated at full speed. No one dared to be careless. Boil release, unrivaled strength. The 5 tails Kokuo, resembling a massive antelope, lowered his head and charged directly at Shiki with terrifying force. Boom! Shiki was pushed back dozens of meters, his feet carving long trenches into the ground. TCH. Son Goku, can't you keep your lava under control? Kokuo came to a stop and glanced at the lava flooding the battlefield, then shot an annoyed look toward the 4 tails. Ha! Son Goku snorted disdainfully, clearly uninterested in responding. Just as Kokuo was about to say something else, both tailed beasts suddenly froze. The Shiki they had just knocked away was already standing again. This power. Both the 4 tails and 5 tails stared at Shiki simultaneously. As tailed beasts, their perception far surpassed that of humans. From Shiki's body, they sensed something deeply unsettling, something that made their hearts tremble instinctively. What is this aura? I've never felt anything like it. Facing their gazes, Shiki spoke calmly, almost indifferently. That's enough. After dragging this out for so long, he had no intention of continuing to waste time. Next, I'll end this war completely. Don't get cocky, brat. Son Goku roared angrily. Meanwhile, Kokuo's expression remained cautious, his instincts screaming danger. Ground roll. Shiki dropped down, driving his sword into the earth with a backhand motion. Sekai yo Kawer. Change the world, boom, rumble, rumble. The roar did not stop. The entire battlefield was violently affected by the power of the Fuwa no Mi. The eyes of both tailed beasts widened at the same time. The ground rolled and twisted violently. The land itself began to deform as if alive. Countless massive rocks surged upward, flowing endlessly and converging around the four tails and five tails. Watching the two-tailed beasts roar and struggle within the torrent of stone, the shinobi observing from afar fell silent. What kind of power is this? The earth is being overturned. Is this the Golden Lion? This kind of casual, world-altering force was what truly made people's hearts pound in fear. Bang! 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 The four tails and five tails desperately tried to push back the rock flow, even preparing to condense tailed beast bombs. But the living rock gave them no chance. It continuously disrupted their chakra flow, preventing them from gathering enough chakra to fire. Within this land completely controlled by Shiki's Fuwa no Mi, the four tails and five tails felt as though they were resisting the very heavens and earth themselves. There was no way to fight back. Earth-style endless grand seal. Shiki brought his hands together. The entire battlefield seemed to boil. Even with their combined strength, the four tails and five tails could barely struggle any longer. Under this technique, all resistance was crushed. The surging rock swallowed them whole. Tailed beasts are not afraid of death. Even if destroyed, they will eventually revive somewhere in the ninja world. That is why. To deal with tailed beasts, sealing is the only true solution. Shiki's endless grand seal was a technique created specifically for that purpose. Calling it a sealing jutsu was accurate, but in reality it was simply the overwhelming application of the Fuwa no Mi, burying the tailed beasts under an endless mass of controlled matter. In a way, it resembled Chibaku Tensei, minus the gravitational core. With a calm motion, Shiki dusted off his hands, sheathed his sword and looked ahead. The four tails and five tails were gone. In their place stood two exaggeratedly large mounds of earth. You monster! Inoki endured the pain in his shattered leg and once again activated lightweight rock technique, floating into the air. He stared at Shiki with an ugly expression. When had such a monster appeared in the ninja world? Just last year, Inoki had mocked Kumogakure more than once, laughing at how they fought for an entire year without a single decisive victory. Now he understood. Against an opponent like this, winning even once would be a miracle. Casually brushing the dust from his clothes, Shiki looked up at the floating Inoki, surprise flickering briefly in his eyes. Yo, just as I thought. Losing your legs really doesn't affect you at all. If he could, Inoki would have ordered a full assault alongside Konoha's forces. But reason ultimately overpowered anger. If this continued, Iwagakure would likely be forced to withdraw from the Third Great Ninja War entirely. That was something Inoki could not accept. What about Rashi and Han? Did you kill them? Inoki's concern for the two Jinchuriki was obvious. They? Shiki shrugged. With a wave of his hand, the two earthen mounds began to collapse. The figures of the tailed beasts were gone, replaced by Rashi and Han lying unconscious on the ground. They're alive. Just knocked out. Ha! Seeing that both men were merely unconscious, Inoki finally let out a breath of relief. But hesitation crept into his expression. As the defeated side, what right did they have to negotiate? Shiki didn't seem to care. Instead, he turned his head slightly and glanced toward Hyuga Hayashi. Do we have a sealing squad? No. They were all taken away by Jiraiya. That idiot really does have more enthusiasm than brains. Hayashi was left speechless. With Shiki's strength, even if he scolded Jiraiya to his face, no one would dare say a word. They, however, were different. No one here dared casually comment on one of the three legendary Sannin. Fine. Since there was no sealing team, Shiki waved his hand again. Chapter 91. Rashi and Han, both unconscious, were dragged forward by stone hands and dumped unceremoniously in front of Inoki. Inoki froze. At first he hadn't known how he was supposed to demand Shiki return the Jinchuriki. But now there was no need. They were already back. Inoki narrowed his eyes, staring at Shiki with heavy suspicion. You're returning the Jinchuriki just like that? Shiki tilted his head slightly, looking down at the short old man with a faint smile. Don't tell me you think that after getting them back, you'll somehow be able to defeat me. Inoki didn't answer because he already knew the truth. Even when Iwagakure still had its Jinchuriki, they'd been completely crushed. Brutally. One-sidedly. And now? Even with the Jinchuriki returned, the situation wouldn't change. Realizing this made Inoki's expression turn complicated. At some point, he had fallen so low that he needed mercy from an enemy. TCH, hurry up. Shiki waved his hand impatiently, like he was swatting flies, his face full of open disdain. Stop standing around and getting in the way. You. Inoki's face darkened. After staring at Shiki for a long moment, he finally turned away and barked orders. Take them back. The surrounding IWA shinobi quickly moved, lifting the unconscious Rashi and Han. Inoki clenched his fists. We, Iwagakure, will never give up on the Third Great Ninja War. Even if this battle ended in defeat, he had no ion of abandoning the war against Konoha. Boom. Shiki shrugged indifferently. Whether they continued the war or not had nothing to do with him. He didn't care and had no reason to. Still, even Inoki understood one thing clearly: in the short term, continuing the war was impossible. Let's go. With a final wave of his hand, Inoki led the IWA forces away. As per Shiki's original demand, Iwagakure's camp withdrew several kilometers. Once Iwagakure left, Shiki's side naturally began returning as well. After witnessing Shiki's strength firsthand, there was no longer any fear or unease on the faces of those in the camp. Their commander-in-chief had single-handedly subdued 2 Jinchuriki and forced an Otsutsuki-level Kage into retreat. What was there left to fear? As they marched, voices of discussion filled the air, almost all of them filled with awe and admiration. He's ridiculously strong. Having a commander like that is way too reassuring. I'm not worried at all about Iwagakure coming back to bully us. This is the Golden Lion. Back at camp. Lord Shiki, why did you return the Jinchuriki? Hyuga Hayashi finally voiced the doubt he'd been holding back. With so many people present earlier, he hadn't dared ask, but now he couldn't keep it in. He wasn't the only one. The heads of the major clans all looked at Shiki with similar confusion. After all, the Jinchuriki had clearly been defeated. With Shiki's strength, even if they still possessed tailed beasts, Iwagakure posed no threat. Capturing Rashi and Han would have been a massive advantage. Shiki glanced at him. Capture them? He snorted lightly. There's no sealing unit here. You planning to guard them yourself? A Jinchuriki without a seal could break free at any moment. Shiki would be fine, but everyone else in the camp wouldn't. Of course not. That'd be suicide, Hayashi said honestly. But Lord Shiki could handle it, right? Hayashi was self-aware enough to know his limits. Shiki waved his hand casually. I'm busy. Guarding Jinchuriki all day? Was he crazy? Hayashi fell silent. So did everyone else. Busy? In their minds, Shiki's daily life was basically the definition of leisure. When he fought, he was terrifyingly reliable, but outside of battle, he was absurdly laid back. He'd sit if he could. He'd lie down if sitting was optional. Seeing their awkward silence, Shiki smiled faintly and turned back to them. Hyuga, he said calmly, do I really look that idle to you? Everyone instinctively wanted to nod. But the moment they met Shiki's smiling gaze, they realized something very important. If they nodded right now, they might actually die. And no, of course not. As Commander-in-Chief, Lord Shiki has countless responsibilities every day. That's right. Lord Shiki works the hardest. Then releasing the Jinchuriki makes perfect sense. The tone shifted instantly. Shiki nodded in satisfaction and turned away. Lord Shiki is insanely strong. Obito muttered, looking toward Noara, Rin and Kakashi beside him. I almost thought we were all going to die in this war. I didn't expect it to end without even fighting properly. At this point, Obito, Rin and Kakashi had been assigned to the same squad. Minato Namikaze was still their captain, but in his current condition, there was no way he could actively lead them. Obito had looked brave before the war began, but if he could choose, he wanted to live. And if possible, live well. Preferably with Rin. Rin. Obito turned toward her. Only to see her nodding in agreement, her eyes unconsciously drifting toward Kakashi. Yeah, Rin said softly. If it weren't for Lord Shiki, I really don't know what we would have done. Hey, why aren't you looking at me? Obito stared suspiciously at Kakashi. What's so good about this guy anyway? Is she into the cool aloof type? Should I try acting cold too? Abito? Rin's voice snapped him back instantly. What's wrong? He said reflexively. You looked like you were thinking about something. Why didn't you say anything? Ahem. It's nothing. No way he could admit he was thinking about changing his personality. Abito quickly changed the subject and pointed at Kakashi. Hey, Kakashi. You're a sword user, right? Lord Shiki's swordsmanship is insane. Why don't you go ask him to teach you? That's true, Rin nodded seriously. Lord Shiki is amazing. If you asked, he might actually agree. No need. Kakashi replied flatly. Even if he had thoughts of his own, Kakashi at this stage wasn't the type to lower himself and ask for guidance. After speaking, he turned and walked away without hesitation. Kakashi. Rin called after him, worried. But he didn't respond. That jerk. Once Kakashi was gone, Abito immediately dropped the subject and turned back to Rin, his expression brightening. Rin, things should be calm for a while now, right? How about we walk around the camp together? Chapter 92. It would be just like a date between two people. Thinking of this, Abito felt like his heart was about to take flight. But as expected, Rin refused. Sorry, Abito. I'll be in charge of medical support later. Rin Noera was a medical nin, indispensable to the camp. All right. It was annoying, but there was nothing he could do. Abito still looked at Rin with an encouraging smile. Then I'll head off first. Ahoo. Rin, make sure you take care of yourself, don't overdo it. It really felt like he was a spare tire. And yet, Abito didn't mind at all. In his heart, Noera Rin was still his everything. So annoying. As soon as Rin left, Abito couldn't help muttering under his breath. And naturally, the target of his frustration was still the same person. Kakashi. In Abito's mind, if it weren't for that damn Kakashi, Rin would definitely have agreed to go on a date with him. Iwagakure had declared a truce. Although they hadn't formally withdrawn from the Third Shinobi World War at this stage, they had completely halted their offensive against Konoha. And the reason was obvious. As the third Tsuchikage, Inoki had been cut down by Shiki. The Four Tails and Five Tails had stood before him and still couldn't resist at all. They were defeated at will. If it weren't for the fact that Shiki lacked sealing-type techniques, it was questionable whether Iwagakure could have even retrieved their tailed beasts. With Shiki at his peak, as long as Inoki hadn't lost consciousness, starting another war against Konoha was essentially impossible. Is this the Golden Lion? On the Kumogakure front, Jiraiya, who was rushing toward the battlefield, also received news from Shiki's side. He had originally heard that the moment he left, Shiki gathered the remaining shinobi in the camp, preparing for a life-or-death battle against Iwagakure. Jiraiya had already been ready to turn back and help. But before he even arrived, the war on Shiki's side was already over. And not just over. A complete victory. An effortless one. The previous year, when Jiraiya had served as commander-in-chief, he'd fought Inoki many times. On the surface, they were evenly matched, but in truth, Jiraiya had still won more often than he lost. Inoki's dust release, a Keki Aitoda beyond ordinary bloodline limits, was no joke. And yet, after a full year of warfare without decisive results, Shiki arrived and, in less than a day, no, not even a full day, he ended an entire battlefield. He showed the entire shinobi world what a true golden lion looked like. Sigh. Jiraiya let out a helpless breath. He used to compare Minato and Shiki all the time, but now? What comparison was even left? Minato, don't get crushed. Jiraiya knew Minato's situation was extremely dangerous now. The title of Konoha's sinner wasn't something that could be washed away in just a few years. 10 years wouldn't even be enough. Worried that Minato might do something reckless, Jiraiya didn't dare slow down and continued accelerating toward the Kumogakure battlefield. Useless. Absolute trash. At Kirigakure's camp inside the conference tent, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, slammed the table and roared. He had tried everything to secure credit for Minato, and yet Minato couldn't even accomplish this. If that wasn't useless, then what was? When news arrived that Shiki had achieved a decisive victory on the Iwagakure front, Hiruzen only grew angrier. He was holding Shiki back, and yet still cleaning up after him. Just like the two elders, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane had said. Even though Minato was at the lowest point of his life, Hiruzen still had no intention of abandoning him. Forget it. No matter what, Flying Thunder God was still a rare space-time ninjutsu in the shinobi world. Hiruzen slumped back into his chair. The public identity is gone, then let Minato become a tool in the shadows. The title of Konoha's sinner couldn't be washed clean, no matter how you tried. After the war ended, Hiruzen planned to quietly assign Minato to ANBU, letting him handle Konoha's darker affairs. As for standing in the light, that was no longer possible. Just as Hiruzen finished speaking, a voice came from outside the tent. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Fugaku stepped in. Good news, on the Iwagakure front, Konoha has achieved victory. The third Tsuchikage has been defeated. The Golden Lion really lives up to his name. Fugaku sighed sincerely, completely unaware that Hiruzen's expression had darkened entirely. Did he come here just to stab him in the heart? Hokage-sama? To be honest, Fugaku genuinely admired Shiki, naturally because of his overwhelming strength. Not understanding what Hiruzen was thinking, Fugaku looked at him in confusion. Hiruzen remained silent, his face calm. If the situation allowed it, he would have slapped him on the spot. As expected, the existence of the Uchiha clan brought nothing but trouble to Konoha. Kushina. Back in Konoha, ever since the previous news arrived, the once lively Uzumaki Kushina had fallen into deep depression. She stayed at home every day, never stepping outside. Partly because she was worried about Minato, but even more because whenever she went out, she could feel the hateful gazes of the villagers. This wasn't hatred toward her status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it was hatred toward the fact that her boyfriend was now Konoha's sinner. The hearts of Jinchuriki were fragile. Unable to endure those looks, Kushina chose to shut herself away. In all of Konoha, the only person who regularly came to take care of her was Uchiha Mikoto. Kushina, I brought you lunch. Entering the house and seeing Kushina curled up in the corner, Mikoto sighed helplessly. She wanted to comfort her, but no matter how much time passed, nothing seemed to help. But when Kushina saw Mikoto, her dull eyes finally lit up. Is there any news from the front? Her voice trembled as she looked at Mikoto. Understanding what Kushina was really asking, Mikoto could only shrug gently. There's no news about Minato yet, but I heard that Jiraiya has personally led 1,000 shinobi to reinforce the battlefield. With Jiraiya-sensei there, Minato will be fine. Hearing this, Kushina finally relaxed a little. Even though Jiraiya usually seemed unreliable when it truly mattered, he was someone you could trust. Chapter 93. Any other news? Ugh. Mikoto hesitated. She wasn't sure whether she should say it, but after a moment of thought she still spoke. In addition, the commander-in-chief of the Iwagakure battlefield has become Lord Shiki. Lord Shiki fought alone and defeated Iwagakure's forces. Although Iwagakure hasn't withdrawn from the Ninja World War, they have officially agreed to a truce. Even Mikoto herself couldn't help but feel admiration for the golden lion known as Shiki. At first, Kushina didn't think much of it. But the moment Mikoto finished speaking, something seemed to click. Her eyes widened slightly in realization. Wait, Lord Shiki is the Golden Lion, right? Kushina said, her voice rising with hope. If he's backing this, then Minato will be fine. That previous meeting had already left Kushina with the impression that Shiki was a genuinely good person. Mikoto froze for a moment. Unlike Kushina, Mikoto, being the wife of the Uchiha clan head, had far better insight. Minato being transferred to the Kumogakure battlefield had only one obvious purpose, to take credit that should have gone to Shiki. In that case, the relationship between Shiki and Minato was almost certainly not a friendly one. From Mikoto's perspective, the fact that Shiki hadn't already taken advantage of the situation was generous enough. What she didn't say was this: the better Shiki performed on the battlefield, the worse Minato's reputation would become. That didn't even need to be spelled out. But Kushina didn't think that far ahead. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. Strength, Kushina said firmly. Lord Shiki is the Golden Lion. If he gives his word, Minato will definitely be acknowledged again by everyone. Ugh. Mikoto didn't respond right away. She was afraid of shattering Kushina's hope. Looking at Kushina's expectant expression, Mikoto finally sighed and nodded. When the war is over, let's go ask Lord Golden Lion together. With the wife of the Uchiha clan head and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki standing together, Shiki should at least give them face. Probably. That was the only way Mikoto could persuade herself. Really? Kushina's face instantly lit up. Thank you so much, Mikoto. Seeing Kushina finally recover her spirits made Mikoto feel relieved as well. To thank you, I'll prepare lunch myself, Kushina added cheerfully. Ah, really? Mikoto stared blankly as Kushina happily rushed toward the kitchen. She had seen Kushina's cooking before. Was this a thank you or an assassination attempt? No. That's not necessary. Mikoto rushed over in panic, pulling out the lunch she had prepared in advance. I already brought mine. If Kushina cooked, Mikoto genuinely wasn't sure she'd survive the day. Kushina glanced at Mikoto, clearly displeased. Now that she'd calmed down, she wasn't stupid. Of course she understood what Mikoto meant. Fine. Great. What's with that relieved expression? Do you really think my cooking is that bad? Kushina glared at Mikoto, depressed, but didn't say anything. These past days it had been Mikoto taking care of her. That alone made Kushina deeply grateful. Don't worry, Mikoto, Kushina said seriously. If Minato becomes Hokage, we'll definitely change the current situation of the Uchiha clan. Kushina knew very well what kind of position the Uchiha were in within the village. Why do you still think Minato can become Hokage? Even if the title of Konoha's sinner were removed, Minato was no longer qualified to compete for the position. But facing her friend's sincere concern, Mikoto couldn't bring herself to say that. She could only nod silently. On the other side, after several days of forced marching, Jiraiya finally led 1,000 shinobi to Konoha's camp near the Kumogakure front. What greeted them was a battlefield reduced to ruins, and over 100 lifeless Konoha shinobi. Even with 1,000 reinforcements behind him, the sight only made their brows lift briefly before falling again. Sigh. Jiraiya understood. This defeat had struck them far too hard. He didn't say much, simply waving his hand. Under his signal, the 1,000 shinobi behind him began reorganizing the camp in an orderly fashion. The battle was lost, but Konoha was not defeated. The war would continue. Jiraiya Nara Shikaku, still recovering from his injuries, stepped forward, accompanied by Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza. In the past, Shikaku had always shown respect toward Jiraiya. Now he merely glanced at him indifferently, offered a brief greeting, and fell silent. That cold attitude made Jiraiya scratch his head awkwardly. This is because of Minato. Shikaku, Jiraiya tried to speak on behalf of his apprentice, but Shikaku interrupted him calmly. Jiraiya, Shikaku said. This time our clan sent many outstanding shinobi. He paused. Now only the 3 of us are left. Jiraiya fell silent. Inoichi and Choza said nothing, but their expressions mirrored Shikaku's bitterness. The surviving shinobi nearby were the same. There was no joy at Jiraiya's arrival, only indifference. And the reason was simple. Jiraiya was Minato's teacher. In their eyes, if Minato hadn't taken command, if they had remained under Shiki, they would never have suffered such a catastrophic defeat against Kumogakure. Jiraiya wanted to explain but couldn't. That overwhelming sense of helplessness made his chest tighten. In the end, Shikaku said nothing more. He stepped aside and spoke flatly. Minato is still in the camp. His injuries have recovered. Thank you. Jiraiya didn't hesitate. He immediately headed toward Minato's tent. The moment he entered, he saw Minato leaning against the wall, his expression empty and lifeless. Minato. Seeing his proudest pupil like this filled Jiraiya with pain. Sensei. At the sight of Jiraiya, Minato's composure finally collapsed. Tears streamed down his face. Sensei? I'm a sinner. A sinner of Konoha. It's all my fault, everything is my fault. He couldn't hold it back any longer. For days, Minato hadn't dared step outside the tent. He didn't know how to face the surviving shinobi. Those cold, resentful gazes. For a moment, he had even wished he'd died beneath the 8-tailed beast bomb. Sensei. Minato laughed bitterly through his tears. Now I finally understand White Fangsenpei. Looking at Jiraiya, there was a faint hint of death in his eyes. Back then, this was the same pressure that drove Tsukumo Hatake to suicide. Sometimes, rumors and condemnation were far more lethal than any ninjutsu. Chapter 94 Snap. Jiraiya didn't hold back at all. His palm came down hard, smack, and Minato's face snapped to the side. Sensei? Minato stared at him in shock. At some point, Jiraiya's usual carefree expression had vanished. His face was dark with anger. Get a grip, Minato. Jiraiya roared. It's just a failure. Don't forget, you still have me. You still have Kushina. You still have the third Hokage backing you up. He grabbed Minato by the collar. Are you planning to rot away like this? Huh. You bastard, do you want to die like this? Think, Minato. Think. Minato's life up until now had been smooth sailing. At the Ninja Academy, he was always at the top. Before graduation, he had already caught the attention of the Sannin and was taken in as an apprentice. Later, the third Hokage personally guided him, teaching him the Flying Thunder God technique. He even created his own rank ninjutsu, the Rasengan. He had never truly faced a setback like this. Minato's voice faltered. Since you think you're wrong, Jiraiya said sharply, then atone for it. Atone? Don't forget, the hidden cloud hasn't been defeated yet. The third great ninja war isn't over. Jiraiya's eyes burned. Are you really going to collapse now? Jiraiya's words sank deep. Minato stayed silent for a long time. Then, slowly, the haze in his eyes cleared, replaced by resolve. I want to atone for my sins, Minato said firmly. If I'm a sinner, then I'll pay for it. Even if he died, Minato refused to die branded as Konoha's sinner. Good. Jiraiya finally relaxed, a faint smile appearing. Just then, the door slid open. Narashikaku stepped inside. What happened? Hidden Cloud has made contact, Shikaku said gravely. This time, the force is led by the third Raikage himself. Those bastards. Jiraiya's fists clenched. Beating his precious disciple into this state, he felt like storming over and punching the third Raikage right now. He waved his arm decisively. Gather everyone. We'll meet them Hiden. I don't believe I can't beat a bunch of reckless idiots. Yes. You probably can't, Shikaku thought silently. After responding, he turned to make preparations. At that moment, Shikaku couldn't help but miss Shiki. If Shiki were here, they wouldn't need to worry about Hidden Cloud daring to attack at all. Jiraiya didn't think that far. He turned back to Minato. Minato? Are you going to keep wallowing? No. Minato shook his head sharply. Sensei, I will atone. He stood up straight, his gaze unwavering. More tea. 1,000 Konoha ninja gathered, facing off against the Hidden Cloud forces. What, were you waiting for me? Jiraiya shouted across the battlefield. I show up and suddenly you decide to make a move? The third Raikage snorted, lightning crackling faintly around him. I was suppressed for an entire year, he growled. Now that the golden line is gone, of course we strike back. It wasn't just him. Every Hidden Cloud ninja there had endured being completely dominated by one man for a full year. They were humiliated. Powerless. Fortunately, they were all hot-blooded brutes. Otherwise, they'd have gone insane. Now that Shiki had been transferred away, they didn't even need to destroy Konoha. After a year of being held down, they just wanted payback. The moment they heard Jiraiya was leading the defense, the third Raikage gathered his troops and marched straight in. Jiraiya wanted to swear. This wasn't a battle, it was harassment. Just because the Golden Line wasn't here, they thought the Sannin were easy targets. Attack! The third Raikage gave no room for talk. Hidden Cloud Ninja surged forward. Sensei, Minato said calmly, golden light flickering around him, leave the A-B combination to me. In a flash, Minato vanished, already locking onto A and Killer B. Jiraiya nodded without hesitation. He turned to the side. Ino Shikacho, he said seriously, if the Two-Tails Jinchuriki is forced to fight, contain her. Understood. With their teamwork, defeating a Jinchuriki might be impossible, but restraining one was well within reach. Jiraiya faced the third Raikage, eyes sharp. Let's go. Summoning Jutsu. Bang! Thick white smoke erupted as Gamabunta slammed onto the battlefield. Advance! Under Jiraiya's command, Konoha's forces charged. The third Raikage was known as the strongest spear and shield, but a serious Jiraiya was no joke. Defeating him outright might be difficult. But with experience and battlefield wisdom, holding him was absolutely possible. Yo! Killer Bee laughed loudly. Isn't this Konoha's sinner, Minato? Konoha's sinner. A sneered. Trash. Loser. They mocked him openly, not even hiding their contempt. Minato remained calm. He took out a flying thunder god kunai, his eyes steady. Because I'm a sinner, Minato said, I won't allow you to harm a single Konoha ninja. Boom. A scoffed. Clearly, after Minato's previous defeat, they didn't take him seriously at all. Let's go together, A said coldly. See how much you've grown. Yeah, Killer Bee laughed. Big bro. They vanished in an instant, lightning flashing as they closed in. Liger bomb. Boom. The battle raged until dusk. Konoha suffered heavy casualties. Jiraiya's body was riddled with wounds from prolonged combat. Minato wasn't doing much better. Facing A and Killer Bee simultaneously drained him badly. Even with the Flying Thunder God, the chakra consumption was immense. The only strangely calm battlefield was where Uchiha fought. Shikaku frowned. Something felt off. She wasn't fighting seriously. It felt more like a drill. But the battlefield was chaos. No one noticed. Eventually, both sides slowed, an unspoken ceasefire forming. Shikaku glanced at Uchiha, then cleared his throat. Ahem, he said quietly. I'll make sure Lord Shiki hears about what you left for us. Humph. Uchiha's heart lifted, but her face remained proud. She turned and left without another word. At that moment, Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimichi walked over to Shikaku. Chapter 95, What's the situation? Although they could tell that Uchiha had deliberately gone easy on them for some reason, none of them knew why. What else could it be? Nara Shikaku blurted out. She likes Lord Shiki, that's why she went easy on us, for his sake. The moment those words left his mouth, Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimichi froze. Are you kidding me? No way. Both of them wore expressions of pure disbelief. Only Nara Shikaku, who remained uncharacteristically calm at this moment, spoke indifferently. Is that really so strange? He asked. With Lord Shiki's strength and appearance, is it surprising that women would like him? When put that way, it actually made perfect sense. What truly shocked them wasn't that someone liked Shiki, but that the one who did was the two-tails Jinchuriki of Kumogakure, their enemy. Noticing Inoichi and Choza still standing there stunned, Shikaku waved his hand casually. Don't worry about it. Lord Shiki will handle this himself. It's not something we need to interfere with. That's right. The others nodded. In any case, all they needed to do was report it to Shiki. After returning to the Konoha camp, Jiraiya summoned several jonin. Among the shinobi I brought this time there are skilled medical nin, he ordered. Pass it down, treat all the injured immediately. Yes. Treating the wounded was a priority. No one raised any objections. All right, that's it. Dismissed. As the meeting ended, this fight. He muttered. Even after battling Kumogakure for an entire year, I don't think I've ever been this exhausted. The physical endurance of those cloud brutes was absurd. I managed to hold them back this time, he thought. But what about the next one? What a headache. He really couldn't understand why the old man had issued that order in the first place. Wouldn't it have been easier to just let Shiki take full command? Compared to that thought, something else unsettled him even more. How did Shiki suppress Kumogakure alone for an entire year? Could the gap between them really be that ridiculous? Forget it, Jiraiya sighed. The more I think about it, the more irritated I get. He stretched his legs and left the camp. Who knows when the next war will start? I should at least get some rest. On the Kumogakure side, the atmosphere was completely different. It was lively, almost cheerful. Although they hadn't defeated Jiraiya outright, every cloud shinobi present, including the third Raikage, was in high spirits. Now this is what a war should feel like. A battle where both sides clash heat-in, exchanging blows again and again, that was real war. Compared to this, fighting Shiki before had been something else entirely. The third Raikage's expression darkened as he recalled it. Back then, I couldn't even fight properly. I had to sit there and defend myself. The past year, what the hell was that supposed to be? Being suppressed and beaten down for an entire year, it only became more humiliating the more he thought about it. For the battle-hungry shinobi of Kumogakure, neither being completely crushed nor completely crushing others felt right. Only battles like today, tight, fierce, evenly matched, were what they truly wanted. Hearing the third Raikage speak, the surrounding shinobi nodded vigorously. No matter what, today's war had been satisfying. I didn't expect it, someone said. That Namikaze Minato actually has some skill. As Minato's direct opponent in this battle, future 4th Raikage couldn't help but admit it. At first he'd looked down on Minato. But after fighting him, that opinion had completely changed. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato had managed to restrain the combined movements of A and Killer B, preventing them from disengaging freely. Even so, next time I'll definitely beat him. A slammed his fists together confidently. Looking around the conference room and seeing the high morale, he nodded in satisfaction and said no more. Just like that, another half-year passed in the Third Great Ninja War. On the Sunigakure battlefield, the cooperation between Tsunade and Orochimaru, two of the legendary Sannin, left the Sand Shinobi completely disoriented. Yet Sunigakure was stubborn. No matter how badly they were beaten, they refused to surrender, making the situation endlessly frustrating. On the Kumogakure battlefield, Jiraiya and the Third Raikage continued trading wins and losses. Neither side could decisively overwhelm the other. Originally, the most reassuring front should have been the Kirigakure battlefield, led personally by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Instead, to everyone's shock, it became the only battlefield where Konoha suffered consistent disadvantages. The realization hit hard. The third Hokage really was old now. He was no longer the shinobi he once was. The calmest battlefield of all was Iwagakure. Konoha had stationed the fewest troops there, yet it was also the quietest. With Shiki holding the line, every skirmish from IWA was repelled. Inoki simply didn't have the courage to launch a full-scale assault. If not for the appearance of the Sarutobi clan shinobi once again, Shiki might not have even noticed that another half-year had passed. He leaned back in his chair, looking at the people before him with a mocking smile. "I can understand why the third Hokage is still alive," Shiki said lazily. "He's still cage level after all. But you?" His eyes narrowed slightly. "How did you manage to survive until now? You didn't spend this whole time playing dead, did you?" The Sarutobi clan shinobi were speechless, furious, yet unable to say anything. Shiki's achievements were real. If he slaughtered them here, he wouldn't suffer even the slightest consequence. "Ahem," one of them coughed awkwardly. "Lord Shiki, you jest." Unable to argue. Unable to threaten. All they could do was laugh. They knew the truth themselves. They were still alive mostly because of their clan's status. Whenever things became dangerous, they stayed behind in the camp. Otherwise, they would have died long ago. "All right," Shiki waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense." He didn't even bother hiding his disdain. Chat with them? Even if he were bored, he wouldn't waste time like that. "Lord Shiki, before they could finish, Shiki interrupted again. "No time. The Iwagakure front is busy." "Busy?" Looking at Shiki leisurely leaning back in his chair, surrounded by a peaceful camp atmosphere, that excuse didn't even pretend to respect their intelligence. "Go tell the third Hokage," Shiki added calmly. "In another year I'll definitely come to support." He'd said the same thing twice before. And they'd heard it twice before. So it really failed. Exchanging glances, they finally understood. Shiki had never planned to help. They shrugged, said no more, and bowed. "Lord Shiki, we'll take our leave. Get out." After they left, Hyuga Hayashi, acting as deputy commander of the camp, finally stepped forward. Chapter 96 Lord Shiki, is it really okay to continue like this? Although he didn't say it outright, Hyuga Hayashi knew Shiki would understand what he meant. He was worried that if Shiki continued to refuse to support the third Hokage, the situation might spiral out of control. Some things Hayashi did not dare to state too clearly. He was also afraid that pushing too far might irritate Shiki. These ninjas, after all, they still belong to the Sarutobi clan. Boom! Shiki's voice cut through the air without the slightest hesitation. "Do you really think that once Tsunade becomes Hokage, there will still be a Sarutobi clan holding power in Konoha?" Ugh! Hayashi caught Shiki's meaning immediately. Tsunade becoming Hokage? A sharp glint flashed through his eyes as understanding dawned, so that was the direction this was heading. So this Golden Lion-sama intended to help Senju Tsunade, the Slug Princess herself, ascend as the next Hokage. Thinking about it, that made perfect sense. Hayashi had long heard rumors that Shiki and Tsunade were in a close relationship, almost like a couple. If Shiki was backing her now, it was only natural. But to say this directly to him, was this Shiki acknowledging the Hyuga clan? Hayashi's mind raced. The third Hokage was already old. Worse still, during this war he had made several critical strategic mistakes. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to keep sitting in the Hokage's seat, it was unlikely he could continue much longer. As for Tsunade, she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Her lineage alone carried immense weight. Add to that her strength, reputation as one of the legendary Sannin, and battlefield prestige. Every condition for becoming Hokage was already in place. With Shiki's support, it could be said the outcome was practically guaranteed. Steady and certain. The moment Hayashi thought this through, he immediately understood what he needed to do. There can't be better news than this, Hayashi said calmly. I've long grown tired of the Sarutobi clan's posturing, suppressing the other clans simply because they once had Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage. His gaze hardened slightly. Without him, what right do they have to that kind of status, when the rest of them are so utterly mediocre? The sudden shift in attitude surprised even Shiki. That change of face was fast, almost too fast. But Hyuga Hayashi himself felt no embarrassment at all. On the contrary, he straightened and looked at Shiki with renewed seriousness. Tsunadesima becoming Hokage is what everyone expects. My Hyuga clan is willing to assist Tsunadesima in becoming the fourth Hokage. This was a clear statement of surrender and sincerity. Even for an ancient bloodline like the Hyuga clan, one that had survived since the Warring States era, position still mattered. Not bad. Shiki smiled and nodded in satisfaction. This Hyuga Hayashi, he understands the situation well. Seeing Shiki's reaction, Hayashi finally let out a breath of relief. If Tsunade successfully ascended the Hokage seat, then the Hyuga clan could at least maintain their current standing. They didn't need to grow stronger or rise any higher. But they absolutely could not afford to fall even a step behind. However, Lord Shiki. Hayashi hesitated slightly, still curious. Do you truly intend to give up the battlefield in Kirigakure? After all, if Sarutobi Hiruzen were defeated there, it would ultimately be Konoha that suffered the consequences. Of course not. Shiki shook his head without hesitation. This Konoha would be his sooner or later. How could he allow something to happen to it? When the third Hokage dies in battle, I'll step in and help. Ugh, then you really didn't need to say it like that. But judging by Shiki's serious expression, it was obvious this wasn't a joke. Understood. There was nothing more to say. Since it was Shiki's order, Hayashi could only nod in obedience. Failed again? On the other side, inside the Konoha command camp overseeing the Kirigakure battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the returning Sarutobi clan shinobi and calmly raised his smoking pipe. His expression was flat. The clan members exchanged looks, then nodded in unison. Did he say anything? Lord Shiki said it would take another year. Hiruzen's hand paused slightly. A year? Did he really think that excuse was believable? He couldn't even be bothered to hide it anymore. TCH, tasteless brat, Hiruzen thought inwardly. The first request 1 year. The second half a year. Now another year. Hiruzen understood clearly. As long as he was still Hokage, Shiki would never come to support him. Bang! He thought he could stay calm after experiencing this twice already. But reality proved otherwise. Hiruzen slammed his hand onto the table. Hokagesima. The Saruto. By clan shinobi were startled by the sudden sound and immediately dropped to one knee. After a long silence, the third Hokage finally spoke again. Go and contact Shiki once more. Tell him this, the old man will relinquish the Hokage seat and hand over full command here. As for the position of Hokage, we'll decide it after the war based on ability. This Hokage position, he could no longer hold it. Whether it was failing to properly account for Kirigakure at the start of the war, or ordering Minato and Shiki to switch battlefields, resulting in nearly 2,000 Konoha shinobi being buried on the front lines, any one of these crimes was enough to force him to step down. Originally, Hiruzen had intended to train Minato as his successor. But now Minato had become a sinner in the eyes of the village. How could he still be qualified to run for Hokage? Hokagesima? The Sarutobi clan shinobi didn't fully understand the deeper political stakes, but they understood one thing clearly. The third Hokage was preparing to abdicate. Panic spread through them. As long as the third Hokage remained in power, their clan enjoyed unmatched privilege. If he stepped down, that privilege would vanish overnight. Hokagesima? They wanted to persuade him. But Hiruzen had already made up his mind. He waved his hand dismissively. That's enough. Go to the Iwagakure battlefield and convey my message to Shiki. Understood. With Hiruzen's decision final, they could say nothing more. One by one they left as if attending a funeral, faces pale, shoulders heavy. Afterward, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally summoned Uchiha Fugaku. Hokagesima? Years of war had tempered Fugaku, the Uchiha clan head, into a calm and seasoned leader. Fugaku, Hiruzen said slowly, from now on all matters here will be jointly handled by you and Shiki. Fugaku froze. For a brief moment he genuinely failed to react. In Hiruzen's eyes this hesitation seemed like dissatisfaction. After all, the Uchiha clan had always been proud. They respected the Hokage's authority, but Shiki? They might not accept him so easily. Hiruzen was about to speak again, intending to persuade Fugaku, but just as he opened his mouth. Chapter 97 Hiruzen was just about to speak again, intending to persuade Fugaku, but the moment he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by the sudden change in Uchiha Fugaku's expression. That legendary Golden Lion Lord is coming? Fugaku's eyes lit up, surprise flashing across his face, followed quickly by unmistakable anticipation. Although he had never met Shiki in person, Fugaku had heard far too many rumors about him, stories passed from battlefield to battlefield, spoken with awe and fear alike. A man who seemed less like a ninja and more like a legend. For someone like that, Fugaku couldn't help but feel curious. What kind of existence was Shiki, really? The third Hokage did not respond immediately. He simply watched Fugaku's openly excited expression in silence. And as he did, Hiruzen's face gradually darkened. I've been here this long and I've never once seen you look this pleased. Yet the moment you hear that Shiki is coming, you're practically smiling. Have you forgotten how much effort I put into protecting the Uchiha during this war? Even though the Uchiha lost more people than the Sarutobi clan, I still showed restraint. I was still benevolent. And yet, as expected, the Uchiha clan really is ungrateful. Fugaku, completely unaware of the shift in Hiruzen's thoughts, continued speaking calmly. Hokagesima, when will Lord Shiki arrive? In a few days. Hiruzen replied flatly, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at Fugaku, who now seemed more eager for Shiki's arrival than for the Hokage's presence. Having said his piece, Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly had no intention of lingering any longer. He waved his hand dismissively. That's enough. You may return. I'll also be heading back to Konoha. Make your preparations. Understood. Having learned that Shiki was coming, Fugaku barely paid attention to Hiruzen's departure. His thoughts were already elsewhere, imagining what it would be like to finally meet the Golden Lion in person. What kind of man would Shiki be? What kind of presence would he carry? Hiruzen felt a wave of irritation well up inside him. So obvious. You don't even try to hide it. I know my strength is not what it used to be, but do you really have to look at me like I no longer matter? As expected, the Uchiha truly cannot be trusted. After giving Fugaku one last glance, the third Hokage turned away. Fugaku, meanwhile, noticed nothing at all, his mind already drifting to the future of Shiki commanding the battlefield against Kirigakure. Elsewhere, Konoha Camp, Iwagakure Front, Hayashi. Inside the command tent, Shiki suddenly looked up from the table. Gather all the shinobi in the camp. Hyuga Hayashi froze for a moment. Lord Shiki? He asked cautiously. What's going on? The camp has been quiet for so long. Shiki rose from his seat, a faint smile forming on his face. This war, he said calmly, is about to end. The message from the third Hokage had already reached him. As expected, that old fox had finally chosen to compromise. Since that was the case, there was no reason for the Third Great Ninja War to continue any longer. Yes. Although Hayashi didn't understand the twists behind the decision, the moment he heard those words, his heart leapt with joy. He immediately turned and left, passing the order throughout the camp. Soon, every shinobi understood the meaning behind Lord Shiki's command. The Golden Lion was no longer remaining silent. He was preparing to bring this war to its conclusion. Excited voices spread through the camp. Finally going to face a Wagakure Hiden? Great. Once this war ends, I can finally go home. If I remember right, my son should be entering the Ninja Academy soon. I really want to be back before then. Thank Lord Shiki, otherwise who knows how long we'd keep dying out here. There was no fear in their voices. Only anticipation. As for defeat? No one even considered it. After all, they were being led by the Golden Lion. Under the expectant gazes of countless shinobi, Shiki stepped out of the command tent. Blonde hair, sharp eyes, and unrestrained presence. With his hands clasped behind his back, he faced the thousands of eyes fixed on him. Shiki laughed freely. "Everyone," he said, voice carrying effortlessly across the camp, "follow me and let's end this ninja war." Yes. No long speeches. No exaggerated encouragement. None of it was needed. Shiki himself was their confidence. "Move out." With a single wave of his hand, over 1,000 Konoha shinobi marched forward toward Iwagakure. Among them, Uchiha Obito stared at Shiki's back, eyes shining with admiration. "So cool," he muttered. "One day, I want to become a man like that." To Obito, a single gesture that could change the course of a battlefield, that was what a real man looked like. Beside him, Kakashi rolled his eyes. "This is serious, Obito." "Stop daydreaming," he said lazily. "You can fantasize after the war's over." "You bastard." Obito snapped, glaring at him. If the situation allowed it, he would have already started arguing. Iwagakure Camp Inoki had long since adapted to fighting without his legs. With his lightweight rock technique, mobility was hardly an issue. At the moment, the third Tsuchikage was inside the command tent, issuing orders, when suddenly an IWA shinobi burst inside, face pale with panic. "Lord Tsuchikage, bad news. The Golden Lion. Shiki, he's leading thousands of Konoha shinobi straight toward us." "What?" Inoki shot up into the air instinctively, eyes widening. Shock and fury flared, but beneath it, a trace of fear flickered unmistakably. He would never forget the half-year-long stalemate with Shiki. A man who had single-handedly crushed Konoha's battlefield. Not only Inoki, everyone in the tent froze. "That's impossible. Didn't Shiki stay in his camp this whole time?" "We can't fight him, there's no way." "What do we do? Are we just waiting here to die?" Panic spread rapidly. For half a year, Shiki had barely moved. And now he was marching straight toward Iwagakure. If this wasn't the start of a decisive battle, then what was? At last, all eyes turned to Inoki. After all, he was the third Tsuchikage. Damn it. Since becoming Tsuchikage, this was the first time Inoki had felt so powerless. Facing a monster like that. How were they supposed to fight? Veins bulged on his forehead as anger surged through him. The room fell silent. Everyone understood what he was thinking. Some wanted to suggest surrender, sign a treaty, survive. But if a Tsuchikage surrendered outright, what face would he have left in the ninja world? "Assemble." "Tsuchikage-sama?" I said assemble. Inoki roared. "Gather every IWA shinobi in the camp now." Yes. No one dared argue. They hurried out at once. Left alone, Inoki exhaled slowly, exhaustion heavy in his chest. Ha. Chapter 98. Inoki let out a helpless sigh. The decision had already been made. After this battle, Iwagakure would withdraw from the stage of the Third Shinobi World War. And yet, why did his chest still feel this heavy? If the outcome of this battle had been a close match, he wouldn't be feeling so conflicted. If both sides had fought on equal footing, even if IWA ultimately lost, Inoki could have accepted it. He could have understood it. But this wasn't a battle where hope ever existed. From beginning to end, it was nothing but one-sided suppression. A defeat so absolute that victory was never even visible. No village leader could accept that calmly. To be crushed without resistance, to be beaten down without dignity, was a humiliation too shameful for the Tsuchikage of a great ninja village to bear. Inoki slowly lifted his gaze toward the two figures seated across from him in the conference room. Rashi. Han. Since the war half a year ago, his relationship with the Four-Tails Jinchuriki and the Five-Tails Jinchuriki had eased considerably. "How are you two holding up?" Inoki asked quietly. At his words, Rashi and Han exchanged a glance, as if understanding each other without speaking, then both gave bitter smiles and shrugged. "If this were an ordinary battle, we wouldn't have any problems," Rashi said calmly. "But against that Golden Lion, the power of our tailed beasts can't be fully used." The reason was painfully simple. Whether it was Son Goku, the Four-Tails, or Kokuo, the Five-Tails, both had been completely cowed. And the one who did it was Shiki. That kind of overwhelming suppression, where resistance wasn't even possible, hadn't just frightened the shinobi watching. Even the tailed beasts themselves had been shaken. Tailed beasts were proud creatures. Arrogant. Wild. But pride meant nothing when faced with strength so overwhelming it forced recognition. Just like the Nine Tails. Mention the name Uchiha in front of Kurama, and it would immediately fly into a rage. Yet if Kurama were truly forced to confront Uchiha Madara Hiden, its first instinct wouldn't be to fight. It would be to run. Because to Madara, a tailed beast that could be subdued by a Mangekyo Sharingan was nothing more than a puppy, barely even a pet. That was how absolute the gap in strength was. And now Son Goku and Kokuo were in a similar position. Ha! Hearing this, Inoki felt even more powerless. But he didn't blame them. Because if he were in their place, if he had even the slightest opportunity to avoid facing that golden lion, he would have done the same. Forget it. At this point there was no meaning in saying more. Inoki waved his hand dismissively. Under his leadership, the shinobi of Iwagakure gathered in full force. At the same time, 1,000 shinobi led by Shiki arrived atop a towering cliff. From there, the entire Iwagakure camp came into view, a massive white encampment stretching over nearly 100 meters. Ha! I'm really bullying the elderly again. Shiki shook his head helplessly, resting the massive blade across his shoulder. Even I feel like a villain at this point. But honestly, starting a war at his age? That old man should have stayed quiet and rested in his rocky bed. After observing the camp for a moment, Shiki shrugged casually. Beside him, Hyuga Hayashi wore an expression he couldn't quite describe. He genuinely didn't know what to say. After all, in the entire shinobi world, the only person who could casually refer to Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, as an ordinary old man was Shiki. Hayashi, Shiki said casually. Have the shinobi who can use water release step forward. Shiki didn't dwell on it further and simply issued the order. Yes. Hayashi responded immediately. Soon, hundreds of shinobi proficient in water release lined up at the front. Shiki waved his hand again, grinning. Water release, go say hello to the Earth-style users who spend their lives eating dirt. Some of the shinobi almost laughed. Under a leader like this, a battlefield that should have been tense and deadly somehow felt oddly lively. Yes. No one questioned the order. The water release shinobi began forming hand seals in unison. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, rushing torrent. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. One jutsu alone might not seem extraordinary. But when hundreds of shinobi unleashed water release simultaneously, the result was catastrophic. A roaring tsunami-like flood poured down from the cliff, surging forward with destructive force toward the Iwagakure camp. Boom! Bang! The combined water release looked like a natural disaster. Terrifying beyond words. Inside the Iwagakure camp, shinobi who had just finished assembling froze in horror as the sound of rushing water thundered toward them. What is that? A flood? Is this a natural disaster? Is the world itself turning against Iwagakure? They couldn't be blamed. This level of water release was truly horrifying. Finally, a furious Inoki roared, his voice echoing across the camp. Idiot! That's not a natural disaster. This is obviously water release ninjutsu. Are all of you blind? Though impressive, this level of water release wasn't enough to truly frighten him. Don't just stand there like fools. Use earth release immediately. The shinobi jolted back to reality. They felt shame burn through them. Enemy jutsu was already at their doorstep, and they had been standing there in awe like corpses waiting to die. Under Inoki's furious rebuke, the rock shinobi hurriedly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth-style barrier. Earth release was Iwagakure's specialty. In a land of stone, nearly 90% of shinobi could use it. Stone walls rose one after another, forming a defensive perimeter around the camp. The raging flood smashed through several layers, but eventually it was stopped. Blocked. Shiki smiled faintly as he watched the water release halted by earth release. He didn't seem disappointed. The hand resting behind his back had already moved to the hilts of his swords. Lion Might, Two Worlds Burial. A golden sword slashed tens of meters long erupted forward. It tore through the battlefield like a blade through paper. Stone walls that had just formed shattered instantly, cut apart without the slightest resistance. Damn it! Inoki clenched his teeth. So it really was the golden lion leading them. That distinctive golden sword energy, he knew he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Inoki formed seals rapidly and rose into the air. Between his hands, a white cubic construct formed and rotated. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Boom! Dust release collided Hiden with the golden sword slash, neutralizing it completely. Yet despite blocking the attack, Inoki felt no relief. Only frustration. Dust release was supposed to be his ultimate killing technique. But now, it could barely do more than cancel out Shiki's casual sword slashes. As for actually attacking Shiki with dust release? That was a joke. Once the battle truly began, Inoki couldn't even track Shiki's movements, let alone land a hit. Golden Lion. Inoki's roar echoed across the camp. Since you're here, show yourself. If Shiki continued attacking from the shadows, launching sword slashes at will, Inoki would be completely helpless. Well, that's a pretty old-fashioned provocation. Shiki laughed openly, resting the blade against his shoulder. It was obvious what Inoki was trying to do. Even Hayashi and the others nearby laughed quietly in disdain. But before anyone could comment, Shiki's next words left them speechless. Old-fashioned. But surprisingly effective. Whoosh! Ugh! Chapter 99. Under the stunned gazes of Hyuga Hayashi and the other shinobi present, Shiki suddenly leapt forward. He jumped straight off the cliff. In the next instant his figure appeared arrogantly before the main encampment of Awagakure, landing as if he were strolling into his own backyard, swaggering, relaxed, and completely unbothered, as though the entire stone village didn't exist in his eyes. Hyuga Hayashi exchanged glances with another clan head, both of them smiling helplessly. Maybe, this is how the truly strong think, the other patriarch muttered. Their way of doing things is completely different from normal people. They all knew exactly what this was. Inoki was provoking him, baiting him into showing himself. And Shiki had taken the bait anyway. In other words, this was the pride of the strong. But for Shiki, someone who could single-handedly crush a Wagakure, not appearing would have been the real stupidity. Though speechless and slightly exasperated, Hyuga Hayashi and the others who had followed Shiki into this war still moved instinctively, appearing behind him without hesitation. Shiki! Shiki! Inoki glared at him furiously. The more relaxed Shiki looked, the more enraged that Tsuchikage became. Are you looking down on me? Bastard! Stop saying my name so much, old man, Shiki said casually, scratching his arm as goosebumps rose. It's seriously creepy. Inoki ignored the provocation and demanded coldly, Why are you here? For the past half-year, Shiki had completely ignored the war. So why now? Why choose this moment to confront the stone village? More importantly, Inoki had no confidence at all. Deep down, he didn't believe he could defeat Shiki. What else could it be? Shiki shrugged, his tone lazy. This war's boring. Might as well end it early. He spread his arms wide, like he was announcing that the party was over because he'd lost interest. You, boring? You treat the Great Ninja War like a game? This was a war between nations, between the 5 great villages. Inoki was furious, but helpless. He could only glare. Because when someone with Shiki's strength said those words, no one could refute them. That was the absolute gap created by power. After steadying his breathing, Inoki forced his anger down. Wait, he said suddenly. Shiki, let's make a bet. A bet? Shiki tilted his head slightly. Go on. If you don't use your swords, Inoki said firmly, and we fight Hiden, if you win, Iwagakure will withdraw its forces. This was the last option he had. A full-scale war meant certain defeat. But surrendering outright? Unacceptable. Too much manpower. Too many resources. Too much blood already spent. So he gambled. If Shiki fell, then without him, Konoha's remaining forces meant nothing. How about it? Inoki asked. Do you accept? Every eye on the battlefield locked onto them. For Iwagakure, this bet was ideal. Win or lose, survival was guaranteed. But for Konoha's side, it felt unnecessary. They were already winning. Lord Shiki. Hyuga Hayashi started to object, but Shiki cut him off. Relax, Shiki said lightly. Even without my swords, I don't think any of you can threaten me. He paused, then smiled. But since it's an old man's request, I'll agree. With that, Shiki calmly sheathed his swords. His expression didn't change at all. Even if it was true, did he really have to say it like that? It made the stone village look utterly pathetic. Don't be so angry, Shiki waved his hand dismissively. I've already said I won't use my swords. You still can't touch me. Want me to tie my hands too? He grinned. Honestly, even then you'd still lose, shorty. I just hope when you attack you aim a bit higher, he added pleasantly. Judging by your height, you might only reach my knees. Anoki's eyes went wide. No one had mocked him like this in decades. Even some of the stone shinobi struggled not to laugh. Anoki was already short, and after being cut down by Shiki earlier, he was even worse off. If he couldn't fly, he really would have to jump just to hit someone's knees. Bastard! Anoki roared. Enough talk, fight me, Hiden. His face flushed crimson as he rose into the air, eyes burning with rage. Shiki shrugged and stepped forward. Lord Shiki. Hyuga Hayashi and the others were still uneasy. Shiki's greatest reputation came from his swordsmanship. Without it, this felt dangerous. Shiki didn't even look back. Watch closely, he said. I don't use swords because my swordsmanship is the strongest. He smiled. I use swords because I like them. The battlefield fell silent. That single sentence carried terrifying confidence. He wasn't strong because of the sword. The sword was simply his preference. Little brat. Anoki formed seals rapidly. Between his hands, a white cubic construct formed, gleaming, deadly. Dust release. His ultimate Keki Toda. If I lose, Iwagakure withdraws, Anoki thought grimly. But if I win without Shiki, Konoha falls. He thrust his hands forward. Come, brat. Let me see how you deal with this without your swords. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Blinding white light surged forward. Shiki didn't draw a blade. He raised his arm instead. Armament haki. Pitch black energy wrapped around his arm, dense and absolute. Then, red energy bloomed outward like a pressure wave. Advanced armament, emission and internal destruction layered together. Shiki stepped forward and punched. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield. Anoki froze. Impossible! Shiki's fist had stopped the dust release cube, bare-handed. Not dissolved or outright erased, but actually being held. How can a fist withstand dust release? It should have decomposed everything. Shiki laughed softly. So this is what its Tsuchikage amounts to, he said. A frog at the bottom of the well. His fist pushed forward. The dust release began to retreat. Step by step. Even without swordsmanship, Shiki had absolute answers. Impossible? How can this be real? Anoki had always held absolute confidence in his Keki Toda. Dust release was his pride, the ultimate proof of his power. And yet, faced with the scene before him, he simply couldn't accept it. What he didn't understand was that haki wasn't chakra, nor a technique to be countered by conventional means. It was the manifestation of pure will. A power that could overwhelm concepts themselves, space, immortality, even so-called invincible abilities, crushed outright by sheer intent. Compared to that, a mere dust release was nothing. Chapter 100. Anoki's eyes were completely bloodshot under the crushing pressure, disbelief written all over his face. It was as if he had been dragged into a reality he refused to acknowledge. With a hoarse roar, Anoki pushed his dust release to its limit, the light growing ever more dazzling. Very powerful. But it's a pity you met me, Shiki said as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Only by facing it Hiden could one truly understand. Dust release was terrifying. Its power deserved respect. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Shiki planted one foot heavily into the ground. The earth cracked. His arm expanded layer by layer as power surged through his body. Playtime's over, old man, Shiki said calmly. And when I say it's over, it is over. So stop struggling so pathetically. Boom! Under the stunned gazes of every Iwagakure shinobi, their confidence shattered. They truly believed they had won. After all, they trusted their Tsuchikage's dust release absolutely. And Shiki had even agreed not to use his swords. They were certain. And what destroyed that certainty was Shiki's fist. Armament haki bloomed over it, glowing crimson like a blazing star as it tore straight through the dust release. After the clash, the haki slowly dispersed. Shiki lifted his gaze. Anoki was still suspended in midair, eyes dull and unfocused, as though his mind had yet to catch up to reality. Shiki smiled. With ordinary armament haki alone, it truly was difficult to deal with a Keki Tota like Dust Release. But Shiki's armament haki stood at the absolute pinnacle. Emission. Internal destruction. He hadn't even needed to use Advanced Conqueror's haki. There was simply no reason to. The god-level template system bestowed upon Shiki didn't just grant ability. It granted perfection. Whether it was armament haki, observation haki, conqueror's haki, or supreme swordsman talent, everything existed at the highest tier. And once Shiki synchronized with the Golden Lion Shiki template at 100%, every one of those abilities could be unleashed at its absolute peak. That was why. Even with armament haki alone, it was something a low-level opponent like Inoki simply couldn't contend with. In Shiki's eyes, the average Kage of the ninja world wasn't even stronger than a vice-admiral from the pirate world. And vice-admirals already understood advanced applications of haki. If one of them descended here and casually cleaved a mountain in half, these people would probably worship him as a god. Shiki found the thought amusing. Turning his attention back to Inoki, who still floated there as if questioning existence itself, Shiki smiled. "Inoki," he asked lightly, "do you have any evaluation of my punch just now?" Inoki didn't answer at first. He simply hovered there, staring at Shiki, the image of Dust Release being shattered replaying endlessly in his mind. Shiki wasn't in a hurry. He gently stroked his chin, patiently waiting. Finally, after a long silence, Inoki let out a bitter smile. He slowly floated to the same height as Shiki. "It's my loss." Admitting defeat stung his pride. But defeat was defeat. He had been beaten Hedon. There was no excuse to be made, no justification to cling to. "You won, Shiki," Inoki said heavily. "I acknowledge your title. Golden Lion." He paused, eyes filled with complicated emotion. "Even Uchiha Madara back then was not as strong as you are now." Those words sent a ripple through the battlefield. Konoha's shinobi and Iwagakures were instantly thrown into an uproar. No way. Has Lord Shiki already surpassed Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage? It can't be a lie, Lord Inoki lived through that era himself. That's incredible. As a living witness to the age of Madara and Hashirama, Inoki's words carried undeniable weight. For a moment, every gaze turned toward Shiki with awe and reverence. But Shiki himself remained utterly casual. Uchiha Madara? Senju Hashirama? Frankly speaking, he had never cared. Whether he was weaker than them or stronger than them had never mattered. Because his goal had never been to surpass them. His gaze was fixed far higher. All right, enough flattery," Shiki waved his hand dismissively. Hearing Inoki say such words felt strange. When Madara praised Might Guy, it carried weight. But hearing it from Inoki? Well, let's just say the value wasn't that high. With an impatient shooing gesture, Shiki dismissed the old man. He had no interest in wasting time chatting here. If he had free time, he'd rather go relax somewhere. Inoki wasn't angry. After all, Iwagakure was the defeated side now. They had no right to demand anything. Ha! With a final sigh, Inoki turned toward the remaining Iwagakure shinobi. His heart was heavy, filled with unwillingness and bitterness. But there was no choice. The strength gap was simply too despairing. Iwagakure, Inoki announced, voice firm despite everything, surrenders. The moment Dust Release had been shattered, most of the IWA shinobi had already seen this outcome coming. Still, hearing it spoken aloud crushed morale. Without another word, Inoki led his people away from the border battlefield. With that, Iwagakure withdrew from the Third Great Ninja War. On the other side, once the IWA shinobi retreated, the Konoha forces erupted. Victory! We won! Long live Konoha! Long live, are you stupid? Who said that? It's Lord Golden Lion who's invincible. That's right. Lord Golden Lion is invincible. It felt almost dreamlike. After all, throughout this war, Konoha's shinobi hadn't done much at all. Shiki had carried everything alone. And yet, when victory finally came, cheers rang out endlessly. Every gaze fixed on Shiki with pure admiration. Shiki simply smiled, saying nothing. What we've defeated is only Iwagakure, he said calmly. The Third Great Ninja War is far from over. The cheers gradually quieted. Indeed, for great villages had declared war on Konoha. Only one had fallen so far. Sunagakure. Kumogakure. Kirigakure. The war was nowhere near its end. Yet instead of despair, confidence burned brighter. With Lord Shiki here, we'll never lose. That's right. With Lord Golden Lion, this war will end soon. Lord Golden Lion is invincible. Their faith in Shiki bordered on blind worship. In their eyes, as long as Shiki stood with Konoha, victory was inevitable. Shiki chuckled and waved his hand. All right. Rest for 2 days, he ordered. After that, all forces moved toward the battlefield of Kirigakure. Yes, Lord Shiki. That night, inside Shiki's camp, after writing a message scroll, Shiki had it delivered to Tsunade, who was still stationed at the Sunagakure front. Just then, Kurenai approached, her eyes shining with admiration. Shikini-ai, you're the strongest in the ninja world now. Ha ha ha, Shiki laughed lightly, waving his hand. It's still too early to say that. Kurenai tilted her head in confusion, not understanding H's words. But Shiki knew. The Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and the Otsutsuki clan, beings even more terrifying than her. He hadn't surpassed them yet. Not even close.